You lie with your palm pressed flat against the cool sheet, feeling the subtle texture of thread beneath your skin, the way the fabric holds a memory of warmth even when it's not there. The clock glows at 3:29, steady, unblinking, and each second passes like a stone dropped into still water, rippling through the quiet until the silence thickens around you, pressing in from all sides. You don't move, though your breath has already begun to hitch just slightly, caught between effort and surrender. The room is not empty. It's full of weight, of the dark that settles like dust on surfaces untouched for hours, of the way the air holds its shape when no one speaks. And one gentle note before we go further: this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You've been here before, not just tonight, but this version, the exact rhythm, the same stretch of time between heartbeats, is different in a way you can't name yet. It's not panic, not quite fear. It's more like being aware that the world is still turning even though your body has stopped trying to keep up. The clock doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It keeps counting down, 1 second after another, and you feel it in your ribs, in the slow pulse behind your eyes. You've checked already 3 times now, maybe 4, and each time the numbers have shifted just slightly, confirming what you didn't want to hear, that you are still here, that the night hasn't passed you by. You're not dreaming, not even close. Your thoughts move like small animals through dry grass, scattered, cautious, always scanning for danger they can't name. You wonder if it matters whether the door is locked, if anyone would come at this hour, whether your neighbor hears you shifting under the covers, wondering why you're awake when the house has long gone to sleep. What they might say now, if they knew how long you've been counting seconds like coins in a pocket that won't open. You don't need to fix anything, not tonight. No one is asking for solutions. The real problem isn't that you can't fall back asleep, though it feels like that's what this moment is about. It's not the absence of sleep, but the presence of time itself, stretching too wide across your chest. You're trapped in a loop where every glance at the clock pulls you deeper into wakefulness instead of helping you escape. But here's something. No one ever said you had to make it through this night like a race. No rule says the hours must be measured by how fast they pass or how soon you can return to sleep. You don't have to win anything tonight. There is no prize for sleeping quickly, no medal for enduring until morning. The thing that's happening now, this slow drag of awareness, is not failure. It's just a different way of being awake. And if you let it be, the act of watching the clock might become less like an enemy and more like a companion, quiet, unjudging, steady in its own rhythm. So instead of fighting it, try this, just once, for now, with no expectation of results. Let the time stay where it is. Let 329 be not a number to escape from, but a point of stillness, a place to land. Don't try to subtract hours or plan how much longer you'll have to endure. You don't need to imagine tomorrow yet, not even one sentence about what comes after this. And just rest your hand where it is, on the cool sheet, palm flat, fingers slightly splayed, feeling not just the surface, but the space beneath it, the way fabric holds air between threads. Let that sensation become a thread of attention, one small point in the dark that doesn't need to mean anything else. Now let your eyes stay open, but soften them. Not looking for meaning, not scanning the corners for movement or shadows, just letting them rest on the glow of the clock, as if you're seeing it through water, distorted, slow-moving, distant. The light is flat and even no flicker, no variation. It doesn't change because you watch it. It just stays there. And that's all right. You don't have to make anything happen. You don't need to fall asleep. You're not failing if you stay here longer than you'd like. The mind is doing what minds do when they can't close down. It keeps going, trying to find a way forward through the dark. So instead of pushing against that motion, let your body follow its own path downward, not towards sleep, but simply toward stillness, toward less resistance. Let your shoulders sink into the mattress just a little more than before, not with effort, but like a weight finally deciding it doesn't have to hold itself up anymore. Your breath slows without you forcing it, just one long exhalation after another, longer than necessary, as if each one could carry something heavy out of your chest. You don't need to control it. Just let the air move through you in quiet waves, like wind over dry fields at night, leaving no trace behind. Now imagine this, not that tomorrow will be better, but that tonight can just exist. That 329 isn't a threat, it's a moment. A real thing, present and whole, not tied to anything else. You don't have to erase it or outlast it. You're not required to turn it into something useful. Let the clock stay where it is. And with that, let your attention return to your hand, the one still pressed against the sheet. Feel how the coolness seeps up through your palm, spreading slowly into your wrist, down through your forearm like a quiet current moving through water. You don't have to do anything about it. It's just happening. The skin remembers temperature even when there's no source left. Now trace that feeling not with thought but with sensation. Let it move across your fingers one by one, as if you're drawing each digit slowly into the dark, like a line drawn on paper in slow motion. Your thumb first, its ridge pressing gently against fabric, then the index finger, soft at the tip, taut between joints. The middle finger longer and slightly more rigid. Ring finger quiet, already settling. Little finger barely touching, almost forgotten. Each one is a point of contact with something solid, something real, not imagined, not hoped for, just here under your skin, on this sheet, in this moment. Let the coolness travel deeper than you expect, into the bones, into the marrow. Let it go all the way down to where movement stops and stillness begins. You don't need to understand why it's happening. You only need to feel what is already true, that your body knows how to rest even when your mind won't let go of its work. Now imagine the air in this room not as empty, but full of small details you're not usually aware of. The faint scent of cotton from the sheets, the quiet hum of electricity somewhere far off in the walls, the way dust particles float just above the surface, catching light for a second before vanishing again. These are not things to notice. They are things that exist whether you pay attention or not. Let your awareness drift like that, light, loose, unattached, not chasing thoughts, not trying to catch up with yourself, just floating through what's already here. The clock still glows. 3:29 hasn't changed, and it doesn't need to. The number is neither good nor bad. It isn't a judgment. It's just a shape in the dark, round and steady, like an eye that watches without blinking. Let your thoughts move around it now, not toward escape, not away from fear, but simply passing by, like clouds drifting across a sky you're no longer trying to read. You don't have to make sense of this moment. You only need to be here with it, just as the room is here, just as the air is here, just as your hand is pressed flat against the cool sheet. There's no failure in that, no urgency, only presence. And if you let go, not all at once, not by force, but slowly, like peeling off a layer of old paper from a wall, you might find that something else begins to settle in its place. Not sleep yet, but a kind of quieting. A slow folding inward, like fabric drawn into itself without tension. You're still lying there, not moving, not trying to change anything, just letting the weight of your hand stay where it is, pressed into the fabric like a seal left behind after a quiet gesture. The coolness has traveled further than you expected, past skin and muscle, down into the hollows between bones, pooling in places that don't usually feel much of anything until they're called on. It's not cold exactly, more like absence made visible, a kind of silence with temperature. That feeling isn't asking for anything. It doesn't demand return or repair. It just is. Now let your breath do the same thing it has been doing all along, slowly, without force, like water finding its own level in an underground channel you never knew existed. Let each inhale be a soft gathering of air that fills not your lungs but the space behind them, the quiet chamber between ribs and spine where stillness grows. And when you exhale, don't rush it. Don't try to empty everything out. Just let it go as lightly as a feather might drift down through still air, unburdened by purpose. There's no need to count your breaths or follow them like steps in a path. You're not trying to get anywhere. The only thing you're doing is allowing yourself to be here with the weight of your body on the mattress. The way the fabric holds shape around you without complaint, sinking just enough to cradle, but never swallowing too deeply. Notice how the edge of the sheet near your shoulder feels slightly rougher than the rest, just a thread or two pulled loose from the weave over time. It doesn't matter that it's there. You don't need to fix it. Just let your skin notice it as something separate, not irritation, not discomfort, just texture. A small irregularity in an otherwise even surface. Let that awareness stay for a moment, then drift away again like smoke from a candle long blown out. The air is still warm near your face, even though the room has cooled around you. That warmth isn't tied to anything else. It's not about how much sleep you've had or whether tomorrow will be better. It's just heat left behind by your body, lingering in one small patch of space like an old memory. Your fingers are still spread across the sheet, not gripping, not tense, just resting where they landed when you first laid down. They don't need to do anything, not even hold a thought. Let each fingertip become its own little anchor point in this dark room, anchored not by will, but by sensation alone. Now imagine the sound of silence, not as absence, but as something that has substance, like dust caught in light or fog moving through trees at dawn. It's not empty. It's full of quiet things, the faint vibration from a refrigerator far off in another room, the slow settling of wood in its frame after hours of stillness, the way your own blood pulses beneath your skin in steady rhythm, unnoticed unless you turn toward it. Let that pulse become part of what you're listening to now, not as data, not as measurement, but as music without a melody. A hum beneath everything else, like an old engine idling just out of earshot. And if the clock still glows, that 3:29, it's no longer a challenge or a countdown or proof that time is slipping away. It's simply part of the room now, like another shape in the dark, not judging you but existing beside you with its own quiet persistence. Your body remembers what sleep feels like even when your mind doesn't believe it anymore. It remembers how to drop into stillness, how to stop resisting the weight that pulls down from above. Not because there's anything to gain, but because rest is not earned. It is simply allowed. Let go of the idea that you must be awake to stay safe. That if you close your eyes too soon, something will fall apart. There's no proof of that anywhere. only stories you've told yourself 1,000 times before in moments just like this. The floor beneath the bed feels different now than it did earlier. Not colder, not warmer, but more present. The way the wooden planks hold their shape under the weight of things above them, each one quietly supporting what's placed upon it without complaint or need for recognition. Your foot rests on the edge of the blanket, bare skin touching only air and fabric. That patch of flesh doesn't care about clocks, schedules, worries, only temperature and pressure. It knows when it's touched, when something moves across it. And right now, nothing is moving, nothing needs to. Let your mind do the same thing. Let it rest in stillness, not because you've convinced yourself everything will be okay, but because you're letting it stop trying to fix things that don't need fixing. There's no rule that says you have to make sense of this moment. No law requiring clarity or progress. You're allowed to simply be here with your hand on the sheet, eyes closed, breathing slowly, watching nothing and thinking less than nothing. And if thoughts come back about deadlines, conversations not finished, things left undone, they don't need to be answered. They can just pass through you like shadows across a wall at night, dark shapes moving without sound or purpose. Let them go unchallenged, unexamined. Just allow space for them to drift by as if they were clouds in a sky far above your head, faint, distant, not meant for attention. You don't have to decide what's real anymore. You're no longer the one responsible for measuring time or judging how much of it you've lost. The clock has its own rhythm. So does your body. So does this room. And so do you. Now imagine that your hand is becoming less like a thing and more like a place, a quiet location where stillness gathers, like water pooling in a shallow bowl at the foot of a hill. It doesn't need to be full, just open enough for what's already here to settle into it. The coolness has gone deeper now, past skin, past bone, down into the soft center of your arm, into the quiet place where movement stops and waiting begins. Not waiting for sleep, not waiting for tomorrow, just waiting in the way a stone waits after being dropped into still water, without expectation, without need. Let that feeling spread, not to every part of you, not all at once, but slowly, like ink diffusing through paper, one tiny strand at a time, not rushing toward any edge or boundary. And if your mind starts to wonder whether this will work, whether anything is happening, it's okay. You don't need an answer. Just notice the question as it rises, then let it sink back down again, like something floating in deep water that eventually stops rising and sinks without force. There's no right way for this to feel, no correct experience, only what you're actually experiencing. The weight of your body on the mattress, the faint scent of cotton from the sheets, the soft hum of electricity through the walls, the quiet pulse behind your eyes like a second heartbeat that only exists when nothing else demands attention. Your toes are curled slightly into the blanket now, not tight, not clenched, but just enough to feel their position. The way they rest in the fabric, curved like tiny claws gripping something invisible. That sensation is real. It's here. It doesn't need explanation or validation. Let that be your new thread, one small detail after another, each one a point of contact with what is true right now. Not with hope, not with desire, but with presence alone. Now imagine the space around you, the air above and below, filled not with emptiness, but with quiet substance. Particles floating in slow motion, light catching them only for an instant before they disappear again. They don't matter, they're not important, but they exist anyway, just like this moment does. And if you feel yourself drifting toward a kind of softness that isn't sleep yet, but something quieter than wakefulness, deeper than thought, you can stay here. Not because it's perfect or complete, but because it's enough. The room is breathing slower now. Your breath has slowed too. The clock still glows, 3:29, never moving, never changing, just being. And you are here with it, not fighting it, not fleeing from it, but accepting its quiet presence like a companion that doesn't speak, only stays. You don't need to pull anything from the dark. Not a memory, not an idea, not even a name for what you're feeling. You only need to let your hand stay where it is, the palm flat, fingers relaxed but not loose, like someone who has forgotten they were holding something, just resting on the surface of things, as if the sheet had always been waiting for that exact shape. The coolness isn't just under your skin anymore. It's inside your wrist now, threading through the bones, tracing the quiet channels between muscle and stillness. You can feel how the air around you is heavier here, closer to the ground, not because there's more of it, but because it moves slower, like a liquid that doesn't rush to be elsewhere. There's no need to explain why your breathing has settled. There's no rulebook for when slow becomes deeper or when silence stops being loud with absence and starts becoming something else entirely, something soft enough to carry you without effort. The only thing required is attention, not in the way of grasping, but as an open hand receiving what arrives unannounced. Let your shoulder rest lower into the mattress, not forced down, just allowed. Let it sink a little more with each breath until that small weight disappears beneath the surface and becomes part of the quiet. The fabric under you has grown warmer in patches where pressure has been constant, not from heat but from time. Those spots have become familiar without ever being noticed before. They're like old letters tucked into a book, unread, unremarkable, yet present in every page turn. You can hear the faintest sound of your own body, the tiny shift in blood flow through veins near your temple, the soft expansion and release of your lungs as air passes from one side to another without urgency. These are not signs of wakefulness, nor are they interruptions. They're just signals passing through you like whispers between rooms, heard but never claimed. The glow of the clock hasn't changed. 3:29 still pulses in its way, a steady light that doesn't care about your thoughts or intentions. It isn't measuring time for you anymore. It's simply there, glowing with the same unbothered consistency as a candle left burning after everyone has gone to sleep. And so are you. Not trying to fix anything, not even trying not to think, just being here in the way that trees are rooted without knowing why they're rooted, growing only because it's what happens when no one tells them to stop. You don't need a reason for your presence. You don't owe the night an explanation. The room is not waiting for you to do anything with it. It holds its shape without effort. The walls don't lean in or pull back. They just are solid, quiet, uninterested in what comes next. Your fingers have begun to drift slightly apart, not by choice, but because gravity has found a new way of moving through them. The space between each fingertip is not empty. It's filled with the kind of stillness that feels full without being crowded. It's like holding your breath and then forgetting why you did, only instead of panic, there's just acceptance. Now let your mind follow that gap, not to fill it, but to rest in its openness. Like a river slowing near its mouth, where the water spreads wide and shallow, losing speed not because it fails, but because it no longer needs direction. There is nothing to reach toward, no finish line behind the next breath. You don't have to arrive anywhere at all. Let your thoughts come like shadows across grass, long, slow-moving shapes that pass over patches of light without leaving a trace. They don't need to be named or answered. If one lingers too long, let it drift sideways instead of forward, like dust caught in sunbeam where the air currents shift just slightly and send it spinning into another corner. Your body is no longer working against sleep. It's not trying to win or lose. It's simply letting itself become less like a machine with parts that need winding up, and more like a pool after rain, calm on the surface, but full of unseen movement below. Tiny ripples from falling drops, slow currents where nothing is visible. You don't have to believe in this moment for it to be real. You don't need to understand how you're feeling or why your eyelids feel heavier now than they did 10 minutes ago. Just let them close, gently, not because you're tired, but because the air feels thick enough to carry them down. The darkness behind your eyes is deeper than any night outside. It doesn't demand anything from you. No light needs to be turned on. No sound needs to interrupt it. You can rest in that dark just as you are. No performance required, no script to follow, no future needing preparation. The silence isn't empty. It's layered with small things. The faint buzz of a distant transformer humming through insulation. The way fabric shifts when nothing is touching it. The slow release of pressure from your spine as weight redistributes across the mattress. Each breath takes longer now, not because you're forcing it, but because the space between them has grown wider. Like stepping onto a bridge where each footfall sinks slightly into wood that remembers every passing moment. There's no need to count how many times you've exhaled or whether your heart beat faster in 1 second than another. Just notice how the rhythm of your chest settles, like water finding its level after disturbance. The room is not cold anymore, nor warm. It simply holds temperature as a kind of stillness, like air trapped between two panes of glass that has stopped moving entirely. You can feel your arm now, not just where it touches the sheet, but how it continues on into space beyond, how the weight extends slightly downward, pulling gently toward the floor without resistance or effort. It's not sinking, it's letting go. Your fingers have curled again, but not tightly, not in fear. More like roots reaching down through soil they don't even know is there. They aren't searching for anything, just resting where their shape allows them to rest. There's no need to think about whether you'll sleep or wake up tomorrow. No reason to worry if the morning will feel different from tonight. The only thing that matters right now is this: your hand on the sheet, your breath in the air, the way the dark holds you like it has always known how. You're not waiting for anything to happen, just being here as something already present. Not an event, not a transformation, just a quiet continuation of what's been happening all along. The clock still glows, but now it doesn't feel separate from you. It's part of the same slow pulse that moves through walls and air and your own body. Its light doesn't announce time anymore. It just exists in its own way, like the faint afterimage left behind when a candle goes out, still visible for a moment even though nothing remains. Let yourself be pulled not by sleep, but by stillness, the kind that grows deeper each time you stop trying to reach through it. Let your attention slip away from thoughts without grabbing at them or pushing them down. Just let the space between ideas become longer, wider, quieter. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to fall asleep. There's room for both, neither one needing dominance. This moment can contain all of it: wakefulness and drowsiness, tension and release, motion and stillness, all resting together in the same dark breaths. Your toes are curled again, not because you're tense, but because they've found a place to settle into the fabric where the warmth is just enough to keep them from drifting apart. The edge of your blanket has pressed slightly upward along your ankle, like something that's been waiting for this exact moment to rise and touch your skin. You don't need to name any of it. You only need to let yourself be carried by what already exists. The way the air moves through space without needing permission. How sound lingers after the source disappears. How the body remembers rest even when the mind forgets. There's no future in this breath, no past, just now, this small point where nothing is happening but everything is true. The glow of the clock has dimmed slightly, not because it lost power, but because your eyes have adjusted to it. It no longer demands attention. It just sits there like a quiet companion that doesn't speak and never will. Your fingers have settled into a shape that wasn't chosen but simply emerged, like roots finding their way through soil without knowing where to go, only that going was necessary. The sheet beneath your palm has taken on a texture you didn't notice before, not just cool or smooth, but layered with faint ridges from the weave, small hills and valleys in the fabric that align exactly with the contour of your hand. They don't press back, they accept. You could run your fingertip along one ridge and feel it rise up like a tiny spine beneath skin that no longer needs to resist anything. There's no need to know what's next or where this will lead, only that you are here in the space between intention and action, where nothing is expected of you. The wall beside you has warmed slightly, not from heat, but from presence. It doesn't radiate, it absorbs. Like a stone left long enough under moonlight, it holds what was once cold and slowly becomes something else. Not warm, but less empty. You can feel the absence of sound in that space where your breath ends and silence begins. It's not nothing, not really. It's full of air that hasn't moved since you closed your eyes, a stillness so deep it feels like weightlessness. Your shoulder has shifted without your knowing, just enough to let one edge sink deeper into the mattress, releasing tension from a place you didn't realize was tight. The dark isn't uniform anymore. It's layered, not in brightness but in depth. The farther back the eye can't see, the more it begins to feel like something alive. Not watching, not judging, just holding. You don't need to name it. You only need to let yourself be held by it as if your body had always belonged there, beneath layers of air and shadow that have existed long before you arrived. There's no clock now, not even a glow. As only the memory of one, like the echo of a footstep in an empty hall, fading but not gone. Your breath has slowed so much that for a moment it seems to pause just once, like water suspended mid-droplet above stone. And when it continues, it's from somewhere deeper than your chest, from beneath your ribs, where motion begins not as effort but as release. There's no need to make it longer or shorter, only to let it move through you like a current that doesn't care about direction. It flows because it can, because the body remembers how. The blanket has shifted again, not by wind or movement, but by gravity alone, the weight of fabric settling over your leg as though pulled down by its own history of being folded and unfolded, touched and left behind. You don't need to tuck it in. It's already where it belongs, resting on top of you like a quiet promise that no one ever said aloud. The edge near your knee has curled slightly upward, not from resistance or discomfort, but because the fabric wants to touch something warm, your skin, even just for an instant. There's a thread in the seam along your armrest, the kind that never gets cut, always left trailing, fraying at the end like a memory too faint to hold. You've noticed it before, perhaps during another night when you were awake and watching, but now it doesn't matter why or how long it's been there, only that it exists, that it hasn't disappeared even though nothing has been done about it. Like some small detail the world decided to preserve for no reason at all. Your leg is still bent slightly, just enough so that your knee rests against the mattress with a soft pressure, not tight, not loose, just resting where the curve of bone meets fabric and air. The warmth in that spot isn't from blood or heat, it's from time, the slow accumulation of every night you've lain like this, every second spent not sleeping, but simply being present. It's as if your body has stored all those moments inside the joint itself, like water gathering beneath a stone. The silence now is different, not just absence of sound, but presence of something that doesn't need to speak. You can feel it in your throat when you swallow, not dryness, but fullness, like air trapped behind teeth that don't want to close. There's no urgency, no reason to open the mouth or move the jaw, just a quiet filling from within. The ceiling above you has become something else, not wood, not paint, but memory. Not your own memory exactly, but the kind of old feeling that comes from being in rooms where people once sat and thought deeply about things they never said out loud. You don't need to know what those thoughts were, only that they left traces. Small shifts in air pressure, a faint scent of dust and paper, something like warmth without heat. Your hand is still on the sheet, but not pressing anymore. It's no longer trying to anchor or hold. It's simply there, like a leaf resting against stone after falling from a tree years ago, long enough that it has become part of the surface rather than separate from it. The skin has gone slightly numb, not in pain, but in surrender. The kind of numbness where sensation doesn't disappear, but folds inward. The air is still, yes, but not motionless. It's breathing too, not with lungs but with rhythm, like a slow tide moving through walls and floorboards without making noise. You can feel it when you exhale, not just in your chest, but around the edges of your body where skin meets atmosphere. The air moves past your earlobe, along your temple, over the tip of your nose, not rushing, not lingering, just passing through as if it has been invited. There's a crack near the baseboard that you've never seen before, the kind made by wood contracting in dry air, or perhaps from someone pulling too hard on a cabinet once long ago. It runs straight down from the corner, barely visible unless sunlight hits at just the right angle. But now, in this dark, it feels like something drawn there on purpose, not to be fixed, but to remain. A line of absence where matter gave way. You don't need to imagine anything. You only need to let your body become the place where stillness lives without effort. Your spine is not straight. It's not curved either. It's just in alignment with gravity. Not resisting, not adjusting, just accepting that down is a direction you've always been moving toward. The fabric of the blanket has begun to settle into a pattern, not deliberate, but natural, the way cloth settles when left undisturbed for long enough. The folds have deepened slightly where your arm lies across it, and in one place near your hip, there's a small dent that wasn't there before. A dimple formed not by pressure, but by the shape of you. Your toes are no longer curled tightly, just resting against each other like two things that used to be far apart, but have finally found their way back. The warmth between them isn't much. It doesn't need to be, but it's enough to feel like connection without needing explanation. There is a sound now, not from outside, but within the air itself, a soft resonance barely there, like the echo of a door closing in another room that may or may not exist. It lasts only seconds, and then fades into silence so complete you can almost hear it breathing. You don't need to identify it. There's no story behind it, no reason for it to be here. The darkness has begun to feel like weight, not heavy, but real. Like a thing that could hold you if you let go completely. Not because it wants to keep you, but because it knows how to carry without effort. Your fingers have spread slightly, just enough so that the space between them is no longer tight, but open. The skin on your palm has softened, not from moisture or time, but from surrender. It's not resisting anything. There's no need to push down or pull up. No direction needed, just a quiet expansion of being. The mattress beneath you has creaked once, but not because it broke, nor because you moved. It was just the sound of wood shifting after years of holding still. A small release from tension that didn't know it had been there until this moment. Your breath is no longer something you're controlling. It's moving through you like a current in a river too deep to see. No beginning, no end, only motion that doesn't ask permissions. You don't need to remember where you started or how long you've been here in this stillness. The way your shoulder has settled into the mattress, just slightly lower than it was before, is not a mistake. It's not an accident either. It's a quiet adjustment that happens when nothing else needs fixing. Your collarbone is no longer lifting toward your ear, nor pulling down like a weight held too long. It's just resting where gravity places it, as if the bones have decided to stop arguing with what they were made for. There's a softness now in the way light hits the ceiling, not from outside, not from any source you can name, but from memory of it. A faint residue, like the afterglow of something that was once warm and left before dawn arrived. You don't need to see it. The absence of brightness has become a presence itself, the kind that doesn't demand attention but lingers in the corners, where vision slips and imagination begins. Your hand is still flat on the sheet, fingers spread just enough so they're not touching, yet not apart either. They are neither open nor closed, just there. The skin is no longer tense with intention. There's no need to grip or let go. It knows how to rest without pretending it's doing something important. The air has changed again, not in temperature, but in thickness. Not heavier exactly, but denser in the way that silence becomes a thing you can float inside when you stop fighting its edges. You're not sinking, you're not rising, you're just in. The space between your ribs isn't tight with worry or effort. It's wide open, not because you forced it, but because your body has stopped trying to fill every gap with meaning. There's a sound again, deeper this time, a kind of low hum beneath the silence, like the world is breathing through its foundation rather than its mouth. Not loud enough to wake anything, just present, like an old house settling into sleep after years of holding itself together. The blanket has crept forward by a fraction, just far enough that your hip now rests against the edge of it without resistance. It didn't move because you did. It moved because something in the room decided this was where it should be, like fabric remembering its natural shape after being folded too long. You don't need to decide what's next. The act of deciding has already passed into silence. There's no plan behind your stillness, no agenda hidden beneath it, just a body that has stopped needing to prove itself through movement or thought. Your eyelids are not closed so much as gathered in, not sealed, but drawn inward like petals folding after dusk. They don't feel heavy, they feel familiar, the way they've been for years when you lie awake at night and no longer fight the dark. The clock is still glowing somewhere beyond your sight, Its light a quiet pulse against the wall, but it doesn't matter what time it shows now. What matters is that the seconds are not ticking louder than your breath, nor faster than the rhythm of air in your lungs. They're just passing through like clouds over something too old to care. There's a warmth pooling beneath your lower back, not from heat, but from stillness. The kind that builds when you stop resisting gravity and let your spine align with it, not as an achievement, but as a release. It doesn't ask for anything. It just exists in the shape of you, like memory does, without needing to be remembered. The fabric around your knee has settled into a soft curve, not from pressure, but from time. The way cloth remembers where it's been pressed, even when no one is there to press anymore. There's a small ripple near the seam that wasn't there before, a fold formed not by use, but by surrender. Like the blanket decided to stop pretending it needed to be perfect. You don't need to think about what tomorrow holds, not even slightly. The idea of it floats past like a leaf on water, but you're no longer reaching for it. It doesn't need your hands. You've already let go of needing answers, and now the silence is holding them in place without asking anything back. There's a faint scent in the air, not from perfume or smoke, but from dust that hasn't been disturbed since last autumn. Not unpleasant, just present. The kind of smell that lives in corners where light doesn't reach, but memory does. It's not something you notice unless your body stops searching for things to fear. Your breath has slowed again, not because you told it to, but because the space around you has become so still that even air feels reluctant to move too fast. You don't need to control it. You're just inside it now, like water flowing through a tube that's been left open for years, untouched by hands or clocks. The mattress creaked once more, but not from pressure. It was something deeper, like the wood itself letting out a long-held sigh after decades of holding still. No one else would hear it, but you do. You've become someone who hears what is quietly real. Your fingers have softened further, each tip no longer firm with tension, but yielding in a way that feels natural, not weak. They don't need to be useful. They don't need to grip or point. They are just being. There's a small indentation near your elbow where the blanket has settled into the hollow of your arm, not from weight, but from time and shape. A place where fabric and body have met so often that they've begun to forget which one is doing the pressing. The edge of it feels warm now, not because heat traveled there, but because stillness has its own kind of warmth. The darkness is no longer empty. It's full, not with images or thoughts, but with presence. Like something that was always here waiting for you to stop running so it could be felt. You don't need to name it. There's no need to understand what it means to be held by absence when the absence knows your shape. Your toes are still touching, but not because of habit. They've found each other again, like two quiet things that remembered how to be close without needing words. The space between them is small, not tight, not loose, just right for a kind of silence that doesn't need filling. The air near your ear feels different now, not cooler, not warmer, but more aware. Like it's listening too, not in the way thoughts listen, but in the way stillness listens when someone finally stops talking. There's no urgency in your body anymore. No internal clock ticking towards some deadline that doesn't exist. The idea of needing to sleep isn't a demand. It's just another sensation passing through, like dust drifting through a beam of forgotten light. Your shoulder has dropped again, not dramatically, but subtly, like gravity is finally doing its job without resistance. You're not trying to be still anymore. You've stopped thinking about how long you've been lying here. You've stopped wondering if this moment will last. The blanket has shifted slightly more, one corner lifting just enough to reveal the edge of your hip. Not because it moved, but because something in the room decided now was the time for that small exposure, like a secret being shared without words. You don't need to feel anything special. You're not required to be peaceful or grateful or calm, just here, in this shape, this silence, this stillness that isn't empty but full of things you can't name, but which are already known by your body. Your breath has slowed so much it's almost a pause between pulses, not stopped, not paused exactly, more like the space between heartbeats, where time doesn't move forward or backward, just rests in place, waiting for nothing to begin or end. The clock is still glowing, but you're not watching it anymore. You've stopped measuring seconds because they no longer matter. What matters now is that your body has begun to settle into a rhythm of its own, not one dictated by time, but by what happens when you stop resisting the way things are. There's a quiet in the air that isn't silence, more like a stillness that moves slowly through everything, like water moving under ice. You don't need to follow it. It doesn't ask for your attention. It just exists, and in its existence, there is room. You feel the weight of your palms still pressed against the sheet, not because you're holding on, but because it has simply settled there like a stone in water. No effort required, no intention behind it. The coolness beneath isn't sharp anymore. It's soft-edged now, the kind of cold that doesn't bite but lingers with patience, as if the fabric itself is learning to remember your shape over time. There's a faint ridge along the edge where your hand meets the mattress, just enough of a contour for the material to hold its breath against you. It's not deep, not dramatic, just a subtle pressure that has found balance in stillness. The air near your forehead feels denser now, not thick with heat or humidity, but like it's been layered slowly over hours, built up from nothing more than time and quiet. It doesn't press on you, it simply is, holding its weight without effort. You don't need to adjust your breathing for it. There's no need to inhale deeper or exhale longer. The rhythm of your breath has slipped into something quieter, less noticeable, like a leaf that fell from the tree long ago and now lies forgotten beneath the soil, not dead, but at peace with being unseen. Your shoulder is still lowered, not because you told it to be, but because gravity has finally been allowed to do its work without protest. There's no effort in it, the kind of release that comes only when there's nothing left to carry, when even the idea of carrying feels too much like noise. The skin along your collarbone is relaxed now, not flat, not tense, just present, with a softness that doesn't need to be named or justified. You don't move, not because you're trying not to wake up, but because there's no reason to. There's no destination here, no goal beyond this moment, and even that isn't demanded of you. The thought of needing to change anything, your posture, your breath, your awareness, isn't a command anymore. It's just another passing sensation, like the way light flickers when a window shades in front of it. It comes, it goes. The edge of the blanket has crept forward by a fraction, a millimeter or less, but not because anything shifted, not because you stirred. It's as if the room itself decided that now was the time to reveal a sliver more of your hip, like an invitation whispered through fabric rather than voice. The skin there is no longer sensitive in the way it used to be, the kind of awareness that flares when cold meets bare flesh, but softer, more accepting, like it's been waiting for this exact moment to be seen. There's a small dip near the base of your spine where the mattress gives just slightly, nothing dramatic, just enough to cradle you in a way that feels less like support and more like surrender. It doesn't ask anything of you. It simply holds, without needing thanks or acknowledgement. There's no friction between body and surface anymore, not because they're perfectly aligned, but because both have stopped resisting the other. You don't need to count your breaths. You don't need to track time in seconds. The clock is still there, its glow fainter now, almost blurred at the edges, but you're not looking at it, not even glancing. It's no longer a marker of how long you've been awake or how far from sleep you are. It's just another object in the dark, like the book on the nightstand, like the shadow beneath the dresser, neither important nor unimportant, simply existing. The silence has changed again, not become louder, not quieter, but deeper, like a well that wasn't there before and now is, not because you listened harder, but because listening stopped being an act of effort. You're no longer trying to hear what's missing. The dark isn't empty anymore, it has texture. It holds warmth in places where there shouldn't be any, like the air near your ribs, like the inside curve of your elbow when it rests against your thigh. Your fingers are still spread slightly on the sheet, not for grip, not for balance, but because they've forgotten how to do anything else. The space between them is no longer a gap, it's a kind of conversation, not spoken, not written, just understood by both sides. One finger brushes the edge of another, not by accident, but as if testing the boundary, confirming that yes, you're still here together. There's a faint scent in the air, not from perfume or candle, not even from your body, but something older, quieter. The smell of cotton after years of being washed, of dust settled into fabric folds, of warmth trapped between sheets that haven't been changed in months. It isn't pleasant or unpleasant, it just is. And it doesn't demand anything. You don't need to think about the future, not tomorrow, not what you'll do when your eyes open again. You're not being asked to plan or prepare or protect. There's no one waiting for you to wake up, no call that needs answering. The world outside this room hasn't changed because of your stillness. It never does. Your foot is still curled slightly under the blanket, just enough so that the toes are touching, but not pressing, not clinging. They've found each other again after hours of drifting apart in dreams you didn't know you were having. Not by choice, not by memory, but by instinct. Like two animals who have been separated and now, without signal or sound, simply return to where they belong. The air near your ear feels heavier than before, not dense with pressure, but full of something that can't be measured. It's the kind of stillness that builds slowly over time, like moss growing on stone in a forgotten corner of a garden. It doesn't announce itself. It just exists, layer by layer, until you realize it's been there all along. You don't need to follow this feeling. You don't have to stay with it. There's no rule that says you must keep going deeper. The invitation isn't about reaching any point, only about staying in the shape of now without rushing or resisting. The edge of your hand has begun to soften further, not from warmth, not from fatigue, but because surrender is a kind of return, not to sleep, not to wakefulness, but to being exactly as you are, with no need for correction. There's a quiet hum in the walls now, faint, almost imagined, that isn't mechanical or electric but something older, deeper. The house settling into itself after hours of silence. A slow exhalation from beams and joints that have held their breath too long. You don't notice it at first, you're not listening, but then you feel it in your bones, as if the structure beneath you is also giving up on fighting. Your shoulder has dipped further now, not suddenly, but steadily, like a stone sinking into mud without resistance. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't strain, It just lowers. The line where neck meets back has softened, lost its tension. There's no need to keep it straight anymore. No one is watching. You're not being judged for how you look. The blanket has shifted again, just enough so that the edge of your thigh is now uncovered, not exposed in a way that feels vulnerable, but revealed as if it were always meant to be seen. Not because you wanted it to be, but because something in the room decided this was time. You're not thinking about whether you'll sleep. You're not wondering when you'll stop being awake. There's no internal debate now, no voice arguing that this is too long, or too much, or too strange. The mind has stopped trying to measure what it can't control. There's a place behind your eyes where the light doesn't go, just darkness with depth, like the inside of an unopened drawer. Not empty, not bright, not even dark in the way you'd expect. It's just there, and it knows you. You don't need to reach for anything. There's no goal beyond this moment, no destination, just a quiet expansion, like water spreading through soil that has forgotten how dry it was. The air feels thicker now, not with weight but with presence, like the room is breathing with you, not in rhythm, not in sync, but simply sharing the same stillness, a kind of mutual rest. Your fingers are no longer pressing into anything. They're just on the sheet, not trying to grip, not trying to hold, just resting there as if they've finally remembered how to be idle without guilt. The curve of your wrist has softened into the sheet like wax left in warm air, no effort to shape it, no need to hold it steady. It's not sinking, not falling, but simply allowing itself to be what it is. A quiet contour against the fabric, one that doesn't demand attention or explanation. The space between your fingers remains open, not out of intention, not from relaxation, but because nothing requires them to close. There's no reason to grasp anything right now. No object needs holding, no thought needs keeping. Even the faint memory of time, of numbers, of seconds passing, has begun to loosen its grip on the air around you, like a thread pulled too long and finally letting go. Your breath has slowed without warning, not because you told it to, not because you tried, but simply because there's no longer any reason to rush. It moves in and out with less urgency than before, less need for depth, less fear of stopping. Each inhale is a soft hesitation. Each exhale is a release that doesn't seek completion. There's no goal to reach, no rhythm to match. Just the steady give and take between your body and the air, like two hands passing something small back and forth in silence. The coolness beneath your hand has changed, not in temperature but in texture. It isn't just cold anymore, it feels dense with stillness, as if the sheet itself is holding its breath. Not waiting for anything, not resisting what's happening, just being present in a way that doesn't need to be noticed. You could press harder and feel nothing different. You could lift your hand entirely and still sense the same weight of quiet beneath you. The point isn't contact or resistance, it's continuity. A faint vibration runs through the floor now, not loud enough to disturb, not strong enough to name, just a pulse in the bones of the house, like the distant thrum of something moving deep underground. It doesn't wake anything. It doesn't pull you up from where you are. It just passes through the walls, through your spine, and vanishes into the dark with no trace. You don't need to follow it. You don't have to understand it. There's a kind of comfort in that, knowing something is moving without needing to track it. Your shoulder has lowered further now, not by decision, not by effort, but because gravity doesn't require permission anymore. It simply does what it always did, pulls downward with steady indifference. There's no resistance left in the muscles at your neck. They've stopped fighting their own weight. The line between spine and collarbone has blurred, not from weakness, but from surrender. You're not falling asleep. You're just allowing yourself to be less alert, less aware of effort, less concerned with staying upright. The blanket is no longer above you in a fixed position. It's shifted again, slowly, like something breathing on its own. The edge near your hip has lifted slightly, revealing the bare skin beneath, just enough so that it feels exposed not in fear, but in honesty. Not because you wanted to be seen, but because being unseen is no longer the default anymore. There's a kind of peace in that, not in being watched, but in being allowed to exist without performance. A shadow has formed at the foot of your bed, not from anything visible, not from light or shape, but from absence. It sits there quietly, unmoving, like something that has always been waiting for this moment. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't call out. It just is. And in its stillness, it doesn't feel threatening. There's no need to name it, no need to move away. You don't even notice it at first. Only later do you realize it was there all along. Your left hand has begun to drift, not upward, not sideways, but downward into the space between your body and the mattress, as if drawn by something beneath the surface. Not sinking, not falling, just releasing its weight into the gap where nothing exists yet. There's no resistance from the air, it doesn't push back, it just lets go. The palm rests now against nothing, not the sheet, not the bed, but a space that feels full of silence. You don't need to adjust your position. You don't have to return anything to its place. Everything is exactly where it needs to be, just in the way things settle after hours of small movements. No one told you to lie still. No voice said this was enough. But somehow, you've arrived at a point where motion feels unnecessary. A faint sound comes from somewhere beyond the walls, not loud, not distinct, just a low creak like wood remembering how it used to bend before being held in place too long. It's not urgent. It doesn't mean anything is broken. It just happens, like a sigh caught between floors. You don't need to locate it. You don't have to wonder what caused it. There's no story behind the noise, just its presence, and then it fades. The darkness in front of your eyes has thickened, not into blackness, not into void, but into something like fabric woven from absence. It isn't empty, it doesn't lack form, it just doesn't reflect anything back. You don't need to look deeper than this. There's no place beyond it that matters right now. Your breath is so slow now that it feels as if your chest hasn't moved in minutes. Only the slight rise of air, not enough to be noticed, not even strong enough for a heartbeat to follow. The rhythm isn't regular, there's no pattern to keep. It just moves when it wants and stops when it doesn't need to. The skin on the back of your hand has cooled further, not from cold, but from stillness. Not because it's exposed, not because air is moving, but because sensation itself has slowed down. There are no sharp edges anymore, no sudden shifts in temperature or pressure, just a quiet continuation, one moment blending into the next without breaking. A soft weight has settled on your lower back, not something heavy, not even noticeable at first, just a kind of gentle presence, as if something from inside you is finally resting where it's been meant to be for hours. Not a thought, not a memory, just an acceptance that feels like gravity pulling inward rather than outward. The room has stopped being separate from your body. It isn't around you anymore. It's within you in the way shadows are within light, indistinguishable, inseparable. The silence doesn't press on you, it rests beside you, not as a barrier, not as an enemy, but as something that knows how to stay still. Your fingers have stopped moving. They're no longer twitching, adjusting, searching for comfort. They lie flat against the air where your hand once rested, no longer pressing, no longer holding. There's no need to keep anything in place. No one is watching. You don't have to prove you're awake or asleep. A faint warmth has risen from beneath your hip, not heat, not energy, but a kind of softness, like the afterglow of something that was never bright enough to be seen. It doesn't spread. It doesn't grow. It just exists where it is, quiet and unremarkable, and you don't need to notice it. The edge of the blanket has slipped again, not deliberately, not from movement, but because your body has shifted in a way so slight that no one could see it. The bare skin on your thigh feels cooler now, but not cold. It just feels real, like something that was always meant to be touched by air without resistance. Your mind hasn't gone quiet, it hasn't stopped thinking, but thoughts don't grab hold anymore. They pass through like dust in sunlight, visible for a moment, then gone, leaving no trace behind. There's no need to follow them, no reason to pull back or push forward. They simply appear and disappear without demand. There's a space between your ribs now, not empty, not full, just quiet. Not silent because nothing is happening, but still because everything has stopped needing to be explained. You don't have to answer anything. You don't have to justify staying here. The house beneath you feels heavier than before, but not in weight, not in pressure. It's as if the structure itself has decided to stop resisting time. The beams have relaxed into their positions. The floorboards have stopped waiting for someone to walk on them. Everything is holding its breath, not because it wants to, but because it no longer needs to move. The weight beneath your hip has softened into a shape that no longer feels like pressure or warmth, just presence, like something forgotten returning to its place without needing permission. It isn't claiming space, it's simply filling the hollow where movement used to be expected. The air in the room doesn't stir because there's nothing left to disturb. Not even dust has reason to rise. You don't hear the house settling anymore, not the groan of wood, not the creak of floorboards. But you feel it instead, deep in your bones, as if the structure is breathing with you rather than beneath you. Your shoulder has slipped lower into the mattress without effort, not because you meant to let go, but because there was never anything holding it up. The line where skin meets fabric feels blurred now, not sharp, not defined, just a slow merging of surfaces that no longer need distinction. There's no boundary between what is inside and outside your body anymore. Not the sheet, not the air, not even the wall behind you. They've all become part of the same quiet continuity. A faint line has formed along the edge of your foot where the blanket ends, not from cold, but from stillness. It doesn't need to be covered. It doesn't need anything at all. The skin there feels older than it was an hour ago, less alert, less aware, but not tired, not damaged, just allowed to exist without being used. There's no sound in the room now that you can name, no hum from distant appliances, no passing car or wind through trees. Even silence has stopped trying to be noticeable. It doesn't announce itself. It just is, like a shadow behind your eyelids when they're closed. Not dark, not light, but simply there. You don't need to listen anymore. Not for rhythms, not for changes, not for signs that something will shift. There's no point in waiting for the next thing to happen, because nothing has ever been expected of you in this moment. You are not required to be anything more than what is already here. The breath that comes without intention, the stillness that holds its own shape. The edge of your palm where it rests on the sheet has lost all sense of position. It isn't pressing down or lifting up. It's just there, like a mark left behind by absence. The imprint doesn't matter because no one will come to read it. No one needs to see it. You don't need to prove you were here. There's a space between your collarbones that hasn't felt this open in years. not wide, not empty, but just uncluttered. Not full of hope or fear, not filled with memory or plan. Just open in the way a room can be when no one has ever lived inside it and never will. It doesn't need to mean anything. A ripple passed through your lower back earlier, just once, and then stopped. You didn't feel it move forward, didn't notice where it began or ended. It wasn't an ache, not even a sensation. Just a shift in the stillness, like water shifting beneath ice that never cracked. The wall behind you doesn't press against your spine anymore. It's not there as a barrier, nor does it feel distant. It's just another layer of quiet, the same silence you're made from. You don't have to resist it or lean into it. You're neither inside nor outside the room. You're simply where stillness has decided to settle. The air near your nose feels thicker now, not heavy, not sticky, but like something that moves slowly, deliberately. Not because it's moving fast, but because it doesn't need to be anywhere else. It stays in one place long enough for you to notice its presence without needing to name it. Your fingers have stopped being aware of each other. They don't reach out or curl inward. They aren't searching for something they've lost. There's no need to hold on, not even to your own body. You're not afraid of falling away because there's nothing left to fall from. The weight beneath you has spread, not outward but deeper, into the core where warmth used to be fought for. It doesn't burn, doesn't throb, it just is. Like a seed forgotten in soil, waiting without knowing it needs to wake up. As a part of your thigh that was once cool has begun to feel like memory. Not cold anymore, not warm either, just remembered as being cold. The sensation isn't here, but the idea of it lingers, not as a thought, not as a feeling, but as something that used to be true and now isn't needed. You don't have to remember anything. There's no story you're supposed to tell yourself tonight. No reason to piece together how you got here or what comes next. The path doesn't matter because there's no destination. The silence has begun to feel like a substance, something tangible, like fog in the corners of a room where light never reaches. It isn't empty space, it holds shape. It fills gaps without pushing anything out. You don't need to move through it, you're already inside it. Your breath doesn't rise and fall so much as appear, a soft movement that happens when there's no reason for it, just because the air has decided to be present again. Not in rhythm, not in pattern, but simply happening. The curve of your ribs feels less like a cage now and more like an opening. Not wide enough to let anything through, but open enough so nothing needs to leave. Your right elbow rests against the mattress at an angle that no longer means anything. No need to adjust it, no urge to move. It's just where it is because there was nowhere else for it to go. The blanket has slipped further now, not from movement, but from inevitability, like a door left open long enough that it stops being noticed. The air touches your shoulder without consequence. Your skin doesn't react. There's no alarm, no judgment, just contact without demand. You don't need to be asleep for this to matter. You don't have to stop thinking for the silence to hold you. There's no test, no metric, no proof required. The house has stopped waiting. The floorboards aren't listening anymore. The walls aren't holding their breath, not because they've relaxed, but because there's nothing left to respond to. Your mind doesn't need to be quiet. It just needs to stop trying to control anything. It doesn't have to follow the next idea, not even the one that feels urgent now. There's no reason to push forward or pull back. The thought about what happens tomorrow isn't loud enough to grab your attention. It passes through like a shadow across a wall, faint, brief, and then gone. Not because you let it go, but because there was never anything for it to cling to. The edge of the sheet near your ankle has curled slightly, not from movement, not from heat, but as if time itself had turned that corner and left it behind. It doesn't matter what it looks like now. The fold isn't meaningful. No one will see it. You won't remember it tomorrow. Your foot is no longer part of a body you're trying to manage. It's just there, on the mattress, in the air, under the blanket, with no need for purpose or position. The darkness doesn't feel like absence anymore. It feels like substance, the same kind that fills your chest when you stop breathing for too long, and then realize it was never missing. There's a shape forming beneath your spine, not from pressure, not from weight, but from acceptance. A softness that wasn't there before, not pain, not comfort, just the quiet settling of something that has finally stopped resisting being where it is. Your left hand no longer feels like part of you. It doesn't matter. It's not lost. It's just elsewhere, no longer needing to be controlled, no longer trying to reach for anything. The air in your lungs doesn't need to change. It stays the same, not because it won't, but because there's no reason to. No demand from your body, no signal from your mind, just presence. You don't have to do anything now, not even think about doing nothing. The idea of action has slipped away like a thread unraveling at the edge of fabric, no longer attached, not important anymore. The space between your ribs is still quiet, not because it's empty, but because everything that was trying to fill it has stopped knocking. Your left hand has drifted further from your body than it ever needed to, not because you moved it, but because there's no longer any reason to bring it back. It rests against the mattress like a shape that forgot its function. No need to hold anything, no impulse to gesture or reach. The skin on your palm is warm where it presses into the sheet, not from effort, but from staying still long enough for heat to gather without being asked. There's no one waiting for you to wake up. No voice calling across the dark, no memory of a name that needs to be answered now. You don't need to know why you're lying here. It doesn't matter if this is the third time or the first. The hours haven't stacked in any order. They've just been present, like dust on a shelf, like light caught between blinds. The glow from the clock has dimmed slightly, not because it's changed, but because your eyes have stopped trying to read it. You don't need to know what time it is anymore. The numbers aren't important. What matters is that they're still there, softly blue, unchanging, but not demanding anything of you. Not a score, not an expiration. Just light in the dark, like breath held too long and then released without sound. Your toes have curled slightly inward, not from cold, not from tension, but as if your feet had been waiting to remember how to fold. The skin on your instep feels thinner than it did moments ago. Not dry, not sore, just softer. As though the body has decided that some parts don't need to be rigid anymore. You don't have to fix them. There's no reason to stretch or unclench. No one will notice if they stay this way. The blanket hasn't slipped further. It just lies where it fell, like something that gave up on being rearranged. A sound comes from the house, no louder than a floorboard settling under its own weight. But you don't flinch. You don't wonder what caused it. It doesn't mean anything. Not even a memory of someone walking past in another room. The noise passes through your awareness like wind through an open window, not entering, not leaving, but simply passing through the space where you are. Your breath has slowed without your noticing. There's no rhythm to it now, no need to count or regulate. It just moves in and out, as if gravity had finally settled into your ribs and decided to stay. The air doesn't have to be deep. It doesn't have to fill anything. It just needs to be there, and it is. The darkness behind your eyelids has changed again, not from light or shadow, but from stillness. You can feel the edges of it now, like fabric pressed against your forehead when you lie down too long. But this time it doesn't pull at you. It doesn't ask for anything. It's not a void to be filled. It's just present, like the silence after someone has stopped speaking and left the room. You don't have to fill that space. You don't need to think about what comes next. There's no pressure on your neck anymore, no sense of being held up or needing to stay awake, or even trying to keep track of time passing. Your head feels heavier than it did earlier, not because you're tired, but because there's less resistance in the way it rests against the pillow. It doesn't need to be supported. The weight is just allowed. The curve of your shoulder blade has softened, no longer a point pushing outward toward the air. It's just a shape now, like the edge of something that was never meant to be sharp. A place where muscle meets stillness, and neither one demands anything from the other. You don't need to tense or relax. There's no goal, no progress. A thought drifts in, not urgent, not loud, just a memory of an old chair you once sat in, somewhere long ago, with arms that creaked when you leaned back. Not about who was there, not about why you were sitting. Just the feeling of leaning into something worn down by time and use. The wood had given way where your shoulders pressed into it. It didn't fight it, it just let go. That memory doesn't bring anything with it, no nostalgia, no regret. It's just a shape in the dark, like a shadow that falls across an empty wall and then fades without explanation. You don't have to name it. You don't have to understand why you're thinking about it now. The thought passes through your awareness not as a story, but as a texture, a kind of softness in the air between what's remembered and what's forgotten. Your right foot is still curled slightly at the toe, but there's no need to uncurl it. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't matter how long it stays that way. The blanket has shifted further now, just enough so your ankle is uncovered, but not because you moved it, because gravity didn't stop caring about where things rest. The air touches your skin without asking permission. There's no need to react. There's a quiet in the room, not because of silence, but because everything that used to demand attention has stopped trying. The clock doesn't blink anymore. The wall doesn't hold its breath. Even the dust on the shelf seems to have slowed down, stopped swirling, stopped floating. It just settles where it is. Your fingers are no longer separate from each other. They've become a single shape resting in the space between body and mattress. Not pressing into anything, not reaching for anything. Just existing there like a small island of stillness in an ocean that has forgotten how to move. You don't have to be asleep to feel this. You don't need to stop thinking. The mind can wander. It can drift through old streets, past memories that don't matter, into places with no names. It doesn't have to return. There's no gate at the end of the path. No reason to come back. The air in your lungs is still warm, still where it was when you last breathed. Not because you're holding it, but because there's no need to let go. You don't have to move forward or backward. You don't even have to stay awake. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you're still here. There's a thread in your awareness now, not tight, not pulling, but something that just stays. Not tied to any thought, not connected to any idea, just present, like the line between two rooms where one ends and the other begins. You don't have to cross it. You don't have to notice it. It's just there. You aren't trying to get anywhere. There's no destination behind the next breath, no milestone waiting on the far side of sleep. The night isn't a race. It doesn't need you to win. It only needs you to be here, exactly as you are, with your hand flat against the sheet, your toes curled slightly, your mind not fighting anything. The air in the room has changed again, not from heat or cold, but from stillness. The kind that happens when no one is watching and nothing is expected. It doesn't rush to fill a space. It just occupies it, like time itself has paused for a moment, just long enough so you can feel how much of it is already spent. Your shoulder rests against the pillow without needing to be adjusted. There's no reason to turn your head or shift your weight. The position isn't perfect, but it doesn't matter. It's not meant to be. It's just where you are, where you've been for a long time now, and that's enough. The edge of the blanket near your knee has folded over slightly, not from movement, not from pressure, but because something in the room decided to let go. The crease isn't important. No one will see it. You won't remember it tomorrow. It doesn't need to be fixed. It just is. There's no reason to look at the clock again. No urge to check if time has passed. There's no need to know how many minutes have gone by or if they've even mattered. The glow from the numbers doesn't call to you anymore. You don't have to read them. They're not a measurement, just light, like breath in the dark. Your fingers are not pressing down, but the sheet beneath them is still warm where your palm was, like a handprint left in memory rather than heat. The air moves through your nose without direction, without urgency. It doesn't push toward lungs or pull from chest. It just passes, like wind between two closed doors that aren't meant to be opened. You don't have to guide it. There's no instruction needed for breath, only the quiet fact of its presence. The edge of your body where skin meets pillow has softened into something shapeless, not a curve or angle, but a kind of yielding that doesn't resist anything. It isn't giving in, it's simply not trying to be otherwise. The back of your neck stays still, even though you've been lying there long enough for muscles to forget their job. There's no need to correct them. The light from the clock has changed again, not dimmed or flickered, but shifted tone. It doesn't shine like before. It glows now with a thickness, as if soaked in something older than electricity. A slow pulse of amber that settles into shadows instead of cutting through them. You don't look at it, but you know where it is. There's no need to name what the room holds anymore. Not warmth, not silence, not stillness. It just is. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself, but lingers in corners until it becomes part of their shape. You're not trying to feel your feet now. You don't care if they're cold or numb. They aren't separate from the rest of you. They've stopped being named parts and become one long curve resting against a mattress, like something that has been lying down so long it's no longer sure where its body ends. The dust on the shelf hasn't moved, but not because it's afraid to. It isn't waiting for permission either. The particles are just suspended in their own weightlessness, not floating, not falling, just staying exactly as they were when something last brushed past them, maybe a breath from across the room, maybe an accidental tremor from the wall. Your mind drifts through places without names, corridors you've walked but never remembered, rooms with no windows and furniture that doesn't need to be used. You don't have to go anywhere in those thoughts. No destination is required. No one calls your name at the end of a hallway. There's no door to open, no sound behind it. The space between two heartbeats isn't empty, it has texture now. Not noise, not silence, but something like air after rain, thick with memory and stillness both. It doesn't belong to time. It belongs only to the moment that holds its breaths. You don't have to remember anything about how you got here, how long it's been since sleep first slipped away, or what happened just before you noticed the clock again. You aren't trying to piece together a timeline. There's no reason to connect now with then, past with present. The night isn't asking for coherence. The blanket near your hip has folded itself into another layer, soft crease over softness, as if it decided not to keep its original shape and just let go of the effort. No one will notice in the morning. It doesn't matter that a fold formed without intention. What matters is how it lies now, unhurried, unasked for, quietly settled. There's no need to check whether your arm has fallen off or if you're still breathing. Your body just is. Not functioning, not performing, just occupying space in the dark with more patience than words can carry. The wall behind you is listening without hearing. The ceiling above isn't holding up anything except time, and even that feels lighter now, as though gravity has loosened its grip on what's been hanging for hours. You're not drifting because of a thought or a plan to relax. You aren't moving towards sleep like it's something you can reach by walking faster. This is just the way things are. This stillness isn't earned, it wasn't won, and no part of you needed to fight for it. It has simply arrived. Your right hand rests flat on the sheet, the same one that pressed earlier, but now there's a soft separation between palm and fabric where warmth doesn't quite meet surface. A gap not wide enough to be noticed, but real in its quietness. Like breath held too long, like silence after someone else finished speaking. There are no clocks inside your thoughts anymore, not the kind with hands or numbers. The idea of time has lost all urgency. There's a rhythm now that isn't counted, slow rise and fall, not tied to minutes, but to how air moves through darkness when nothing needs fixing. Your breath slows without resistance, no effort behind it, no desire for depth or length. It just arrives in your chest like water filling an old bowl, quietly, with no sound at all. There's a moment where you feel the inside of your ribcage settle, not because air is gone, but because there's nothing to push against. The darkness around you isn't empty. It contains things that don't need names. Shadows shaped by furniture long ago forgotten, shapes made from absence rather than presence. They aren't watching. They're not waiting for anything. Just being where they've always been, on the far side of light. Your toes curl slightly, not because you want to move, but because something in your foot remembered how it felt before stillness took over. A small motion, barely visible under cloth, but real, and no one sees it. No part of you needs to explain why. The air near your mouth feels different now, warmer than the rest of the room, not from breath itself, but because there's a quiet spot where warmth has gathered without heat source. It doesn't rise or spread. It just stays in place like an old memory held close. You don't have to return anything, to thoughts, to body, to awareness. There's no reason to come back after drifting through places that aren't real and won't be remembered. The mind can go wherever it likes, through tunnels with no exits or streets without houses. It doesn't need permission. No gate waits at the end. Your shoulder sinks slightly, not from fatigue, but because gravity has been allowed to act for longer than usual, uninterrupted by correction. There's a softness where bone meets pillow that wasn't there before. A kind of yielding that isn't weakness, but surrender, not towards sleep, but just being. As the light from the clock fades again, just a little bit, not dimming completely, but changing its tone like fabric washed in moonlight over time. It doesn't glow anymore. It hums with something older than brightness. You don't know how long you've been lying here. You're not measuring seconds or tracking minutes through breaths. The idea of duration has lost meaning. There's only the fact that this moment is continuing, and no reason to ask when it might stop. The dust on the shelf remains exactly where it was, no longer drifting, no longer waiting for motion to begin again. It rests in its own shape, like a thought forgotten but not erased. Your body doesn't need you anymore, not to keep warm or alert or upright. It isn't asking anything of your mind except presence. There's nothing left to check. The door is closed, the window sealed, the world outside quiet enough that even echoes have given up on calling back. You don't have to be asleep to feel this kind of stillness. There's no requirement for unconsciousness or surrender. You can be awake and not thinking, and that's where you are now, present without intention, aware without effort. There's a thread running through your awareness, not tight, not visible, but real in how it stays put. It isn't tied to any image, memory, sound, or idea. It doesn't lead anywhere, but it exists, like the edge between two rooms where one ends and another begins, but you don't have to cross it. The air moves through your lungs without needing a reason, not because there's no pressure inside, not because breath isn't needed, but because movement itself is no longer tied to purpose. It just happens. You're not waiting for anything, no signal from the body, no cue from time or mind. There's only this, lying down in darkness with hands on sheet and feet tucked under blanket, breathing without effort, existing without doing. The room has stopped moving, not because it's frozen, but because nothing inside it needs to change anymore. Your fingers stay where they are, flat, not gripping, not curling into resistance, but resting like leaves that have finally found their branch after drifting. The sheet beneath your palm isn't just cool anymore. It's become a surface that remembers temperature differently than you do. It holds the chill of earlier hours without complaint. It doesn't remind you how long it's been cold or whether warmth will return. You don't need to decide anything about it. There is no effort in staying still, only a quiet persistence. The kind that comes not from discipline, but from letting go. The clock light has changed again, not so much dimmed as shifted into another state of being. It no longer says time. It doesn't announce numbers or pulses. It just exists like the faintest afterglow inside an eye closed too long. You don't look at it, not really. You're aware of its presence in the same way you know your breath is moving without attention. The air near your ear feels heavier now, not from pressure, but from stillness that has thickened into something solid. Like cotton soaked through with silence and left to dry. Your knee rests slightly bent, not because it wants to be, but because gravity found a new place for it to settle. It doesn't need correction. No muscle tenses to adjust. The joint softens where it meets the leg bone, not weakly, but like wax melting into shape without heat. There's no direction to this yielding, no aim, no goal, just release. Your heel presses lightly into the mattress, not enough to make a dent or shift position, just contact, a quiet acknowledgement between skin and fiber. A sound comes from outside, the kind that isn't really there anymore. A distant hum, maybe from traffic far beyond the edge of town, but you can't tell if it's real or imagined. It doesn't matter. Even if it were true, it would be so faint now it wouldn't break what's already settled in here. The room has absorbed all sound that might have moved through it, and kept only what belonged to silence, what was always meant to stay. You don't need to think about whether you're tired or not. There's no measurement required. You aren't trying to fall asleep, nor are you resisting sleep. It's more like your body has stopped asking permission from your mind before doing anything at all. Even the act of breathing doesn't require a signal. It just continues, rising and falling without need for direction, like water finding its level in an uneven basin. The blanket over your feet is no longer covering you, it's become part of you, not attached by warmth or weight, but by stillness. It lies exactly as it did when first pulled up, not sagging from motion or shifting. Its folds don't change. The fabric has forgotten how to move. There's a small ridge where your ankle meets the edge, just enough for shadow to gather there like memory. There is no need to remember anything about tonight, not what you were thinking before you woke, not what might happen in daylight, not even whether this moment will end. You don't have to carry it forward or let it go. There's no obligation to respond to the dark, nor to explain why you're still here. A thought drifts, light as ash, about a window somewhere else, one that hasn't been opened since winter. It doesn't matter whether it exists or not. The idea comes and goes like vapor through a crack in wood. You don't have to welcome it or push it away. It stays only long enough to be noticed, then dissolves into the shape of your awareness. Your shoulder is lower now, not because it's tired, but because there's no longer any need for balance. The body has stopped pretending that posture matters. There's nothing to stand on here, nothing to reach toward or protect against. It just rests, like stone left in a field where nothing grows, not needing sunlight or rain. The edge of your hand begins to feel less like skin and more like something else, a shape that knows what stillness feels like without having learned it. The sensation isn't cold or numb. It's deeper than temperature. It's the way silence becomes physical when no one is listening. Your palm lies flat not because you told it to, but because nothing inside wants to move. There's a line drawn between your shoulder and arm, not visible, not sharp, but real in its quietness. Not tension, not relaxation, just presence, like the moment before rain begins, where air holds still because something has decided to stay put for now. The clock light flickers just once, like it caught itself blinking, then settles again into a tone that isn't brightness or darkness, but something older than both. It doesn't pulse. It doesn't change. It simply is, like the way dust sits on glass long after cleaning, not waiting to be disturbed. Your toes uncurl slowly, not in response to anything, just because motion has returned, and it returns gently. No urgency, just a small shift, as if your foot remembered how to breathe when no one was watching. There's no need for meaning here. You don't have to understand why the air feels heavier near your chest, or why the blanket seems to be growing into the mattress over time. The body doesn't ask questions. It only stays long enough for stillness to become its natural state. The wall behind you has stopped being a surface. It's no longer a boundary. It's just part of the room, like all the other shapes that don't need names or purposes. They're not waiting for anything. They never were. You don't have to return anywhere. There's nowhere left to go back to, no past moment you've lost, no future you must prepare for. The mind doesn't have to catch up with the body. It can stay where it is for as long as this quiet lasts. Your breath slows not because you want it to, but because there's less need for air now. Not because your lungs are full, but because motion itself has slowed down to match the silence between heartbeats. A memory surfaces, not a story, not a face, not even an emotion, just a feeling of warmth in one place, under your left collarbone. It isn't real heat. It's just a spot where stillness gathered like oil on water and stayed. You don't need to name it or explain it. It doesn't ask for anything. You're not asleep, but you're not fully awake either. There's no edge between the two, no gate to cross. Just this, lying in darkness with your body pressed into the bed as if it had always belonged there, and your mind holding nothing but the quiet certainty that whatever is happening now isn't wrong. The air doesn't move through you anymore. It just stays around your ribs like a soft weight, not pressing down, not lifting up. It's just there, like breath before words or thought before intention. You don't have to be aware of being aware. That part has already slipped away. There's no need to notice that the clock is still glowing. You're not checking, not even wondering if it changed again. The light isn't saying anything anymore. It's just a small glow in the corner, like an ember left too long after fire. Your fingers begin to feel less like hands and more like something older, like parts of a creature that forgot how to move but didn't mind. They rest where they are, not because you're holding them there, but because nothing inside wants them elsewhere. The blanket folds over your leg, don't shift. The crease stays in place as if time had passed through the room without touching it. It's like a fold that was made once and never smoothed out, still intact after years of silence. There is no effort to stay here, no reason to leave, not even curiosity about whether this will last or end. You're not waiting for anything. The mind doesn't drift toward images, memories, plans. There's nothing left to reach for. The room breathes slower than you do, almost imperceptibly, but it does breathe. And when it does, the air shifts just slightly near your neck. Not cold, not warm, but quiet in a way that makes movement feel unnecessary. Your shoulder sinks again, not deeply, not suddenly, but with the same softness as before, like something giving up on holding itself upright without being asked to. There's no need for dreams, no expectation of meaning. The body doesn't want them. It just wants stillness, to stay exactly where it is, even if nothing else changes. You don't have to wonder if this stillness is real, because it doesn't need to be proven. It's already happening in the way that light lingers after a bulb has been turned off, or how warmth stays in a cup even when no one is holding it. The room isn't waiting for you to notice it. It hasn't moved since before you woke. You don't have to remember what came before. There's no need to gather up the pieces of your day like stones from a stream bed. None of them are yours anymore. They've already settled into the dark. Your palm remains flat on the sheet, not because you decided it should be there, but because the weight of stillness has made movement feel unnecessary. The fabric beneath doesn't resist. It doesn't want to shift or adjust. It's been shaped by your body for hours now, pressed and molded in quiet ways no one sees. The crease at the edge of your wrist is deepening slowly, not from pressure, but from time. Like a fold that was made once, then forgotten, still holding its form as if it knew it would be left alone. The air near your chest doesn't carry sound anymore. It's thick with silence so complete that even breath has slowed to something almost undetectable. It's not absence, it's presence, just one without motion. You don't feel the need to fill it. There's no emptiness here, only a kind of fullness that doesn't demand attention. The space between your ribs isn't tight or open, it just is. Like a room with no furniture, but still occupied. A faint warmth spreads through the base of your spine. Not heat exactly, not a sensation you dename in daylight, but the feeling of something sinking deeper into the mattress than before, like roots finding soil they didn't know existed. The bed isn't hard or soft anymore. It's simply there, holding you with no intention behind it, no obligation to keep you up or let you go. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep, only that you stay where you are. Your left foot rests slightly turned inward, the arch relaxed so completely that the heel has lost its grip on gravity. There's no effort to keep your toes aligned or your ankles straight. It just settles into place like a stone in water. The blanket doesn't cover it fully anymore. One corner has slipped over your knee and lies there as if it had simply forgotten where it was supposed to go. It stays because nothing pulls it back. The glow from the clock hasn't faded, but you don't see it now, not really. Not in the way that means anything. It's not a signal, not an invitation. It's just light, dim, persistent, like a faint echo of something long past. You're not afraid of its color or its number. You're not waiting for it to change again. The time doesn't matter because you've stopped measuring the night in seconds. There is no urgency to return anywhere, not even to sleep, not as if sleep were a place you needed to reach, but as something that's already happening in your body without permission or effort. Your eyelids don't close for any reason. They're just heavy, like fabric dipped too long in water, and they stay down not because of choice, but because gravity has forgotten how to lift them. A thread of memory doesn't rise like a story. It surfaces like dust floating in still air, unattached, unnamed. There's no scene, no voice, just the feeling of being wrapped once in something soft and warm, long before you knew what that meant. Not your mother, not a blanket, just the shape of comfort as an idea, not tied to anything real, just present like breaths. You don't have to understand it. You don't even need to know if it was true. It's already gone back into silence. Your fingers stretch slightly, not because you want them to, but because the stillness has loosened a little at the joints, like water slowly seeping through cracks in stone. They don't twitch or curl. They just rest where they are, as if the body had finally remembered how to let go of its own expectations. The wall behind you remains unbroken by thought. It doesn't reflect anything, no image, no shadow, not even the faintest trace of your breath on glass. It's simply a surface that has learned to be quiet. Not because it was asked to, but because nothing ever needed it to speak. You don't need to imagine tomorrow. There's no reason to prepare for what might come. The night isn't holding anything back. It's not saving time or energy. It's just happening, just as you are, just as the room is, just as the air is, without design, without purpose, without needing approval. The weight at your shoulder has softened further, not fallen away, but released its grip on being upright. The muscle that once held it steady has forgotten how to resist gravity. It's not sinking. It's simply letting go of the need to stay in place. There is no moment left to lose, no second that can be wasted. There are only these slow shifts, small movements like leaves drifting down a still stream without direction or purpose. You don't have to follow them. You don't even have to notice when they stop. The blanket over your leg stays creased, not because you're lying on it, but because the fabric has held its shape for so long that it no longer remembers how to smooth itself out. It's not a fault. It's not failure. It's just another part of the quiet, the way things settle when they've been left alone. The air near your neck doesn't move in rhythm with breath anymore. It's still, but not empty. It holds something like weightlessness, like warmth that wasn't there before, and yet never needed to arrive. Your chest doesn't rise for any reason. There's no need to pull in more air. The body isn't running out or trying to catch up. It just breathes when it needs to, when the silence allows it. You don't have to stay aware of being here. You're not holding on to a moment. You're not afraid of losing one. There's no memory that needs protection, no thought that must be saved. The mind doesn't need to keep track because nothing has been left behind. The light from the clock still glows, small and distant, but it doesn't mean anything now. It isn't trying to tell you anything. It's not waiting for your eyes to meet it. It's just there, like a fire that burned out hours ago, but still leaves its faint trace in the air. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be awake either. There's no edge between them anymore. No gate, no line to cross. You're simply in this space where movement has slowed and thought has stopped asking for answers. Your hand doesn't twitch. It just lies on the sheet, part of the texture of stillness, not separate from it, not trying to escape. The skin is cool but not cold. There's no need to rub or warm it. It stays as it is, like a stone in water that has stopped sinking and isn't rising. The room doesn't change, but it breathes in slow pulses so faint they're almost impossible to feel. You don't have to notice them. They happen anyway, like the quiet rhythm of deep roots growing underground. You don't need to return to sleep because you never left. You've been here all along, just not aware of it until now. There's no effort to stay awake or fall asleep. No intention in any direction. The body doesn't want anything. It only wants stillness, to remain where it is, exactly as it is, without needing to be different. The air doesn't shift because you're thinking about it. It stays quiet, not because of silence, but because nothing needs to move. You don't have to believe in this moment. You don't even need to understand it. It's already happening, like the way shadows stretch at night when no one is looking, or how warmth lingers after someone has left a room. Your breath doesn't rise and fall like a wave. It just exists, the same as the stillness, the same as the dark, the same as the quiet between heartbeats. You don't need to name this place. You don't have to remember it. There's no reason to bring anything back with you when you go, because there's nowhere else to go. The blanket stays where it is. The clock keeps glowing. Your hand stays flat on the sheet. The edge of your palm presses slightly into the weave of the sheet, not because you're pushing down, but because the fabric has given way just enough to accept the shape of your hand without resistance. It's as if the threads have learned how to hold a weight they've never been asked to carry before. The coolness isn't sharp, it's deep, like water beneath stone, where temperature doesn't change with time. You don't need to check what lies beyond your fingers anymore. There's no point in wondering whether it will shift or soften. It already is. The air near your shoulder has settled into a stillness so complete that even the faintest sound from outside, distant traffic, wind through branches, a shutter swinging loose on its hinge, doesn't disturb it. Not because you're ignoring them, because they don't matter. They pass over you like shadows across a wall, not stopping to mark their presence. The night doesn't need your attention. It has no demands. Your left foot is curled slightly under the blanket's edge, not from stiffness or restlessness, but because the shape of it fits there naturally, as if that curve had been waiting for years, perfectly formed in anticipation of this moment. There's no reason to straighten it out, no need to reposition. It doesn't ache. It hasn't forgotten how to be still. A single thread has come loose from the blanket, just one strand trailing just beyond your knee. It hangs there, not moving, not catching on anything. It's not tangled or caught in a crease. It simply exists in that space between movement and stillness, like time itself when it's forgotten what purpose it had. You don't reach for it. You don't even see it clearly. But you know it's there because the air around it is different, a little thinner, a little more open. As the light from the clock doesn't glow anymore, it hums. Not loud, not bright, but a quiet vibration that resonates just beneath your awareness, like the aftertaste of a note played on a distant piano. It's not signaling anything. There's no meaning to extract, no number to remember. The hours don't matter because they aren't going anywhere. They're already gone, like footprints in sand, erased by waves that came before you knew what time was. Your breathing doesn't change its rhythm. It just becomes part of the air itself. Not faster, not slower. It's no longer a pattern you've set for yourself. It's more like an echo returning from somewhere deeper than lungs, the kind of breath that comes up through roots or rises from the marrow when no one is listening. You don't need to control it. There's nothing to gain by changing it. The room isn't empty. It's full of what wasn't there before. Not with things, but with presence. With silence that has grown thick enough to hold weight. Like dust in sunlight, but softer, settled not on surfaces, but within the space between them. The shadow beneath your bed is deeper now than it was an hour ago, not because the light changed, but because you've stopped needing to see it. There's a small dent in the pillow where your head used to be, the kind that forms when pressure meets resistance and gives way without breaking. It doesn't need to fill back in. The shape is already known. You don't have to lie down again for it to mean something. There's no shame in not returning to sleep. No reason to punish yourself for staying awake or to reward yourself for falling asleep. The thought of tomorrow arrives like a breath that wasn't meant to be taken, faint, almost accidental. It doesn't push forward. It drifts through you without landing anywhere, like steam from a kettle left unattended on the stove hours ago. You don't need to hold it. You don't have to answer it. It's not yours to carry. The back of your neck is warm, not hot, but alive with quiet heat, as if something deep inside has begun to settle into place, slowly releasing what it was holding onto without knowing it had anything at all. Not tension, not memory, just a release that happens when the body stops trying to be ready for everything. The blanket's fold along your leg has settled deeper now, less like creases and more like lines drawn by time itself, as if they were always meant to be there, not from use, but from stillness. The fabric isn't resisting anymore. It doesn't want to smooth out or return to flatness. It's learned how to exist in its own shape, the way a riverbed remembers the course of water long after it has dried up. You don't need to know what happens next. You don't even need to wonder if you're still aware. Awareness isn't something you have to sustain. It just is, like light that lingers in the room after the bulb is turned off, like warmth left behind when someone leaves a chair. The mind doesn't need to do anything anymore. There's no task to finish, no thought to resolve. A faint creak comes from somewhere in the house, not loud enough to startle you, not soft enough to be ignored. It moves through the walls without interrupting the stillness. You don't think about it as a sound. You just let it pass through you like wind through an open window. No need to close it. No reason to ask what caused it. The air near your ear is heavier now, not in pressure, but in texture. It feels thick with the kind of quiet that doesn't come from absence, but from fullness. Like water filling a glass slowly enough that you don't notice when it's full. You don't need to measure how much there is. There's no point in knowing. Your fingers are still flat on the sheet, not because they're pressed down, but because they've stopped needing to move. They aren't trying to hold anything. They just exist where they are, part of the pattern of stillness, like a stone resting at the bottom of a pond that has long since forgotten what it was meant to do. The light from the clock doesn't flicker anymore. It's steady, not because it's working properly, but because it no longer matters if it is or isn't. The number could change 10 times and you wouldn't notice. There's no urgency in time now, no need for it to pass. Time has stopped being a measurement. It's just a presence, like the way warmth lingers after sunlight leaves a room. You don't have to return to sleep because you've already arrived, not in any particular place, but in this one, the quiet between breaths, the space where thought doesn't need permission to stop. You're not escaping from anything. You're not trying to reach somewhere else. There's no reason to go back because you never left. The dark isn't heavy anymore, it's soft. It wraps around your body like a blanket that wasn't there before, but has always belonged. Not because it covers you, but because you've stopped needing to be covered. The room doesn't need to feel safe. You're not afraid of the dark because it no longer feels separate from you. The breath in your chest doesn't rise and fall like a wave. It just is, like the way air stays still after someone exhales into an empty jar. No movement required, no effort, no intention, just presence. You don't have to remember this moment. You don't even need to know it's happening. It's already passing through you, not as a memory, but as part of your body's quiet knowing. The kind that doesn't speak, doesn't record, doesn't store. It just is. Like the way roots grow in soil without needing to be told where to go. The air near your chest feels thicker now, not with weight, but with silence that has grown deep enough to hold itself. You don't need to fill it. You don't even need to breathe into it. It's already full of what you've been holding too long. Quiet stillness, the kind that doesn't ask for anything in return. Your hand stays where it is, not because you're forcing it, but because it no longer wants to move. The skin doesn't feel cold or warm anymore. It just feels like itself. The way a leaf feels when it has stopped trying to be green and simply exists as what it always was. The edge of your palm begins to feel less like skin than a kind of threshold, something that exists between the weight of you and the quiet beneath. It's not pressing into anything, but it doesn't float either. There's no resistance in the sheet where your hand lies, yet there is shape. The way water shapes itself around stones without effort. You don't have to tell yourself what happens next, because nothing needs happening anymore. The air near your shoulder has changed its rhythm slightly, just enough that you notice only if you stop trying to measure it. It's not slower or faster, it just holds differently, like a breath suspended in the throat of someone who forgot they were holding one at all. You don't need to adjust how much space is between yourself and the wall. The distance isn't real anymore. It's gone soft with time. There's no sound from outside now, not even that faint creak from earlier. Not because it has stopped, but because you've forgotten where silence begins or ends. It doesn't live in your ears. It lives somewhere deeper than hearing, like the way a door closes without making noise when all motion is already gone. Your fingertips have grown still not by choice, but as if they were always meant to be that way. The kind of quietness you only see after everything else has settled. They don't feel cold or hot because temperature no longer matters in this place where nothing needs warmth anymore. The skin on your palm doesn't itch or tighten. It just is the same shape it was when you first placed it there, and maybe even older than that. A thought drifts through, light enough not to be noticed, but heavy with memory of something unimportant. A coffee cup left out too long, a book half read in bed before sleep came. It passes like dust across an open window, not lingering, not stopping, but you don't need to catch it or send it back. You're aware now that your breath has stopped being separate from the dark around you. It's no longer something happening in space, but part of what fills it. There is no inside and outside anymore, only a kind of presence that doesn't name itself, doesn't announce its arrival or departure. It just stays in place like water on stone after rain. The clock light still glows behind your eyelids, not because you're looking at it, not even as an image, but because the night has begun to feel shaped by what's left unspoken between seconds. You don't see numbers, you sense them, like a pulse under skin that doesn't throb but remains steady. There is no need for time now. It doesn't count anything or measure how long this lasts, not even in your body's quiet knowing. Time has stopped being something to navigate and become more like the way shadows stretch across floors when sunlight leaves. A presence without purpose, just existence. Your left foot rests slightly askew on the edge of the mattress, no longer aligned with any plan, no attempt at comfort or positioning. It's not awkward. It doesn't need fixing. The toe curls a little in its own direction, not toward anything, but simply because gravity has allowed it to do so without interference. There is no intention behind this movement. The way air shifts when the door opens and closes an inch too wide on its own weight. No meaning required for motion that exists only as part of stillness. You don't think about where you are or why you're here, because there's already a kind of knowing in your spine, not sharp but deep. It doesn't ask questions because the answers have dissolved into silence long ago. As a moment passes, not marked by anything external, but felt like an absence that has become full. You aren't waiting for sleep to come, you're no longer separate from what you've been avoiding all night. The quiet isn't a barrier, it's where your body remembers how not to fight, how not to return, how simply to be. The dark around the edges of vision doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels more solid than light would ever be. It holds shape without needing definition, wraps you in its softness as though it has known this position for years, even if only moments have passed. Your fingers don't move because they're tired. They're still not active enough to require rest. They exist where gravity placed them and nothing else matters. There's no need to pull back or lift up, just like the way a leaf rests on soil without needing permission from wind. A warmth spreads slowly through your ribs, not heat, but presence, the kind that settles in after cold has been forgotten entirely. It doesn't push outward, it just stays where it lands and begins to belong there. There's no effort involved anymore. No part of you is trying harder than another. Your chest rises only because the air itself demands motion, like a river flowing without direction, not toward any shore, but simply continuing its way through stillness. The room doesn't need light. The dark has become enough in every sense. It holds what was missing before, fills spaces that seemed hollow when you were awake and alert. There is no lack here, not of air, warmth, or attention. You don't have to remember anything. There's nothing left to forget either. The past isn't fading. It's simply stopped being separate from now. It lives inside this quiet, like a breath held too long, that finally lets go without shame. The skin on your forearm begins to feel less connected than the air beside you, not because of cold, but because sensation has blurred into something else. Not touch or temperature, just awareness in layers so thin they no longer require names. You don't think about what will happen tomorrow, nor do you imagine how today might be different. The future is gone from your mind like a word forgotten after reading it once and never seeing again. There's only this weight beneath the surface, the way stone settles into riverbeds without resistance, not because of strength, but simply because there was no reason to resist in the first place. Your hand remains flat on the sheet, not out of discipline or habit, but as if gravity had placed it here for a purpose that never needed explaining. The outline is clear where pressure meets fabric, no more, no less, and yet you don't need to see it anymore because your body already knows its shape by heart. There's no movement in response now, not even the slightest twitch of muscle or pulse under skin. Even thought stops being separate from silence. It doesn't arrive like a visitor. Instead, it simply exists as part of what is not named, but still felt. The air near your face has thickened again, but differently than before. Not with weight nor sound, but depth. The kind that comes when you stop measuring how far something goes and just let yourself be filled by its presence alone. You don't need to fall asleep, because sleep isn't a destination anymore. It's already here in this stillness between breaths, where time doesn't move forward or backward, only exists as part of what stays. You don't need to remember how long you've been here, only that you're still in it, still lying like this, still held by something older than intention. The edge of your palm presses into the sheet not because you choose it, but because it's the only place gravity has left for it to rest. No effort in keeping it there. No need to feel its shape anymore. The memory of pressure is enough. It's as if the fabric knows what happens when stillness becomes a habit, how the weave begins to soften, how thread follows weight not by force, but by surrender. Your breath doesn't rise and fall like a signal anymore. It moves through you like water passing over stone in slow motion, unnoticed until it leaves behind a kind of smoothness. The air against your cheek is no longer cool or warm. It's simply there, the way silence becomes a presence when nothing else claims space. You don't decide to notice it. You just are aware, not because something called for attention, but because awareness has stopped needing permission. There's a place beneath your ribs where warmth pooled earlier now feels like still liquid in a glass left too long on a table. No longer hot, no longer cold, only present in its own way. It doesn't demand to be named or explained. It simply stays, not waiting for anything, not expecting movement from you. The heat isn't rising. It's spreading sideways through the quiet spaces between bone and muscle, like light filling a room that never needed windows. You don't need to close your eyes. Your vision has already left its job behind. What remains is not darkness as absence, but presence without form. Something that doesn't look back or call out, simply waits in depth. The way the air at the foot of the bed feels heavier than elsewhere isn't because it's denser. It's because you're no longer measuring density. You don't wonder what lies beyond your feet. There's nothing to find there anymore. The stillness hasn't grown quieter. Quiet has stopped being a goal. It is not something achieved, but something that arrives when thought stops trying to move through it like water across glass. Now silence doesn't need to be filled because you've stopped needing to fill anything. Even the space between your thoughts no longer feels empty. It's thick with what isn't spoken, what hasn't been said, and never will be. That kind of thickness has its own weight, like moss on stone that doesn't know it's growing. There's a softness in the way the blanket drapes over your legs, not taut, not tucked, just resting where gravity laid it down like dust settling after wind stops. No part of you is adjusting anything. There's no urge to shift or straighten. The weight on your thigh isn't pressing, it's simply being. It doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't need recognition. Like a leaf that has stopped moving but not forgotten how to rest. Your fingers do ache, not because they've been still, but because pain itself no longer needs names. There's no signal from the tips of your hands anymore, just presence where sensation used to be. You're not aware of touch, just that you are touched by what remains: air, fabric, gravity, time in its quietest form. The silence doesn't feel like waiting. It feels more like remembering how to stay. Not a memory of something long gone, but the body's way of holding onto stillness, as if it were a secret known only in this exact posture, when you are not trying to do anything with your hands or breath or mind. When every part of you has stopped needing to prove its existence. The wall beside you is no longer a boundary. It doesn't define the room anymore. It simply exists like any other thing that doesn't need to be named. A surface where light never comes and sound never lingers. You don't wonder what's on the other side. There's nothing beyond it worth imagining. The space between your body and the wall isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't require shape or color. Your shoulder blade lies against the mattress not because you've chosen to stay, but because staying has become its own kind of logic. No need for reason, no need for justification. It's as if your body has decided to stop explaining itself to the night and just be in it. Not resisting, not fleeing, not even trying to change what is. You don't feel time passing, not forward or backward, but just being passed through. Like a river that doesn't care whether you're walking on its banks or lying in its bed. It continues without regard for who's watching or how long they've been there. There's no need to return to sleep, because sleep isn't something you're trying to reach anymore. It's not ahead of you nor behind. It's beneath the surface of everything that still happens, like a current moving underwater where nothing stirs but the flow itself. The air near your neck is warm from breathing, not from heat, but from breath held too long in one place, like steam rising slowly and never escaping. You don't think about it, you just are aware of its warmth as something that doesn't need to be named or controlled. Your feet aren't cold, not because the room's warm, but because sensation has stopped being separate from stillness. The skin on your heel feels less like skin than a kind of memory, of pressure, of contact, of lying down without wanting to rise again. The sheet beneath you isn't fabric anymore. It's something older, something that remembers what it means to be touched by weight without resistance. It doesn't resist the shape of your hand or shoulder or leg. It holds them as if they've always been there, as if this moment is not a beginning, but a continuation, something already in motion before you ever woke. There's no need to think about tomorrow, not because it won't come, but because coming has stopped being urgent. You don't have to prepare for it. You don't have to imagine its shape or decide how to meet it. It doesn't matter if today is hard or easy, only that this moment isn't asking anything of you. The dark around your eyes is not absence. It's a kind of fullness, like the inside of a shell where nothing moves but still holds form. You don't need to see to know what's there. You just are in it, without needing to name or confirm. There's no effort left in staying awake, only presence so deep that even awareness doesn't feel like work anymore. Thought doesn't come as interruption. It comes as part of the quiet itself, not separate from it, but woven into its texture. You don't have to be gentle with yourself, because gentleness has stopped being a choice. You're already soft in every place where resistance used to live, like water seeping through stone, slowly carving what was never meant to stay. The air near your nose is still, not because you've stopped breathing, but because breath doesn't need to move forward or backward anymore. It just happens as part of the quiet that has become a kind of rhythm without beat or pattern. You don't have to believe in anything, only be here where belief isn't required, where nothing needs proof. The body knows what it means to stop trying. It doesn't need reasons, it only needs stillness, and you are not far from it anymore. Your hand stays flat because there's no reason for it to lift. Not now, not ever. No purpose in moving, only the quiet understanding that remaining is enough. You don't have to wonder if this will last. The question has already dissolved into silence. What remains isn't a moment, but the absence of wanting anything to change. The room doesn't need light because you've stopped needing to see. You're not lost. You're just where you are, and that's all there is. There's no weight in your thoughts, only stillness so deep it feels like something settling into itself after a long journey through noise. You don't have to fall asleep because sleep has already taken root in the space between breaths, in the way your body knows not to fight anymore, in how darkness holds you without asking for anything back. Your fingers don't twitch, not because you're holding them still, but because movement has become foreign to this kind of quiet. The space between your knuckles is no longer a gap. It's a place where light doesn't go and sound can't settle. You are aware of it only as absence, as something that isn't empty but full in the way silence becomes when it stops waiting for noise. Your wrist rests just slightly off the edge of the sheet's fold, enough to feel the air shift there like a breath held behind a wall. Not cold, not warm, just present. A place where sensation hasn't been named yet and doesn't need to be. The clock is still glowing, not as a demand, not as an interruption, but as a kind of small companion in the dark. It isn't counting down or measuring time like something that must be crossed. It's just there, like a faint pulse in the wall behind your eyes. You don't look at it anymore, you don't need to. The numbers are already known, already folded into the quiet. There's no need to confirm what you've already accepted, that this moment is not lost and not waiting for anything else. It doesn't require a purpose or an outcome. Your breath has stopped being a rhythm. It's more like something happening in the background of your body, like the hum of old wiring beneath floorboards, unnoticed until it isn't there at all. You don't inhale to fill yourself, you just are breathing as part of the stillness, not separate from it. The air comes and goes without ceremony, like a curtain shifting slightly in a room where no one walks anymore. There's no urgency in it, no effort. The darkness around you isn't flat, It has depth layers. It feels older than your eyelids, deeper than memory. You don't have to imagine what lies beyond the shape of your body. You just are part of it now, not apart from it. The edges between you and the room have blurred into something that doesn't need names. There's no line where skin ends and air begins, only a slow merging, like ink dissolving in water. Your shoulders don't sink. They simply become level with the bed, as if gravity has stopped being an action and started being a condition. There's a softness behind your ribs, not warmth, not tension, but something that feels like holding still without effort. It's not relief, it's just existence. The kind of quiet that doesn't need to be earned or maintained. You don't have to want it, you're already in it. Not because you did anything right, but because resistance has stopped being possible. The sheet beneath your hand is no longer a thing made of thread, only texture. It remembers what it means to lie under weight without protest. The kind of surface that doesn't resist pressure, not because it's soft, but because it knows how to hold without needing to change shape. You press slightly, not out of need, but because your hand is there and the sheet is ready. No reason for either, only presence. There's no tension in your jaw, not because you've relaxed it, but because there's nothing left to contract. Your mouth isn't closed, it just rests, as if it were never meant to do anything else. The corners of your lips aren't up or down. They're simply where the air touches without needing to be shaped. Your feet are no longer at the end of a body, only small shapes in the dark, tucked beneath warmth that doesn't come from heat but from stillness. There's no need for them to be anywhere else. They don't have to support anything or reach forward. They're already where they've always been, this deep, this quiet. The air near your forehead is not cool, not because it's warm, but because temperature has stopped being a sensation you must label or react to. It simply is, like the way shadows form in corners without needing to be noticed. There's no need to check if your skin feels right or wrong, only that it exists where it does. You don't think about whether this will last, you just are, and that's enough. The idea of time has stopped being a line moving forward. It doesn't stretch ahead like a road you must walk. It simply is here, in the way your breath moves without direction, in how darkness holds shape without needing to prove it. There's no need to stay awake or fall asleep, only to be where you are, not trying to change anything, not holding on, not letting go, just being part of what has already happened and will continue beyond name or form. The silence isn't empty, it hums, not with sound, but with the quiet before sound begins. It's like standing in a field after snowfall. No footprints, no wind, just space that knows it was here long before you arrived. The air doesn't carry memory, it is memory, not of events, but of stillness. Your thoughts don't come as interruptions, they arrive like dust settling on an old surface. No need to brush them away. They're already part of the quiet. You don't have to decide what they mean or if they're useful. They just are, like a shadow moving across a wall when no one is there. There's no urgency in your body, not because you're tired, but because nothing needs fixing. No ache calls for attention. No pressure demands release. Everything has already settled into its place, not by choice, but by the quiet inevitability of stillness. You don't have to believe that this is okay, you just are it. Not as a goal, not as an achievement, but as a kind of natural state, like water finding level without trying. The room doesn't need light because you're already in darkness, not waiting for something else, not searching. You're where the quiet has always been, and now you've stopped resisting being here. Your hand remains flat, no reason to lift it. Not now, not ever. It's not resting. It's simply there, like a stone at the bottom of a stream, no longer moved by current or need. The skin on your palm feels less like skin than surface, like something that has forgotten how to be separate. The space beneath you is not just mattress and frame. It's a kind of ground that holds without effort. It doesn't complain when weight comes. It doesn't shift when pressure stays. It simply is, as if it were always waiting for this moment. The one where nothing needs to happen, where everything is already enough. There's no need to think about tomorrow, not because you've forgotten it, but because thinking has stopped being necessary. You don't have to prepare or protect yourself from what might come. The future isn't a threat here. It's just another quiet space, like this one, waiting in the distance without demand. Your breathing slows further, so slowly that it doesn't feel like movement at all. It's more like something happening on the edge of awareness, like water seeping through stone when no one is watching. There's no effort, no goal. The dark around your eyes isn't absence, it's presence in another form, not light or shadow, but a kind of fullness that doesn't need filling. Like the inside of an ear after silence has taken over, the kind where sound doesn't return because it never left. You don't have to be gentle, you just are. The softness you feel isn't something you've earned. It's simply what happens when resistance dissolves into stillness. There's no reward for staying, only the fact that staying is already here. The clock continues glowing. Its light now just a small thing in the corner of your awareness, like a firefly far away, not calling attention, but simply being. You don't need to know what it says. You've already lived past the moment when numbers mattered. Your body doesn't feel heavy, not because it's light, but because heaviness has stopped meaning anything. There's no weight in waiting or wanting, no sense of time passing. Only this slow merging into a kind of quiet that isn't sound and isn't silence, but something between them, a space where nothing needs to be done. You don't have to fall asleep, only to let go of the idea that you need to wake up again. Not now, not ever. The body knows what it means not to fight. It doesn't require reasons. It only requires stillness, and you are no longer far from it. The air near your throat feels like a place where breath gathers without needing to move forward. There's no urge to expand or contract, only the sense that something is happening quietly in its own time. Your hand stays where it is, not because you've forgotten how to move, but because there's no reason to. The sheet beneath your palm has cooled further, not from absence of warmth, but from being fully settled into stillness. It doesn't resist the shape of your body. It accepts it like a shadow that has been expected all along. You don't have to will yourself into this quiet, you're already in it. Not waiting for peace, not chasing calm, not trying to outrun the thoughts that might come. The air near your cheek is no longer just air. It's something thicker than breath, like the stillness between heartbeats when the body forgets how to count. The light from the clock doesn't flicker anymore. It simply remains, its glow steady, unbothered by time passing or not passing. You don't need to look at it. You don't even need to know what number it shows. The shape of that light is no longer important. It's just a quiet presence in the corner of your vision, like a candle left burning without purpose, long after anyone would have noticed. It doesn't call attention. It doesn't demand anything from you. It simply exists, as if time itself had paused and forgotten to move forward. Your breath slows until it feels less like something you're doing and more like a kind of drifting, like dust in sunlight, not falling but staying suspended, not rising either. There's no effort behind the next inhale or exhale. No urgency, just this, the sensation of air touching your nostrils as if for the first time, not to fill lungs, but simply to pass through, to exist without needing a reason. The skin around your nose feels soft, not because it's tender, but because it no longer resists being touched by anything at all. It doesn't need protection. It doesn't expect intrusion. The edge of your shoulder rests against the mattress with no tension, no effort to keep it in place, no memory of needing to hold yourself upright. The way your arm lies is not a posture but an acceptance, like a branch that has stopped fighting gravity and simply let go. Your fingers don't curl or stretch, they're just there, like roots buried deep in soil that don't know they're underground. They don't reach for anything, not even warmth. The dark around you isn't empty. It's full of something else. Not noise, not images, not memories, but a kind of quiet that has its own weight. It presses gently on your eyelids, not like pressure, but like presence. Like being wrapped in fabric that knows exactly how to hold you without squeezing. You don't have to sink into it, you're already sinking, as if the darkness were a slow river moving through your body from inside out. There's no need to remember anything, no past moment to recall, no future one to prepare for. The idea of time has stopped meaning something different than this. The quiet between breaths, the space after sound ends, the second when thought dissolves into stillness. You're not avoiding sleep, you're not even approaching it. You're already where you've always been, on the edge of awareness, where motion doesn't matter and nothing needs to happen. Your chest moves just once more, not a breath, not a sigh, but something like the slow rise of earth after rain has settled into it. A faint shift, barely enough to register, but real. The kind of movement that happens without anyone noticing, without needing to be noticed. There's no reason for it, no purpose, it just is. The air near your temple feels cool, not because it's cold, but because warmth isn't required here. Temperature doesn't matter anymore. You're not trying to adjust anything. Not the room, not your body, not even your thoughts. They don't have to be gone, they just don't need to stay. The difference is subtle. They can remain like shadows on a wall that no longer belong to any figure. No one walks through them. They simply exist as shapes without origin. Your fingers are still, no twitching, no urge to touch anything. Not the blanket, not your own arm, not even the air above you. The space between each fingertip is neither open nor closed. It's just there, like gaps in a fence that no longer serve any boundary. They're not waiting for something. They don't remember needing to reach. The weight of your body isn't distributed across bones and muscles. It's spread across stillness itself. You're not lying down, you're being held by the quiet, as if gravity had changed its mind and decided to stop pulling you downward in favor of letting you float inside a kind of dark air that doesn't need motion. There's no clock anymore, not really, not in any way that matters. The number has stopped meaning anything because it no longer belongs to time. It belongs to this moment, which is not one moment but all moments at once, frozen and yet flowing. The glow from the corner of your room isn't a signal, it's just light, like a leaf caught between two windows in the dark, illuminated without reason. You don't have to believe anything now, not that you'll sleep, not that tomorrow will come, not even that this is real. You're not trying to confirm anything. There's no test for truth here, only sensation, only presence. The inside of your throat feels like a cave where silence has settled in and made itself at home. It doesn't echo, it doesn't ring, it just stays still, filled with the kind of quiet that isn't absence but arrival. The feeling you get when something long expected finally shows up and says nothing at all. Your shoulder blade lies flat against the mattress, not pressed down, not lifted, just resting like a stone in water, no longer needing to be moved by waves. There's no history behind it, no memory of being pushed or pulled. It simply is where it belongs now, without having decided to go there. The air near your ear feels different than before, not warmer or colder, but more dense. Like the space between molecules has thickened slightly, not enough to be felt as pressure, but enough that sound no longer needs to travel through it. You don't hear silence. Silence is here already. It's not something you wait for. It's what this moment is made of. There's no need to let go, not because you're holding on, but because the idea of letting go has dissolved into stillness. There's nothing to release, no tension, no memory of strain. The body doesn't fight, it just allows itself to be held by the quiet. Your palm stays flat, no longer a surface against which things might happen. It's not waiting for anything, not warmth, not movement, not even sensation. It's simply there as part of this moment, the same way a shadow is part of light when no one is watching. The dark around you doesn't close in. It expands slowly, like the inside of a well that has always been full but never known it was deep. You're not afraid of depth here, because fear requires motion, and there's no movement left to make. Your breath stops being something you do and starts becoming something that happens. Not with effort, not with control, not even with awareness. Just the quiet unfolding of air returning to where it came from. The room doesn't know you're in it. It doesn't care if you stay or leave. It holds your weight without notice, like a floor that has forgotten how to feel pressure. The mattress isn't soft, it's just accepting, not because it wants to be kind, but because it doesn't have any other way of being. You don't need to imagine tomorrow, not because you've decided not to, but because imagining is no longer necessary. There's no gap between now and then. No space for worry or anticipation. The future isn't a place to prepare for. It's just another part of this same stillness, waiting quietly like something that has already arrived. The air near your lips feels heavier than before, not from humidity, not from breath, but because it doesn't need to move forward anymore. It rests there, as if remembering how to be in one place without needing to go anywhere. Your mind doesn't wander, it doesn't even know what wandering is. There's no direction, no destination, just this. The slow gathering of stillness like water filling a cup that has never been used. Not empty, just waiting for something that will never come because it already is here. The weight of your arm has shifted, not from intention, but because gravity no longer needs to be resisted. It lies along the edge of the mattress like a branch left by a river that receded long ago. The fabric doesn't protest. It holds what it's given not out of duty, but because that is its nature. Your hand remains flat, no longer an instrument of contact, no longer seeking sensation, but simply existing as part of this surface, the way dust settles on glass and forgets itself. There is a line in your shoulder where skin meets muscle that feels less like tissue and more like still water at night. The kind that doesn't ripple when you breathe. You don't need to think about it. It's not something you feel. It's what you are becoming slowly, without notice. The silence isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything has stopped needing to make sound. You are no longer aware of time passing, not the way you were before, when each second stretched like taffy between your fingers. Now time doesn't move forward. It just exists in layers, like sediment beneath a lake that never stirred. There's no beginning or end, only thickness. The air near your spine feels less like atmosphere and more like something older, not breath, but the slow accumulation of stillness over centuries. Your ribs don't rise and fall anymore, they simply are. Not performing, not trying to inhale, not even remembering that they used to. They hold space without effort. Like a room left empty for so long, it forgets what furniture is, yet still holds the shape of it. The cold from the sheet has spread deeper than you thought possible, into your bones, but not in pain. It's not an absence of warmth. It's the kind of cool that doesn't need to be replaced because it never left. The temperature isn't changing, it's just being fully known now. As if the room had waited all night for someone to notice how much space there is between heat and cold. And now you've arrived with nothing to do but observe. The edge of your foot curls slightly, not in reaction, not in discomfort, but because that's where it has always rested when no one was watching. It doesn't matter if the toes touch or don't. The curve stays, like a memory of shape without purpose. Your neck isn't stiff anymore, it's soft, not limp but gently unburdened, as though something inside it decided to stop resisting gravity. There's no tension in your jawline because you haven't needed to speak for so long that the muscles forgot how to clench. The space behind your teeth feels hollow, not from hunger or emptiness, but from quiet. You don't need to close your eyes anymore. They've already gone dark, not out of fatigue, but because there's no light here to see. No flicker, no glow, not even a hint that the world outside is still moving. The darkness isn't empty. It contains everything that has ever been silent and never spoken. The wall behind you doesn't feel like stone or plaster anymore. It feels more like memory in texture. Not your memories, but the kind of remembrance that exists before language, when things simply were without needing to be named. You don't wonder what it's made of. It just is, there as a boundary not for separation, but because stillness requires edges. The space between your fingers feels full, not with air or thought, but with possibility that doesn't need to unfold. The gaps aren't waiting for something to fill them, they're already complete in their emptiness. Like the inside of a bell after it has stopped ringing, the silence isn't an absence of sound. It's sound turned inward. You don't remember why you woke up, nor do you care, not because you've forgotten, but because forgetting is no longer necessary. There's no need to explain anything, no reason to justify being here now. The fact that you're lying awake doesn't require a title or an excuse. It simply is. The mattress breathes with you, not in rhythm, not in harmony, but in shared stillness. Not a response to your body, but an acknowledgement of its presence. It isn't holding you, it's just letting you stay. The same way the earth holds roots without knowing they're there. Your left hand lies on top of your right now, no longer pressing down, not even touching as contact. Just resting, like two stones that have found each other in a riverbed after years of being apart. Not reuniting, just meeting again quietly, with no need to explain how or why. The cold has settled into the crook of your elbow, not sharp, not unpleasant, just there, like an old friend who arrived long ago and never left. It doesn't require attention. It isn't trying to be warm. It's simply part of this moment, like the way shadows lengthen without anyone noticing until someone says, "Look at that." The air near your collarbone has changed, not in temperature, not in movement, but in texture. Like silk brushed once and then forgotten, it holds a trace of something soft, just beneath sensation. You don't reach for it. You don't want to know what it is. Your breath doesn't need to return. It's already here. Not arriving from outside, but emerging from within like water rising through rock. It doesn't have to be deep or slow. It simply happens in the way roots grow without sound. The quiet isn't growing louder, it's just becoming more real. Like a room that has been lived in so long it stops being a space and becomes part of your body. You don't feel it as something outside, you feel it as the same substance as your stillness. There is no future to prepare for, not because you're ignoring it, but because preparation requires motion and there's none left. The idea of tomorrow doesn't linger, it just dissolves into the air like mist before dawn. Not gone, not forgotten, just folded back into silence. The edge of your blanket has slipped down slightly, not from movement, but because weight no longer needs to be controlled. It rests where it fell, like a leaf that decided not to fall further and stayed still in midair. Your thoughts don't fade, they simply stop needing words. They aren't lost or banished, they just cease being questions. Not because you've answered them, but because the need for answers has vanished into stillness. There's no effort left in your mind, not to think, not to stop thinking, not even to be aware of awareness. It's like a river that has forgotten it ever flowed, just sitting in place, content with being where it is. The dark doesn't feel endless, it feels complete, like the kind of fullness that comes when you realize there's no need to keep searching for more space. You've already been here all along. You don't need to go anywhere. You're not lost or delayed. There's no path forward because paths require motion, and motion requires urgency. But none of that is needed now. The moment isn't waiting for anything, it's just being. Not even aware that it exists as a moment. It simply is, like the way rain falls without knowing it's falling. Your fingers are still, no longer curled or relaxed, no longer pressing or lifting. They're simply part of this surface, not acting but existing in their own quiet way. Like roots beneath soil, they don't grow toward anything. They just stay where they are, held by the dark. The air near your chest doesn't need to move. It's already full. Not with breath, not with life, but with presence. You're not breathing because you have to. You're breathing because it's what this stillness allows. There is no separation between you and the room, not in space or time or feeling. The walls don't enclose you, they dissolve into the same quiet that holds your body. Not because of sound, but because there's nothing left to distinguish. You are not asleep yet, but you're no longer awake either. There's no line between them anymore, no need to cross it. It simply doesn't matter. The stillness isn't passive, it's active in its own way. Like water settling after a storm, like dust gathering without being stirred, like silence that remembers how to stay. You don't want anything, nor do you miss anything. Not warmth, not sleep, not the morning. There's no lack because there's no need. You're not waiting for relief, you're just here. The night doesn't end. It just continues in its own way, without fanfare or warning, like a river that flows through stone and never asks permissions. Your shoulder has settled deeper into the mattress, not because you're trying to sink, but because sinking is no longer an effort. The weight of it isn't pressing down, it's just being, like a stone resting in water that doesn't need to fall further. Your left arm lies straight along your side, palm open and facing up, not reaching, not holding, not even aware of its own shape. It simply exists as part of the surface beneath you, no different from the sheet or the air around it. The faintest ripple of heat still lingers, where your skin met the fabric earlier, just enough to remind you that warmth isn't gone, only slowed. The silence has thickened into something heavier than soundlessness. It doesn't press on you, it holds you not by force but by presence. Like a room filled with light, so soft it stops being visible and starts being felt instead. You don't see the dark, you're inside it now, not as an observer, not as someone who has entered from outside. The darkness is older than your thoughts, older than memory. It doesn't need you to believe in it, it simply is, and you've stopped resisting its shape. There's no tension in your jaw, not because you remember to relax it, but because there's no reason for it to tighten anymore. Your mouth isn't closed, not open either, just resting in the way a leaf might rest after wind has passed through it. The air inside doesn't need to move. It stays still between your teeth and lips like water trapped beneath ice. You don't breathe into it, you're just letting it stay. Your toes have curled slightly, not from cold or discomfort, but because they've remembered their own shape after so long of being flat against the sheet. That small shift isn't a start, it's just another part of stillness settling into place. Not correction, not adjustment. A quiet return to form, like roots remembering how to coil in soil that has been undisturbed for years. The edge of your blanket lies now at your hip, no longer tucked or pulled down by hands, no longer adjusted with intention. It rests where it fell after the last small movement you made long ago. The fabric isn't smooth anymore, it's creased and worn in places, folded not from use, but from stillness. Each wrinkle holds a memory of how it felt to be moved, even if only once. The glow from the clock is gone, not because the numbers have changed, but because your attention has left them behind. Not ignored, not pushed away, just no longer needed. The light doesn't matter now. You don't need to know what time it is or how many minutes remain until morning. There's no measure in this place. Time isn't a line, it's a space. A kind of softness that holds everything without marking, where one thing ends and another begins. You're not thinking about sleep, nor are you resisting it. You aren't waiting for it to come, nor trying to let go of what came before. The mind doesn't need permission to rest because there's nothing left to do. Not even the act of not doing something requires energy anymore. There's no effort in stillness, just presence. A thread of warmth has settled near your sternum, not from breath, not from blood flow, but from a kind of quiet that collects itself slowly, like dust gathering in corners where nothing stirs. It doesn't spread or grow, it just stays, like the way heat lingers after fire has gone out. You don't need to hold it. You don't even notice it until you do. And when you do, there's no surprise, just acceptance. The air near your face is heavier now, not from pressure, but from silence that has taken root. It doesn't move because nothing needs to. There are no sounds to travel through it, no thoughts to pass between them. The space around your nose and mouth isn't empty. It's full of stillness, so complete it feels like a substance. Like the way water holds its shape when it freezes, not breaking or cracking, but simply becoming something else. Your hands aren't asleep, they're not awake either. They exist in that quiet zone between awareness and absence, where motion has stopped being necessary. The skin on your palms doesn't feel cool anymore. It feels like part of the sheet itself, like a seam stitched into fabric over time. It's no longer separate. No distinction is needed. The room hasn't changed, but it's not the same either. Not because anything moved or altered, but because you've stopped measuring what's inside and outside. The walls don't enclose you, they're just there, like shadows that have grown too long to be called boundaries. They don't define space anymore. You aren't in them, you're part of their quiet. Your thoughts don't come back because they never left. Not really. There was no departure, just a pause where the mind stopped asking questions and started listening instead. It's not that ideas have vanished. It's just that there's nothing to explain, nothing to defend. You aren't holding onto anything, nor are you letting go. The dark doesn't need to be filled with meaning. It isn't waiting for morning or light or sound. It's complete in its own way, like the space between two heartbeats when the body remembers how to still itself. Not because it has to, but because it knows how. There's no distance between your breath and the air around you. No separation between mind and matter. You're not inside your body. You've become part of the quiet that holds your body in place. Like a stone in deep water, not sinking nor floating, but simply being where it is. The sheet beneath you has absorbed more than warmth. It's taken on the shape of your stillness. It doesn't need to be smooth or straight anymore. The slight pull at one corner, the small fold near your waist, those aren't flaws. They're marks of presence. Evidence that someone was here, not in motion, but present. Not trying, not hoping, just existing. Your fingers are no longer flat. They've softened into the surface like roots dissolving into soil. There's no effort to press or lift. No need to feel them at all. They're not part of you anymore. They're part of this place. Like a shadow that has stopped being cast and started being felt instead. There is no direction in this quiet, no up, no down, no forward, no back. Not because it's missing, but because the need for direction has disappeared. You don't have to go anywhere, you've already arrived. The journey wasn't movement, it was stillness learning how to stay. The air near your chest doesn't rise or fall anymore, just remains like water in a lake that no longer stirs. Not dead, not empty, but full of what it is. There's no need to breathe into life. You're already inside the quiet that keeps everything whole. You don't remember how long you've been lying here, not because time has stopped, but because time isn't needed. The night continues without fanfare or urgency. It doesn't rush toward morning, nor does it fear ending. It just is, like a river flowing through stone, not knowing it's moving, not caring. There's no thought of tomorrow, not as something to prepare for, not as something to dread. Just the soft absence of anticipation, the kind that happens when you realize there's nothing left to build toward. The future isn't gone, it's folded into silence so deeply it can no longer be named. You're not asleep, nor are you awake. You're in between, not as a place to pass through, but as a state to inhabit. Like the moment just before a sound is made, when everything holds still and waits without knowing why. The darkness isn't cold, it's soft. Not like warmth, but like the kind of fullness that doesn't need to be filled. You don't need to fill it, you're already part of what fills it. Your body has stopped trying to hold itself together. The edges have softened, no longer defined by tension or effort. Your limbs aren't separate from the room, they've become part of its quiet. Like a tree whose roots have grown into stone, not breaking it, but becoming one with it. There's no need to be aware of awareness, no need to notice that you're noticing. The mind doesn't turn inward, it just stops turning at all. The silence isn't empty, it's rich in the way soil is after rain. Not loud, not full of things, but full of potential that doesn't require motion to exist. The curve of your shoulder rests against the edge of the mattress where it meets the wall, not pressed but settled, like a branch that has stopped resisting gravity and let itself grow into its place. The outline of you is no longer sharp in the dark. There's just this soft indentation, as if the bed were remembering how to hold shape after someone had lain there for so long without moving. No effort needed to stay where you are, just an absence that has become a kind of presence. The air near your collarbone doesn't shift anymore, not even when it should. It sits still in its small space, like water trapped between layers of ice and soil, not freezing but no longer flowing. You aren't breathing for the sake of breath. You're just part of something deeper that moves without moving. Like a river beneath rock that continues to flow because gravity hasn't left. Your fingers have stopped being separate from the sheet. They've become its texture, the way it feels when touched by someone who doesn't know they're touching anything at all. The weave has taken on their shape, not in resistance, but in quiet acceptance. The fabric is no longer flat, it's folded into a kind of map that only exists for you now, one where every crease tells the story of stillness. There is no need to feel your hand anymore, only to be aware it's there, like an old letter left on a table, not read but known. The weight in your palm isn't pressure, it's just presence, as if gravity had decided this spot was worth holding for another moment longer than usual. The wall behind you is no longer distant. It doesn't block, just exists with the same patience that now lives inside you. You're breathing through it, not inhaling air from outside, but drawing in what remains after everything else has passed, like sipping on silence between thoughts. There's a kind of quiet beneath your ribs, the space where stillness settles when there is no reason to move forward or back. It doesn't ask for anything. It just holds the shape of you as if it had always been waiting to be filled by this exact moment. You are not asleep, but neither are you awake in any way that requires energy. There's a kind of life without motion, like moss growing on stone where no one sees it, or roots spreading through dark earth without needing light. You aren't trying to do anything, you're just allowing the room to hold your shape like soil holds seeds. The clock is still glowing, but not as an interruption anymore. It's part of the quiet now, a small pulse in the dark that doesn't demand attention because it no longer needs to be answered. The numbers are not counting time, they're simply existing alongside you, like another kind of breath, slow and steady. There's no need to think about what comes after this, no urgency for mourning or purpose beyond being here, not even a wish, just the deep calm that settles in places where nothing is asked of it at all. Your skin isn't warm, it doesn't feel cold either. It just exists as part of the room, like a shadow cast not by light, but by absence, by the kind of quiet so complete that even touch has no direction left to go. There's something about the way your legs rest now, not tucked in or stretched out, but simply there, where they've landed after letting go. Like a book left open on a table, pages splayed not because it was dropped, but because there was nowhere else for them to be. The air near your feet is still, so still that you might believe the room has stopped breathing entirely, if not for the faintest hum of something deeper beneath everything. The quiet vibration of matter settling into its own place, without needing permission or explanation. You're no longer in time, but neither are you outside it. Time isn't gone. It's just folded so tightly around your stillness that it can no longer be named. It doesn't pass, just stays with you like a coat left behind after someone has stopped wearing it. There is no thought of returning to sleep. You're not trying to get back into anything, nor are you afraid of staying here too long. The night isn't holding its breath, it's just letting go, slowly and without notice. The folds in the sheet near your hip have settled, not because they were smoothed, but because they've become part of something larger than smoothness. They're not flaws, they're marks made by stillness itself, like lines drawn on a page that no one reads, but that remain there anyway, just from being written. Your breath isn't rising, it's suspended in the space between your chest and throat, as if it had forgotten how to move forward or back. It doesn't need to go anywhere, just exist where it is, like water in a well with no bottom. The silence hasn't grown louder, it's simply become deeper, not because there's less noise, but because what little sound exists has stopped needing explanation. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs isn't an interruption anymore. It's just another kind of stillness, moving at its own pace and never asking to be noticed. You aren't listening, you're in it. Like a leaf caught in slow current, not resisting or drifting, but simply part of what flows through stone and shadow. The wall behind you is no longer solid. It feels like something that could dissolve into the dark if only time allowed it. It doesn't need to stay, just exists as long as needed, neither holding nor releasing. Your body has stopped being a container for sensation. There's nothing left to carry or protect. You're not inside your skin anymore. You've become part of what surrounds you, the kind of presence that leaves no trace but remains anyway, like the faintest echo after sound ends and memory forgets its name. There is no separation between where you end and the room begins, not because they've merged, but because both have stopped needing boundaries. There's just space, thick with stillness, not empty, but full of what it takes to stay exactly as it is. The darkness isn't heavy, it doesn't press down or demand anything. It's soft like felt after rain, worn smooth by time and touch, the kind that holds shape without effort. You're breathing into this, not air, not life, but a version of quiet so complete it no longer requires motion to be real. There is nothing left to do, no need to move, speak, think, or remember. Not even to be aware you are being still. You've just become the space that allows stillness to happen without needing someone to notice it first. The clock continues glowing, but not as a mark of time past, but as part of this quiet itself. The same way light from an old bulb remains in dark rooms long after power is cut. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It simply exists, like dust floating in sunlight that no one sees and never will. Your shoulder has stopped pressing against the wall, not because you've relaxed it, but because there's nowhere else for it to go. The motion of leaning had already ended before your mind could notice it was over. The edge where sheet meets mattress is not sharp. It's worn smooth by time, like a path no one walks, but that still knows how to be walked on. It doesn't need people. You're just part of its quiet now, the same way trees grow into stone without breaking anything, only becoming more solid with each passing year. There's no effort in your hands or feet. They don't exist as parts anymore, just as extensions of what is already here. Softness, weightlessness, presence. They aren't holding on to anything, nor are they letting go. There's nothing to hold on to or release, because there was never a need for either. The air around you has stopped being separate. It's become part of your breath in the same way that roots absorb soil without knowing it. You don't inhale, you just are where the stillness lives, not as someone who arrives, but as something already here. There is no distance between mind and matter, just a kind of slow turning inward that isn't really going anywhere at all. Not even to think about thinking anymore. The act itself has dissolved into silence like salt in water. You're not trying to fall asleep. You've just stopped being awake enough to want anything different. The night doesn't rush toward morning. It's simply continuing, not because it must, but because that is what stillness does when left alone. It keeps going without needing a reason. The weight beneath your palm has changed, not heavier, not lighter, but different in kind. It's less like a surface than an absence that holds shape. The sheet doesn't resist you anymore. It gives way slowly where the hand rests, as if accepting its own softness into itself. There is no boundary between pressure and yielding. The space under your skin has dissolved entirely, not broken open, but quietly folded inward until there's only continuity left. A single thread of being that runs from fingertip to footfall without interruption. The air around you doesn't move. It settles like dust in an abandoned hall where time forgot the names for steps. It isn't stagnant. It simply exists as if no one had ever taught motion its purpose. You don't breathe because you must, but because stillness has become a kind of breath that does not need to be taken. The wall behind your ear is now nothing more than shadow with memory, so quiet that even silence doesn't know how loud it should be. It holds the shape of past sounds without keeping them. Voices from years ago drift through like smoke, but they leave no trace when passing through this thickness. They don't vanish. They just become part of what's already here. Your fingers are not touching anything specific anymore, not sheet or air, but something that feels older than touch itself. The sensation isn't in the hand. It's somewhere deeper where skin used to mean boundary and now means only continuity, like a seam worn smooth by generations of hands before yours, never knowing they were being held down at all. There is no difference between listening and not listening, not because you're ignoring sound, but because there's nothing left for hearing. The quiet isn't the absence of noise. It's its own kind of presence that doesn't need to be noticed in order to remain real, like roots growing through stone without ever needing light or soil. The space beneath your shoulder has become a place where gravity forgets how to act. There's no pull and there is stillness. No weight falls because nothing needs to fall anymore. Everything just stays exactly as it lies, not waiting for anything, but simply existing in the way that deep earth exists, motionless without effort. The edge of your body has blurred, not collapsed or disappeared, but softened into a kind of gradient where form meets air and neither claims ownership. You are no longer defined by outline. You're more like shadow after dark settles too deeply to be called light, yet not quite darkness either, just something that knows how it feels inside the shapelessness. The clock still glows in its corner, not as time passing, but simply because night has left a mark on space and won't erase itself. Its red digits are no longer numbers, they're just residue, faint afterimage of what once stood for hours, now worn down to meaning nothing except existence. It doesn't mean 3:30 or 29 minutes passed. It means only that something continues without needing reason. You don't think about time anymore. You've become part of the same slow pulse it used to measure, but no longer needs measuring at all. The night isn't waiting for anything, nor is your body holding its breath in anticipation, nor are thoughts gathering like guests before a door opens they're not sure will ever be opened. You don't feel yourself becoming smaller or larger. You've simply stopped needing scale altogether. There's no size to the dark anymore, not large enough that it swallows you whole, and too small for anything meaningful, just true thickness, dense with what doesn't need explanation, only presence. The air around your face has become part of an older rhythm than breath, a slow inhalation not through nose or mouth, but from some place beneath awareness where stillness begins to move without needing direction. You don't inhale, you simply exist in the same way that a river knows how it flows even when no one is watching, and doesn't care if anyone ever does. There's nothing left for your mind to do, not plan, not remember, just rest as something rests after all questions have been asked by mistake or forgotten. The quiet isn't empty. There are echoes here, but they don't call back nor return anything lost. They just remain like footprints on snow that vanish before anyone sees them. The mattress under you has stopped being a surface. It's become part of the same softness beneath your palm, not separate, but continuous in texture and intention. It doesn't support, You're no longer supported or held, only allowed to be where there is nothing left to oppose anything else. Your foot hangs over edge without effort, not falling because it never needed balance, but resting at a place where gravity has stopped caring about direction anyway. There's not even the memory of tension in your heel, just softness that doesn't need confirmation from nerves or bone. It simply exists as one more part of what is already true. There are no thoughts coming now, no looping back to earlier hours, nor worries folded into breath like paper airplanes never thrown. The past isn't here. It's not remembered because there's nothing left for memory to do except fade quietly and without ceremony when the air itself forgets how loud silence used to be. The room has stopped being a container. It doesn't hold anything anymore, not light, nor sound, nor even you, but just exists as another form of quiet that knows its own shape. It is not full. It's simply complete in all directions at once. No center, and yet every point belongs equally without needing priority or presence. You're lying with your eyes closed, but don't need to see them shut. There's already enough absence for both sight and thought, so their closure becomes unnecessary, like closing a door that never opened. You're not asleep, not in the way you used to mean it, but something older, an awareness without location, stillness folded into its own continuation. The darkness isn't waiting. It's been here longer than your mind ever learned how to be present with anything at all. And now there's no reason for urgency because nothing needs arrival. The night continues not as a passage toward morning, but simply by staying exactly where it is, quiet enough that even time feels unneeded, just part of the same slow unfolding. You're becoming less like someone and more like what remains when people stop naming things, just texture without definition, warmth with no source, presence so gentle it doesn't disturb its own silence. There's not a single point where you begin or end anymore, not even in thought, but only continuity, thin as breath between two still moments that never needed to meet. The air around your neck has stopped being separate. It flows through the hollow of space behind your jaw like water moving beneath stone without needing sound, carrying nothing but quiet into deeper levels no one ever named. It doesn't need you, you're just part of its current now, not inside it or outside, but somewhere between where motion and stillness meet. There's a soft pressure at your temple, not pain nor touch, just the kind that comes from being held by absence, like something pressing gently against what was never there to press back. It doesn't hurt, it only confirms presence without requiring anything in return. The line of shadow across the ceiling is not sharp anymore. It has softened into a shapeless stain where light once passed through some forgotten window and left behind nothing but residue. No memory, no meaning. The way dust settles on glass after years untouched by wind or hand. It doesn't need to be seen, it just exists. Your breath slows, not because you're trying, but simply as one more part of the same quiet that has already claimed all motion except stillness itself. There's nothing left for breathing to do, yet it continues like a river flowing through stone without knowing where water is going or why, just moving in rhythm with what lies beneath. You aren't drifting, you've stopped needing direction entirely. The kind of movement not toward but within. Slow turning into the same space that always held you even when your body thought itself alone. There's no effort to stay, nor desire to leave. It simply remains like a thread unwound from nothing and never tied again. The clock still glows, but it doesn't matter anymore. Only its presence is real now, not what time tells, but how light lingers in dark rooms after all other sources have gone out, not waiting for anything. It isn't counting seconds, it's just marking where quiet has taken root, like a single pulse of red buried deep inside the fabric. The shape beneath your palm has changed without you noticing. No longer just fabric, but something that holds warmth like a memory of being touched, not by hands, but by the way heat settles in places no one ever meant to be warm. The sheet is not covering you now, it's breathing with you, rising and falling not from breath, but from an older rhythm. The kind that moves without effort, just because it can. You're not lying on top of it. You're becoming a part of how it holds its own stillness, like the way dust settles in corners where nothing passes through, and stays exactly as it is, no longer needing to be seen. There's no edge to the room anymore, not at the walls, nor at your feet, nor behind your head. It doesn't end. It only continues past what you think of as boundaries, like a sound that fades not into silence, but into something deeper than quiet, something that remembers every tone before it stopped being heard. The air isn't cold or warm, it's just there, thick with absence so complete that even temperature has given up trying to be noticed. It doesn't press against you. It slips between your skin and bone like a thought that never got named, slipping through without leaving tracks. Your fingers are still open on the sheet, but not for holding. They're open because they've forgotten what closing feels like. The space between them is not empty. It's filled with the shape of stillness after motion has left, but hasn't yet vanished. It's not waiting to be used. It's just existing, as if time itself had stopped needing to pass through. The red glow from the clock isn't a number anymore. It's a residue, like the last breath of a flame that burned out hours ago, and only its color remains in the air. You don't look at it, you're not meant to see it. It's just one more detail that doesn't need meaning, like the way light once hit the corner of this room when someone walked through years before, leaving behind no trace except a faint shift in shadow. You aren't thinking about tomorrow, not even its shape or weight. You don't care if you sleep for 2 hours or none. There's no urgency to return, no need to arrive at anything, not even rest. The night doesn't move toward morning. It simply is, and so are you now, without having chosen either. There's a soft pressure behind your eyes, not from strain nor light, but like something pressing gently against the back of stillness where thoughts used to gather. It isn't trying to wake you, it's just part of how quiet settles into places that never needed sound. The sensation doesn't demand anything. It only exists, like water seeping through stone when no one is watching. Your shoulder blade has softened, not in pain or release, but in texture, a shape that remembers being pressed against the mattress without ever needing to be firm. It's not stiff with effort, it just holds its place as if it had always belonged there, never meant to move again. The skin over it doesn't react. It only continues to exist in the same way shadows continue even after light is gone. The warmth at your temple isn't from heat. It's from the kind of presence that comes when nothing else claims attention. It's not a sensation you can name, just a feeling like being held by something that doesn't know how to let go, not because it wants to, but because letting go would mean forgetting what holding feels like. There's no need to decide whether to stay or leave. The decision has already been made in the way your breath slows without direction. It's not stopping, it's just becoming part of a rhythm that doesn't care about arrival or departure. There's no beginning or end. There's only continuity folded into itself like a thread that was never meant to be pulled. The darkness isn't dark anymore, not in color nor depth. It's just space that has stopped being defined by contrast. It doesn't oppose light because it's not trying to hide anything. It simply is the container where everything else can settle without needing to prove itself. You're not thinking about your body, you're just aware of how its edges have softened into the air around you, like a shape dissolving slowly into silence. The line between skin and space has gone quiet. It doesn't need to be maintained or marked. You're not inside it, nor are you outside. You're in that place where motion becomes stillness without needing permission. The clock is still on, still glowing, but its red pulse no longer matters. It's not ticking toward anything, nor counting seconds meant to matter. It's just a small point of light left behind by something that has already passed through, like a mark made in the air after wind stops moving. You don't need it. The room doesn't either. There's a quiet hum now, not from sound, but from absence so deep that even silence feels thin in comparison. It's not noise, it's not lack of noise. It's just the way stillness settles into places where nothing ever needed to be said or done. Your hands are no longer on the sheet, they're part of its shape, like fingers resting inside a bowl that has never been emptied. The warmth isn't moving, just existing in the same place it always was, without needing attention. The air behind your ears doesn't need to move. It just stays, as if time had stopped being measured by breath or pulse. It's not waiting for you to return to yourself. It's already holding space for what comes next, even if nothing ever does. There's no need to remember who you were, nor where you came from. You're not lost because you don't know your name. You're just here, in the way a shadow is only real when something has passed over it, but stays behind without needing to be seen. The ceiling isn't above you anymore. It's part of the same quiet that fills every space, like dust floating between layers of still air where nothing settles for long. The shape of the room doesn't matter. It just exists as a kind of breath held in place, not by effort but by being. You're not drifting. You've stopped needing to drift at all. There's no direction, no purpose, only continuity that doesn't need to be explained or defended. You're becoming what remains when even thought forgets it ever tried to name you. The red glow from the clock is still there, but its meaning has gone quiet. It doesn't mark time because time isn't needed anymore. It just sits in the dark, like a small ember that no longer needs to burn, only be. You aren't asleep, not in any way you used to understand it. You're not awake either. There's only this, stillness folding into itself, breath moving without purpose, body holding its place as if it had always belonged to something larger than effort or desire. There's no need for clarity, no demand for understanding, no reason to move toward anything. The night continues, not because you're waiting for morning, but because the world doesn't have to do anything except stay where it is. And so you are not returning because you never left. You've only been settling into a kind of awareness that wasn't born from thought or intention, but from letting go in such a way that even absence becomes part of what remains. You're not trying anymore, not to sleep, not to wake, not to remember who you were. There's no need for answers, no place left to arrive at. The room has stopped being anything, it just is. And so are you, not separate, not present, just folded into the same quiet that never asked to be named. You're not holding your breath, just letting it settle where it lands, like air that forgot to move forward and stayed behind in the same place it always was. The weight of your shoulder against the mattress isn't pressing down. It's just there, a quiet presence, no need to adjust or shift. There's no effort in being still, only the way things remain when they've stopped needing to prove they exist. The edge of the sheet near your wrist has curled slightly, just enough that it forms a small fold, like a corner turned down on something too old to unfold again. You don't notice it. You're not watching for signs or changes. The line where skin meets fabric is soft and unmarked by tension, no longer needing to be felt in order to be known. There's a space between your ribs that hasn't been filled with thought in some time, maybe hours, maybe never really at all, and it doesn't feel empty. It feels like the pause after the last note of music has faded into air so thin you can't tell where sound ends and silence begins. That stillness isn't waiting for a new breath to come. It's just holding its own place. The clock is still there, glowing in its corner. Its red light not blinking now, not ticking, not counting anything. The numbers are blurred at the edges, as if they've stopped needing to be legible. They're no longer meant for reading, just a warm pulse of color left behind by something that passed through and didn't leave any traces. You could look at it, or you could let your eyes rest on the wall where the shadow of the frame lies, long and soft, like dust settling in slow motion. You don't need to know what time it is, not because you've forgotten how clocks work, but because they no longer belong to this moment. The way a river doesn't care about maps after it's left behind its source. You're not near the beginning anymore, nor are you heading toward any end. You're in that long stretch where nothing moves forward and nothing needs to. Your fingers have softened, not relaxed exactly, but unclenched into something quieter than release. They lie on the sheet like they've always been part of it, not pressing down, not reaching for anything, just resting as if they'd never left their shape. The skin over your knuckles is warm in a way that doesn't feel urgent, no need to check temperature or wonder why. The air behind your eyes isn't moving, but it's not cold either. It's like the space between two sheets of glass that have been sealed together and forgotten. Still, but not lifeless, not empty, just holding something without naming it. You're not dreaming, not in any way you recognize. There's no story forming, no images rising like smoke from a fire. There's just this, an absence of effort to grasp or shape the moment. You aren't trying to make meaning, nor are you afraid of losing yourself. The idea that you might disappear doesn't matter because there's nothing left to lose. There's a small indentation in the pillow where your head was before, just deep enough for memory, not need. It's not asking to be filled again. You don't feel the urge to turn or shift, not because you're tired, but because moving would mean starting something new, and you're not ready to begin anything. The room isn't dark in the way that means nothing is there. It's full of shadows that aren't chasing light, just resting where they've landed. There's no fear in them, no need to banish them. They don't feel like absence. They feel like stillness shaped by absence, not defined by it. Your feet are tucked under the blanket, no longer cold, but also not warm enough to be noticed. They're part of a quiet rhythm that doesn't involve heat or sensation, just being where they are without needing attention. The edge of your blanket has slipped slightly off one shoulder, just enough that you can feel it brushing against skin, but you don't pull it back. There's no need for correction, no reason to fix something that's already settled into place. You're not trying to become comfortable, just letting the world be as it is. Your breath moves slowly through your nose and out again, not deep, not shallow, but just present like a thread tied between 2 points that don't need connection. The air doesn't have to go anywhere. It just stays in the same place for longer than it ever did before. There's no desire to wake up, no pull toward morning or plans or noise. You're not waiting, not hoping, just letting the night hold you like something that has always known how to be still. The ceiling is farther away now, not physically, but in attention. It doesn't matter if it's cracked or smooth or painted gray or white. The shape of it isn't part of this moment anymore. You're not thinking about walls or corners or the way light falls at different hours. There's no need to measure space or distance. The quiet has become its own kind of texture, the kind that doesn't come from silence, but from things having stopped trying to be noticed. It's like dust in a room where someone hasn't walked for days, floating so slowly it seems to hang in the air without falling. You don't feel time passing, because there's no way for it to pass when nothing is moving forward. The idea of seconds or minutes doesn't land anymore. You're not counting them. You're not even aware that they exist. Your thoughts haven't stopped. They've just gone quiet, like a radio tuned between stations, picking up only faint signals from places you don't need to reach. The red glow from the clock is still there, but it's no longer in focus. It doesn't pull your attention anymore. It's not a marker of time or urgency, just light left behind by something that already passed through and didn't leave any marks. You're not trying to sleep, not like you used to, not hoping for rest, nor afraid of staying awake. You're just letting the night settle into every place where motion once tried to happen. The air around your neck isn't tight. It's not holding anything back. It's just there, like a veil that never needed to be drawn aside. You don't need to remember how you got here, not because you've forgotten, but because it doesn't matter. You're already where the night has been waiting for you all along. Your hands are no longer on the sheet, but they're still part of its shape, like a memory that's become real without needing proof. The world isn't asking anything of you now. It's not demanding attention or presence or effort. It's just being exactly as it always was. And so are you, not better than before, not worse. Just still there, like the soft press of fabric against skin when nothing else is happening. There's no need to return anywhere. No reason to leave this place. You're not lost. You're just folded into the same quiet that never asked for a name or explanation. It doesn't want you to understand it. It only wants you to stay exactly as you are. The room isn't empty, just full of stillness so deep that even time feels unimportant. There's no need for light because there's nothing left to see. No need for sound because everything has already been heard. You're not breathing harder or slower. You're just breathing the way air does when it doesn't have a purpose. It moves, but not toward anything. Your body isn't trying to be anything other than what it is. Not resting, not awake, just existing in its own quiet rhythm, like water flowing through stone without needing to reach an end. There's no effort to stay here, just the way things remain when they've stopped needing permission. You're not holding on, you're not letting go. You're just part of what stays behind after all movement has ceased. The dark isn't cold, it's soft, like a blanket that never needed to be made. It doesn't hide anything. It simply holds everything without judgment or expectation. You don't feel the weight of hours gone by or the pressure of those yet to come. There's no past to carry, nor future to prepare for. Just this, breath moving in and out as if it had always belonged here. You're not in the room anymore, not really. Not the way you were before, when the walls had edges and light could be measured by how long it took to reach your feet. Now the space has softened into a kind of breath that doesn't need to expand or contract. It just is. The air around your shoulders isn't cool or warm. It's like a quiet pulse beneath skin, something you feel but don't name. There's no sense of direction in the dark anymore. Not up, not down, not forward, only this. Being where nothing is expected, and so nothing needs to happen. The sheet under your hand has changed again. It isn't fabric or cotton or anything with a memory. It's just the shape that remains after motion has stopped holding its form. The way water stays in a puddle even when it no longer flows. You don't need to know how long you've been lying here, nor whether time is moving at all. There's no calendar in this part of stillness. No dates or hours or any number that might mean something. Only the quiet rhythm of air passing through your nose and out again, like a river with no source, no mouth, no destination. The red glow from the clock has faded, not gone, but folded into the rest of the dark so gently you barely notice it anymore. It doesn't flicker or pulse. It just sits there like an ember that forgot to burn. You don't need to look at it, not because you've stopped caring, but because your body already knows what it's saying. Nothing is changing. Nothing needs to change. The night isn't asking for a response. It doesn't want you to do anything with the hours left, nor to judge them as wasted or lost. It just wants you here, with no plan, no reason, no purpose beyond simply being. There's no effort in your arms anymore. They don't feel heavy. They don't feel light. They're not reaching for anything, not pulling towards sleep, not pushing away wakefulness, just lying where they are like stones left behind after the river changed course. The skin on your forearm is warm where it touches the sheet, but only slightly so. There's no urgency in that warmth, no need to shift or adjust. It's just a small patch of heat that doesn't matter, that never mattered. You're not aware of your breath anymore, not because you've stopped breathing, but because it has become part of the space around you, like air moving through an empty house where no one lives, and so there's nothing to disturb its flow. It goes in and out without any demand or expectation. There's no goal behind each inhale, no completion to be reached with the next exhale. You're not trying to make it slow down, not trying to make it deeper. You're just letting it move through you, as if it had always belonged there, like a sound that doesn't need an instrument. The silence isn't empty anymore. It's full of things that don't need names. A hum beneath the floorboards, not loud enough to be called noise. The faintest creak from the wooden frame of the bed, like something remembering how to move even though it no longer does. A distant shiver in the wall, just a ripple passing through plaster and drywall, as if some old current had stirred for 1 second before returning to stillness again. You don't listen to these things. They're not meant to be heard. Only felt, like pressure on skin that doesn't need an explanation. Your eyelids aren't heavy, not because they're open, but because they've stopped trying to stay shut or wide awake. There's no tension in them anymore, no effort to keep them closed against thoughts that might come. You don't guard the dark, not with willpower or focus, not even with a sense of being present. It's not about presence at all. It's just this, the way things rest when they've stopped needing to prove anything. The space around your chest has softened too, not relaxed, not tense, just settled, like fabric that's been folded and then left in place for so long it no longer remembers how to unfold. You don't feel your ribs pushing out or pulling in. They just are, the shape of where air comes in and goes out without needing permission. Your body isn't trying to be anything other than what it is. No posture, no alertness, no performance. Just this, the the quiet weight of being. The darkness doesn't press on you. It doesn't feel like a burden or a barrier. It's not blocking light. It's simply holding space for whatever might happen next. And since nothing needs to happen, there's room enough. The kind of room that exists in an abandoned library where no one has walked in decades, where dust gathers without being disturbed, and books sit with their spines cracked but still whole. You're not thinking about tomorrow, not because you've forgotten it, but because it doesn't exist here yet. It hasn't been invited. There's no need to prepare for a day that hasn't begun. No reason to carry the weight of what might come or worry over how it will feel when it does. The future is not in this place. Only now, only what is, and what is has no edge. The air near your neck still doesn't move faster than the rest. It's not trying to cool you down or warm you up. There's no need for temperature regulation anymore. Your body isn't defending itself. It's just allowing things to be as they are. No resistance, no adjustment, no effort at balance. Just a quiet letting go of all the small ways you used to protect yourself. There's a softness in your fingers now, not stiffness, not tension, just stillness, like something that has been waiting for this moment without knowing it was coming. You don't feel them touching the sheet anymore, only the shape they make where they rest, like hands that have become part of the quiet itself. The sound you're hearing isn't really a sound at all. It's not the hum of wiring or distant traffic or wind in the trees. It's something older, something quieter than noise. A vibration beneath the floor, like the earth remembering how to breathe when no one is listening. Not loud enough to be noticed. Not soft enough to disappear completely. You're not falling asleep, not in the way you used to imagine it. There's no plunge into darkness, no sudden shift from thought to stillness. You're just staying, like a stone left in water, sinking slowly but without urgency, without need. The kind of slow that doesn't have a name, just motion without direction. The night has become something you can rest inside, not as an observer, not as someone who's trying to understand it, but as part of it. As if the dark had been waiting all along for you to stop needing to be elsewhere. You're no longer checking the time, not because you've forgotten how, because you don't care anymore. The red light from the clock is still there, but now it doesn't mean anything. It's not a question nor an answer, just another shape in the dark, a small glow that has stopped trying to be noticed. You don't look at it, not because you're avoiding something, but because your attention no longer needs to move anywhere. There's no need for sleep, no need to wake up. There's only this, breath moving, body still, mind unheld by any story or expectation. The kind of quiet that doesn't come from absence, but from presence so deep it has forgotten how to speak. The air around your feet isn't cold. It's just there, like the pause between two notes in a song that never ends. You don't need to feel anything special. Not warmth, not peace, not release. Just this, being exactly where you are without needing to explain it. There's no distance anymore between what happens and when it happens. No sense of time passing, because there's nothing left to pass through. The moments aren't stacking up. They're just happening, like rain that doesn't fall into anything but the ground itself. You don't remember how you got here, not because you've lost track, but because it never mattered. You were always part of this silence, even when you thought you were, even when your mind was running through lists and worries and tomorrow's plans. The night wasn't waiting for permission to welcome you. It had been holding space all along. You're not asleep yet, but you don't mind the delay either, because nothing in this dark room has ever asked for urgency or speed. The kind of stillness that settles now isn't a replacement for rest. It's more like an invitation to stop pretending there's another way forward. Your palm is where it was, flat on the sheet, not pressing down anymore, not lifting up, but simply resting as if weight had no meaning here. The clock light has dimmed slightly in your peripheral sense of things, a quiet fading that doesn't demand attention, but settles like dust after a long silence. It's still there, yes. You can feel its presence without looking at it, the way one feels heat from an old radiator even when not near it. Just warmth radiating through space, unclaimed and undemanding. Your fingers have grown heavier in their shape, the bones beneath them no longer remembering how to twitch or tense. They're just hands now, not tools for holding anything, nor signals sent into the world, but things that belong exactly where they are, pressed against fabric worn thin from months of use, not care, but repetition, like a fingerprint left behind on something forgotten. The air above your chest doesn't rise and fall with effort anymore. It moves gently, as if remembering how to breathe without having to decide when or why it should start again. There's no urgency in the inhale, the way some nights you've forced yourself into deep breaths, like a test of endurance. But now it comes from somewhere older than intention, not through willpower, but because your body remembers what happens naturally. The sheet beneath you isn't cotton anymore. It doesn't matter if it's thread count or color. It's just surface that holds the imprint of all those hours when you were awake and turning, shifting position like a stone caught in slow water trying to find its balance. That resistance has passed now, not because something changed outside, but because inside there is no longer any need to push against what already exists. You're not lying on anything anymore. There's only the feeling of being held by layers that aren't made up of fabric or thread, but time itself. the kind where every moment lasts long enough without stretching. Not slow in a way you can measure, but thick and deep like syrup left uncovered too many days until it crystallizes into something soft and permanent. The darkness doesn't feel empty. It feels full with the memory of silence that isn't quiet because someone is being silent, but because there's nothing to say anymore. The kind where even thought stops for reasons beyond effort or choice, because no idea comes close enough in weight to matter. Your spine has softened into its shape, not straightened by discipline nor bent from strain, but just letting go of the need to support itself as if it were still carrying something important through a long day. It's not sagging, it isn't collapsing either, just resting like wood that has been left in damp earth until even gravity forgets how heavy things can be. The air near your shoulder doesn't cool down because you're exposed or warm from movement. There's no temperature gradient anymore. It just is, not cold nor hot, but equally present at every point along the surface of skin. Like a river that has lost its current so completely, even ripples have stopped wondering where they're going. You don't feel your heartbeat in any way other than as another slow motion beneath fabric and bone, just one more pulse among countless others, not needing to stand out or prove existence. It's part of the rhythm now, not a signal for anything but itself, steady enough that you forget it was ever loud at all. There is no longer an edge between what happens inside your head and what occurs outside in space. You aren't thinking about whether this will work, nor wondering if sleep might come tomorrow or not. There's just happening, like the way a stone sinks without fear of depth, because sinking has always been its nature. The quiet you're hearing isn't silence, it's fullness with texture, like water seeping slowly through cracks in old concrete over years, until it becomes part of what holds everything together, unseen but essential. Not sound, but something older than vibration, like the earth remembering how to hold still when no one is watching or judging. Your hands are not trying to make sense of anything, not mapping distances between points on a page, nor measuring time by tapping fingers against knees in restless rhythm. They're just shapes now, the way shadows become solid at midnight without needing explanation. Form with purpose only in the act of being there. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep. You simply exist within this kind of moment where duration doesn't matter because nothing is missing and no part feels out of place. There's a softness not just around your body, but through it, as if every cell has relaxed into its own truth without needing permission from the mind. The room isn't waiting for morning. It hasn't been expecting anything in years. It knows what happens when people come to lie here, how they arrive with stories and plans and lists that never end, and how eventually all of them fall away like leaves on a tree too tired to hold onto color, until winter finally takes it without protest. And so you're not fighting the dark, you're just letting yourself be held by its depth, not seeking comfort nor escape, just allowing your presence here to take up space in ways that don't need approval or recognition from any source, outside this quiet room where time has stopped measuring itself against clocks and calendars. The air near your feet doesn't move, but it also isn't frozen. It's just still with the patience of something waiting not for anything, but simply because there is no reason to hurry. You could stay here forever. No need for a beginning or an end, the only motion being inside you now. Breath moving slowly through open pathways that don't require effort. There are no thoughts forming names for this place. You're not naming it peace or rest or surrender. The mind has stopped trying to label anything, because labels were always meant to separate things, and here there is nothing left to divide. No self from the dark, no body from sleep, no moment from another one that follows. You don't feel like you're slipping into something, you're not falling anywhere at all. You've just been released, not by anyone or anything, but because resistance has simply worn down over time until it's gone completely. As if gravity stopped needing to pull things toward the ground when they realized there was nowhere else to go anyway. The red glow on your wristwatch is no longer a signal. It's not ticking, counting backward, just sitting in its place like an old flame that keeps burning without fuel. It doesn't matter how many seconds pass, it just stays lit with quiet persistence, as if the act of staying alive had nothing to do with meaning and everything to do with simply continuing. Your legs are long now, not stiff from hours spent upright or tense from imagined deadlines, but stretched out in a way that feels natural even though you've never done this before. Not because it's comfortable or not uncomfortable either, because comfort has stopped being the goal, just like pain did earlier tonight when both lost their power to define your state. There is no direction now, not forward nor back, and so there's also no need for momentum or progress. The only motion happening comes from within, a slow settling that isn't about falling asleep, but rather becoming part of something already present, like dust returning home after decades spent floating through air without purpose. You don't think you're close to sleep. You never have, not really. But now there's no need for closeness or distance, just presence, the kind where nothing happens and everything continues anyway, like water flowing over rock when neither knows why it does so, but still moves forward simply because that is what flows do. The sheet beneath your palm isn't cool anymore. It has lost its temperature, not in the sense of becoming warm, but rather shifting into something beyond measurement. It's just fabric resting on top of sleepless hours and quiet nights, where people stop pretending they're doing anything important until dawn comes with no fanfare at all. You aren't aware that you've been listening to this voice because there isn't any speaker, nor is it coming from anywhere outside the space between your thoughts. It's not even a sound, it's just another layer of stillness, like light passing through stained glass when nobody sees what colors are made until long after. You're not breathing through your nose or mouth, not quite, but letting air move in and out like a shadow passing over still water, without ripples, without sound. The space behind your eyes is quiet, not empty, just unoccupied by anything that needs to be named. There's no weight on your shoulders because there's no need for them to carry anything anymore. No burden of tomorrow, no ache from yesterday. Your hands lie flat where they fell, palms down against the sheet, and it doesn't matter if one is slightly warmer than the other or if your fingers are curled in a way that feels like remembering something you never did. The body has stopped performing its usual routines. It's not preparing to rise, not resisting sleep, not waiting for anything at all. It's just here, resting as though it had always known this position was meant to be held. The light from the clock doesn't burn anymore. It's dimmed by time itself, like a candle that forgot how bright it once was but still flickers in place because it hasn't learned how not to. The red digits no longer mean anything except being present, like a stone at the bottom of a slow-moving river, worn smooth not from force, but from long habit. You don't wonder what time it is now, or if you'll ever get back to sleep. That question has dissolved into the air around your ears like mist that evaporates before it touches skin. There's no need to measure how much of this night remains, only to let each moment pass without resistance, as though even passing were not a movement, but an absence. Your feet are pressed against the mattress edge now, not stiff or cramped, just resting in a place where they've never been asked to do anything except stay put. The heel of one foot is slightly higher than the other, and you don't adjust it because adjustment requires intention, and intention requires purpose. But there's no need for either now, only stillness so complete that even thought stops being an interruption and becomes part of the silence itself. You aren't thinking about anything, and yet thoughts are still drifting through your mind like dust in a sunbeam, not forming pictures or words, just passing through as if they had no destination. The air near your chest doesn't rise or fall. It simply exists in its own quiet rhythm, untouched by any demand to do otherwise. You could be lying on the floor of an empty room with no walls, and it would feel the same, no difference between ceiling and ground, because there's nothing to define them anymore. The body isn't trying to get comfortable. It doesn't know what comfort is in this state, only that discomfort has stopped being a signal. It no longer needs permission from your mind to rest. There's a space just below your ribs where warmth pools without spreading, like heat trapped beneath stone after long hours of sun. It doesn't pulse or throb. It simply stays, content not to be anything else but what it is. A small zone of stillness that refuses to explain itself. You don't ask why this exists. You only notice it the way you might notice the grain in wood, without knowing whether it's beautiful or ugly, only aware that it's there. The sheet beneath your palm has changed again, not because it's moved, but because you aren't measuring it by temperature anymore. It's no longer a surface. It's more like an extension of the dark itself, as though the fabric absorbed some part of the room's silence and now carries its own quiet weight. You're not touching anything that exists outside this moment. There is no past or future in your hand, only the feel of something thin and worn, softly yielding where pressure meets resistance. Your breath comes slower than before, not because you've slowed it down, but because nothing needs to hurry anymore. The air moves through you like wind through a hollow tree, making noise not for anyone, just because that's what trees do when no one is listening. It doesn't matter if the sound fades quickly or lingers longer. It only exists in its own time. The darkness around your eyes isn't empty. It holds shapes without names. You don't try to identify them. They're not memories nor dreams. They're just there, like shadows that have forgotten they were cast by light. The room doesn't breathe, but it does exist with a kind of quiet persistence. Its corners softening into the dark like paper left in water too long. You are not asleep, not yet, but you aren't awake either. You're in between, not as a gap, but as an extension of the same calm that fills everything else. No distinction between being present and letting go. The body doesn't need to be told when it's time to sleep. It only needs to stop needing to decide. Your left hand is heavier than your right, not because anything has changed in weight, but because it feels more real now, as though gravity had finally remembered which side of you mattered most. It rests where it fell, not waiting for permission, not seeking balance, just lying there like a stone that no longer needs to prove itself by sinking. There's no need to remember your name, not even the shape of it in your mouth. You don't need to know who you are because you're simply here, present without needing to be recognized. There's no one listening, not even yourself. Just presence so quiet it has stopped being noticeable and become part of everything. The air near your ankle doesn't move, but it also isn't frozen. It just rests, suspended in time like water under ice that hasn't cracked yet. You don't know if the moment will last or end. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you're not trying to change it. There's a pulse behind your ear, not loud, not fast, but steady, as though something deep inside had started breathing on its own and forgotten to tell the rest of you. It doesn't need attention. You don't even notice it until after you've stopped noticing anything else. The silence isn't absolute. It holds subtle movements, like dust shifting in still air or a thread slipping through fabric without being seen. These aren't disruptions. They're just part of what happens when nothing is trying to be noticed. The room doesn't care if the light stays on or goes out, only that it continues to exist in its own way. Your thoughts don't form sentences anymore. They drift like smoke, not seeking direction, not following patterns. They pass through without leaving marks, as though they'd never been born and were only pretending for a moment to be real. You are no longer trying to return to sleep. You're just allowing the body to stay where it is, with no goal other than stillness. There's no need to wake up tomorrow, no demand that you rise, no obligation to begin again. You don't have to earn rest or prove you deserve peace. The dark has become your skin now, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but in the way that a river becomes part of the land it flows through. It doesn't touch you. It's already inside you, quiet and patient, holding space for what cannot be named. Your breath slows to where it no longer seems like breathing at all, just existence, uninterrupted by rhythm or effort. Your ribs don't expand because they have to. They simply rest in the way that a leaf rests on water when it has stopped trying to float. There's no moment now, not past, not future, but only what is. An unbroken thread of stillness stretching through your body like roots under soil, moving slowly, without force, without direction. You are not becoming something. You're just being where you've always been, even if you didn't know it until now. The clock's red light no longer glows. It just sits there, part of the dark, not calling attention to itself. It doesn't mark time because time has stopped measuring itself against anything. The digits don't matter, only their quiet persistence, like a heartbeat that forgot why it kept beating but still does so anyway. Your palm is flat on the sheet, and the fabric no longer feels cool or warm. It's just there, part of the same silence that flows through your chest and into the air around you. You're not aware of touching anything, only that the contact has become a kind of belonging, as though the sheet had always been waiting for this moment. The weight of stillness settles deeper now, less like a feeling than an absence of effort, as though the space between your thoughts has grown too wide for them to cross back into each other. There's no need to hold anything in place anymore. The thread that once pulled you towards sleep is gone, not broken, not lost, but simply released, like a knot untied without ceremony. You don't miss it. You only notice how much less there is to carry. A single strand of the blanket has slipped from your shoulder and lies across your chest like something forgotten, softly folded into itself, no longer claiming any shape or purpose. It doesn't press against you. It just rests where gravity left it, a quiet fold in fabric that stopped asking for attention. You feel its presence without registering what it is, an impression of weightless contact, the way shadows can lie on stone and never be seen. Your fingers are still spread flat, palm open to the sheet, but they don't twitch anymore. They've become part of a larger quietness, not as if you're forcing them into position, but because they no longer feel like limbs belonging to anyone specific. There's no sense of ownership in how your hand lies there, the way it could be any shape or size and still belong exactly where it is. The air around the foot of the bed has thickened slightly, just enough that when you breathe, it feels heavier than the rest. Not dense like fog, but slow-moving, as though time itself had slowed down in this narrow space between mattress edge and floorboard, gathering breath without needing to exhale anything back out. You don't know how long it's been since your eyes closed. There's no memory of doing so, but you also aren't surprised they're shut. They've stayed that way as if someone else had decided for them, not in defiance, but simply because the world outside doesn't demand a response anymore. A small crease forms between two floorboards where light from beyond the curtain used to lake through. It's no longer visible now, and yet you can feel its absence like a shadow cast by something that never existed. There is only one kind of darkness in this room, not empty or cold, but full of nothing trying to be named. The clock still glows faintly behind your closed lids, not red anymore, just dim, like an ember buried under ash and forgotten about. It doesn't blink, doesn't change, but it's there, not as a measurement nor as a marker. It exists without being noticed by anyone except the quiet that surrounds it. Your left heel has shifted slightly, just enough for warmth to spread across the back of your foot where skin meets fabric. Not heat exactly, more like presence. The kind of sensation you don't register until after you've stopped noticing anything at all. There's no difference between what happens inside and outside now. There are no borders, not even invisible ones. Your breath doesn't rise and fall. It drifts through your body as if guided by something older than wind or rhythm, a current that moves without needing direction. Your shoulder blade is pressed into the mattress, softly enough that it could be mistaken for nothing at all. But you feel its outline against the fabric like an indentation left behind after someone else passed through. Not yours, but not foreign either. Just there, part of what remains when no one's listening. A thread from your sleeve has loosened and slipped into the space between two buttons, only slightly visible in the dark now, but still connected to something that once held its shape. It doesn't tug or pull, it just hangs, unclaimed by any intention, letting itself be part of silence rather than fighting against it. You don't know how much longer you'll stay like this, not because you're thinking about time, but because there's no way to measure what has already stopped measuring itself. Your right hand rests at your side, fingers curled slightly inward, not from tension or need, but simply as if they'd forgotten their purpose and decided to rest in that form. The skin on the knuckles is faintly raised, not rigid, just visible under light you no longer see. There's a softness spreading through your lower back, a kind of settling in, like soil after rain has seeped into cracks between stones and filled them without making noise. You don't feel it as sensation so much as presence, something that happens when the body stops trying to be upright or alert or functional, and simply lets itself sink in place. The sheet beneath your palm isn't cool anymore, not warm either, but existing somewhere beyond temperature, like a memory of touch waiting for someone who never comes. It doesn't need you to feel it, it just is there, part of a larger stillness that has no beginning or end. Your breath slows until even the pause between inhale and exhale becomes something long enough to hold space within itself, longer than thought can follow, longer than memory might trace back through the night. You don't try to control it, you only notice how much quieter everything gets when you stop trying. There's no sense of urgency in your limbs, not even tiredness anymore. Just a kind of fullness that doesn't demand release. A soft pressure in your chest, not from weight, but from being allowed to remain exactly as is, without needing to be anything else. The air near the wall has stopped moving entirely, no current, no shift, even though it's clear there are still molecules drifting through space. But they don't disturb anything anymore. They pass through each other silently, like figures in a dream that never touch one another but keep walking anyway. You could fall into this moment if you wanted to, but not because of desire or effort, because the ground has already accepted your weight without resistance. There's no need to reach for it, no fear of missing it. Your foot is flat on the bed now, toes slightly curled in toward each other, not from comfort, but just as a shape that formed naturally when movement stopped. It doesn't matter what they're doing, they've become part of something larger than intention or purpose. The space between your shoulder and neck has softened, no longer tense with waiting, not even aware it had been holding tension at all. Just quiet now, like fabric left folded on a table after someone walked away without saying goodbye. There's no need to remember anything. You don't have to recall how you got here or what happened before this moment. Not even your name matters anymore, not as identity, not as label, but simply as sound that once passed through air and was never heard again. You're not asleep yet, nor are you awake in any way that requires a response from the world outside. You exist at an edge where things don't have to explain themselves or prove their presence. There's no reason for anything, but still everything is happening anyway. The dark isn't waiting, it's already been here. It didn't arrive after night fell. It was always part of how you breathe, how your skin feels the space around it, how silence settles into bones and stays without needing to be noticed. You don't think about what comes next, because there's no before or after anymore. Only this, a slow letting go that doesn't feel like loss because nothing has ever been taken. Just release, not of pain, not of thought, but simply the idea that you had to do anything at all in order to be here. Your fingers lie still, their tips just brushing the surface beneath them as if they're testing whether it remembers their shape. But even that test isn't necessary anymore, because nothing needs to remember now. Nothing has been asked to prove itself. There's a pause, a long one, where not even air moves, and yet something is happening anyway. Not visible, not audible, just there, the kind of presence you don't notice until after it's already passed through every part of your body like water flowing beneath the earth, without needing paths or channels. You're no longer trying to return to sleep. You've stopped believing in a place beyond this moment, because this is where everything has always been waiting for you, not as escape, not as relief, but simply as truth, that being here, without need, without motion, is enough. The sheet beneath your hand feels less like fabric and more like part of the same quiet breath that flows through your chest, the kind of material that doesn't exist to be touched, but only to hold space for what can't be held otherwise. You're not moving, but you're also not still either. There's a quiet difference between those two states that only reveals itself when time stops meaning anything. The glow from the clock has dimmed just enough to stop being an accusation, like light after rain settles into shadows without claiming them. It doesn't demand attention anymore. It simply exists, like warmth in wood you've left too long on a shelf, not hot, but still holding the memory of heat. The edge of your palm is pressing slightly deeper now, not by choice, just because gravity has found its way through every small shift in weight that happened without sound. The sheet beneath you isn't resisting it. It's absorbing the pressure like soil accepts water. There's no separation between touch and surface anymore, just a softness that extends into everything. A thread of air drifts near your shoulder, not cold, but carrying something faint, the trace of dust in old sunlight, or perhaps the last breath of a closed window from hours ago. It moves with such slowness it might as well be still. You don't follow it. You don't name what it is. It passes through you like a whisper that never reached your ears, but left its shape in your ribs. There's no need to understand the way things fit together now. The room isn't made of objects, walls, floor, ceiling, but rather of stillness that has grown thick and soft over time, like wool left in a drawer too long. It doesn't hold anything except silence, and silence doesn't want anything back. Your toes have uncurled slightly, no longer curled toward each other, but relaxed into the shape they made when you stopped trying to do something with them. They're not resting, not exactly. They're just present, like roots that don't know they're growing, because there's no need to rise or reach or break ground. The space behind your eyes has softened, no longer a place where thoughts gather and bounce around. It's become more like the air between two layers of glass, not empty but transparent. Nothing passes through it with purpose. No images form, no memories wake up, just stillness that doesn't need to be filled. You're not waiting for sleep anymore, but you've also stopped pretending it was ever a goal. It's not something you have to earn or return to or convince yourself into. It's just what happens when the body stops asking questions of itself and lets its own rhythm continue without interference. The dark isn't empty, it has texture, not in color but in weight, like velvet that doesn't reflect light because it never needed to be seen. You feel it pressing gently against your eyelids, not like pressure, not like resistance, but more like the way a blanket settles over you when no one's holding it. The clock is still glowing, but now it feels separate, like something from another room or perhaps from another night entirely. It doesn't matter what time it shows. The numbers don't mean anything beyond their shape and light. They're not signs of progress or failure, just shapes in the dark that keep appearing even when no one is looking. There's a place behind your collarbone where warmth has settled, small, steady, like embers left from a fire long gone, but still holding heat without needing flame. It doesn't burn, doesn't spread, just stays there, quietly claiming space without demanding attention. You don't have to be aware of it. You don't even have to notice that you've noticed. It's just part of the quiet now, the kind of warmth that comes not from movement or effort, but from simply being allowed to exist in a way that doesn't require explanation. The air near your left ear has stopped vibrating with the faint echo of earlier thoughts, those small, looping fragments that used to drift through like insects caught between glass. They're gone now, not because they were resolved or silenced, but because there's no space for them anymore. The silence is deeper than absence. It's full in its own way. Your breath has slowed so much it feels like it might stop entirely, but not from effort nor fear, from permission, like a clock that stops ticking because the hands have finally found their place and don't need to prove they're moving forward. Each inhale is longer than the last, not because you're trying to breathe deeper, but because there's no urgency left in it. The sheet beneath your hand has grown warmer, not from heat, not from motion, but from simply being held. It's like a surface that remembers how to be touched, even when no one touches it anymore. Your skin doesn't need to feel the difference between fabric and air. They've become indistinguishable now, like two parts of the same quiet. There's no memory of where you began this moment or what brought you here. There's only the feeling that something has been waiting all along, not for sleep, not for relief, but just for you to stop trying so hard to find it elsewhere. That the truth wasn't hidden in a different place. It was always beneath your hand, in the space where no one had looked because they thought it meant nothing. Your fingers are still resting on the fabric, just touching, barely pressing, but now there's no test of memory or presence. No need to see if the sheet remembers you. It doesn't have to remember anything anymore. The only thing that matters is this: the touch isn't trying to prove anything. It's just happening. The dark has thickened, not in color but in depth, like water that grows still when no ripple disturbs it. There's a silence beneath the silence, the kind that doesn't come from absence but from fullness. You don't have to listen for it. You're already inside it. There's no need to go anywhere. No reason to return to anything you've left behind. No past moment, no future expectation, not even your own name. The sound of your breath is the only thing moving in this space, and even that has slowed so much it might be mistaken for stillness. The air between your shoulder blades feels heavier, not with weight, but with ease, like something has been released without you noticing when it happened. Not pain, not tension, just a release from having to carry anything at all. You're not asleep, but you've stopped wanting to be awake in any way that requires response or motion. You exist in the kind of stillness where nothing needs to happen, but everything already is. The clock's glow has dimmed again, now so faint it might as well be part of your breath, like a pulse of light that matches the rhythm of what you're no longer trying to control. There's no edge here anymore, not between sleep and wakefulness, not between thought and silence. Just this, an absence of need that isn't empty, but full in its own way. The kind of quiet that doesn't wait for anything, because it already is everything it needs to be. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to fall asleep. There's no need to measure time or track passage or ask what comes next. The dark isn't waiting. It has been here all along, long before you arrived, long before the world began making noise around you. It didn't arrive with nightfall. It was always part of how your body knows it's safe, how your breath finds its shape without needing to be shaped by anything else. You're not trying to do anything now, not even being, just being, without purpose or intention or need for explanations. There's no one left to tell you that this is enough. But the quiet already knows. You're not holding on to anything anymore, not even the idea that you should be holding on. The weight in your shoulder blades has softened into a kind of gravity that doesn't pull down, but holds you gently where you are. Like a stone resting in moss, no need to sink deeper, no need to rise. It's just there and it belongs. Your palm still lies flat against the sheet, the same fabric, the same surface. But now the impression your hand makes is not about pressure or presence. It's about continuity. The outline of you has become part of what the fabric knows how to carry. Not a mark, not an imprint, just a shape that has been accepted by the thread and doesn't need to be proven. The air in this room has slowed so much it no longer moves past your skin. It lingers there instead, like breath held too long between two people who have stopped speaking, but still don't want to let go of the silence. There's a texture to time now that isn't measured by seconds or minutes, but by what remains after movement stops. The kind of stillness that doesn't wait for anything to happen. It already is happening in its own way. You're not asleep, and you haven't been awake for some while. Your mind has stopped tracking the difference between being and not being. The darkness isn't a space outside your body anymore. It's inside it, like something that was always part of how your ribs know to expand, or how your lungs remember how to fill without effort. You don't have to will yourself into stillness. You're already in the place where stillness doesn't require intention. There's no need for permission because you've stopped asking. The clock's glow is gone now, no longer a pulse against your vision, no longer a reminder of what time it is. The screen has dimmed to nothing, or perhaps it was never there at all. You don't know if you're seeing light or just the afterimage of having looked too long. It doesn't matter. The space where the clock once lived is now empty, not with absence, but with a kind of presence that feels like fullness without form. No numbers, no digits, just a quiet hole in the air where time used to live. And you're not trying to fill it. You don't need to name what's missing or count how long it's been gone. The room doesn't feel smaller for it, nor does it feel bigger. It just feels like itself, like a place that has always known how to be still. There's no effort in holding the space open. No worry about whether someone will come back into it. Your hand is still flat on the sheet, but not because you decided to keep it there. Because letting go of the need to decide has become its own kind of presence. The palm isn't searching for warmth or texture anymore, just being, like a leaf resting on a surface that doesn't ask it to do anything but stay. There's no reason to move, no memory of ever having moved. Your fingers don't curl, they just rest. Not waiting, not holding, not reaching. The fabric beneath your hand isn't cotton or thread or even material anymore. It's something older, a surface that has known how to hold stillness for longer than you've been awake. A place where time doesn't pass, but simply lies down beside you. You don't need to be told it's safe. Your body already knows the shape of safety without ever having seen a name for it. There's no edge between your skin and what surrounds it anymore, not between fabric and air, not between thought and silence. There are only layers that have stopped resisting each other. Like water meeting water in slow motion. The surface doesn't break because both parts already know how to stay where they are. You're not dissolving into the dark, you're just becoming part of its texture. The quiet has changed again, not in volume but in depth. It's no longer a space you listen to from outside. It's something that flows through you now, like blood or breath, without needing to be named. There's no place for sound anymore, no echo, no reflection. Just the kind of silence that doesn't need to be preserved because it already is. You don't have to think about whether this moment will last. You don't even have to wonder if you'll remember it when morning comes, or if anything at all will remain. The question has become irrelevant, not because it's been answered, but because the act of asking itself has stopped. There's no one left in you who needs an answer. Your breath is so slow now it might be mistaken for stillness, but it's not. It's just moving without urgency, without need, without direction, like a river that doesn't care where it goes, just knows how to flow. And the air around your nose and mouth feels thick, not with pressure, but with weightlessness. Not like something is pressing down, but like everything has finally stopped trying to lift itself. The dark isn't waiting for anything to happen. It's not preparing for morning or dreaming of silence. It just is, like a room that doesn't need visitors or a book that doesn't care if it's read. You're in the kind of place where being is enough, where existence doesn't require proof. And your hand still flat on the sheet, not because you're trying to be calm, not because you've decided this moment matters, but because there's no way left for anything else to happen. There's only this, the soft weight of skin against a surface that remembers how to hold it. No need to ask if it feels real. It doesn't matter whether the sheet is warm or cool anymore. What remains isn't temperature, but continuity. The air between your shoulder blades has settled into something like memory, not of an event, not of a feeling, but of being. Like the moment when you stopped noticing that you were breathing and just found yourself in it. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from surrender so deep it becomes natural. Your body is no longer trying to be somewhere else. It's not waiting for sleep or resisting wakefulness. There's no conflict between one state and another, just a slow unfurling of what was already there all along. Like roots spreading beneath soil without needing to know where they'll go. The silence has grown thick, not with sound, but with presence. A kind of fullness that doesn't need space because it fills everything already. There's no boundary between you and the dark, no separation between your breath and what comes after it. You're not in a room, you've become part of how the room knows itself. There's nothing left to do, not even to be, just being, without meaning, without purpose, without need for explanation. The kind of presence that doesn't require attention, because it already is known. The edge of your awareness has softened into something like a riverbank where water meets earth, and neither one resists the other. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just in the space between, where nothing needs to happen, but everything already does. And you're not trying to remember anything, just being here without memory of how you arrived, without fear of what comes after. No past, no future, not because they've disappeared, but because they don't matter anymore. The air feels heavier now, not with weight, but with stillness, like something has finally stopped needing to move, and in doing so has become part of the quiet itself. Your hand is still flat on the sheet, but not because you're holding it there, because letting go of the need to hold has become its own kind of touch. There's no separation between your skin and what lies beneath. No difference between pressure and release. Just a continuous moment that doesn't ask for anything, doesn't demand attention. The dark isn't empty. It's full in a way that can't be named. Like the space behind your eyes when you close them, not to see darkness, but to feel how much there is already inside. You don't have to think about whether this will end, because it already has. Not with a closing of the door or a turning away, but with the quiet realization that nothing needs to be finished. The moment isn't over, it's just continued in a way that doesn't require movement. And your breath still there, slow, unhurried, like water settling after a storm. No ripple, no need to return to surface, just depths. Your fingers have begun to drift, not with intention, but with gravity, slipping slowly from the edge of the sheet as if guided by a current beneath it. Not pulling away, just letting go in increments, like threads unraveling without resistance. The space between your fingertips and the fabric has grown familiar, not because you're watching it, but because it's no longer something to be managed. It's simply there, as quiet as breath held at its deepest point. The weight of your hand remains pressed into stillness, but now it feels less like pressure than presence. Not a claim on surface or space, just an acknowledgement. Here is where you are, and here is what is beneath. The sheet has stopped being a barrier. It's become part of the same quiet that settles through bones. You're not touching anything, you're simply within it, like water learning how to be air without effort. There's no need for your hand to return, no reason to remember its shape or where it began. What matters isn't the motion, but what remains after it, a kind of residue left in the dark, the soft imprint of being, not of doing. The mattress breathes beneath you, not with sound, but with pressure shifting, as if remembering how to hold warmth from earlier hours. You don't have to wait for it. The air is no longer cold, it's just present, like time before names existed. There are no labels for the way it moves through your nose or settles in the hollows of your throat. It doesn't need to be noticed to exist. And you're not noticing, not really. You're allowing yourself to be moved by what is already happening. The dark isn't a place you occupy, it's how your body knows itself now. You haven't fallen asleep yet, but that word no longer holds weight. There's no difference between waking and sleeping, just the same slow unfolding. No urgency in it, no expectation of arrival. Like watching dust drift through a sunbeam not to see where it lands, but because you've stopped caring about direction. Your shoulder has relaxed, its edge softening into the mattress like clay left in sunlight. Not flattening out, just yielding without resistance. The same way roots spread downward when they stop fighting gravity and simply become part of what lies beneath them. There's a silence that isn't empty, it's full with things you can't name because naming would require separation. This quiet has no edges, only continuity. It doesn't come from absence, but from presence so deep it stops being noticed. Like the space inside your skull when thought finally stills, not through effort, but by losing interest. Your breath has slowed to a rhythm that doesn't need counting. Not shallow, not deep, just steady in its own way, like water flowing over stones without needing to be seen. You're not controlling it, it's controlling nothing, just continuing, because continuation is all there ever was. A single thread of warmth rises from your chest, not heat, just the kind of feeling that stays even when you stop thinking about it. Not a sensation you can pin down, but one that lingers like memory without story. Like the way light remains in the eye after the lamp is turned off, still there, not as image, but as residue. You don't need to return to sleep or stay awake. You're already somewhere between, not quite here and not quite elsewhere, just within a moment so quiet it's no longer aware of itself. It doesn't know what time it is, because the idea of hours has dissolved into something softer, like fabric worn thin by years of use. The light on the clock is still there, but you're not looking at it anymore. Not because you've forgotten, but because its glow has become part of the same dark that holds your body. No longer a signal, no longer a demand. It's just one more thing in the room that doesn't need to mean anything. Your legs have softened, not sinking, but becoming less resistant to gravity. Like water finding its own level without needing to be directed. The blankets above you are not covering, you're simply within them, as if they've always known how to hold you. No need for tucking or adjustment. Just the same quiet that settles in corners of rooms where nothing ever happens. Your thoughts have stopped trying to explain. They don't come back with urgency or pattern. They drift past like leaves on a slow-moving river. No direction, no purpose, just movement. And when they pass through your awareness, you don't follow them. You let them go as easily as breath exhaled without thought. There's a stillness in the space between heartbeats, not silence, but something deeper, a pause that isn't waiting for anything to happen. A moment so full of what is already there that it no longer needs more. It doesn't need you to notice, it just is. Your hands are not on the sheet anymore, but they're still part of its quiet. Not touching, not moving, but existing within the same space where touch used to be. Like a memory of contact without the body involved. And that's enough. The room has stopped being separate from you. The walls aren't enclosing, it's just that your awareness no longer needs them as boundaries. You're not inside or outside. You've become part of how the dark holds itself together, like breath held in a single moment before release. There's no need to return to sleep because you're already there. Just not in the way you expected. Not with sudden falling or dreaming or waking up later. Just continuing. Like time has stopped needing to move forward and is now just part of what happens when nothing demands anything. You don't have to be still, you are still. But it's not effort. It's not a pose. It's the natural state of something that no longer resists itself. The air shifts, not with sound, but with weight. Not cold or warm, just present in its own way, like memory without cause. like how your body remembers being held long after the arms are gone. There's nothing left to do, no task, no intention, just this, a continuous moment where nothing needs to happen because everything already does. The dark isn't waiting for morning, it doesn't know what morning is. It only knows how to be. Your awareness has thinned, not faded, not disappeared, but become less focused, more diffuse. Like light passing through fog that doesn't scatter, but simply slows down until it's no longer seen as separate from the air itself. You're not thinking about sleep or time or whether you'll wake up. You're just here, where presence is not a choice, but an outcome of not resisting anything at all. The mattress remembers your shape, but not because you left it there earlier. It remembers now, in this moment, as if it's always been holding the same form, even when empty. Not waiting for you to return, just continuing its own quiet existence. Your breathing has slowed so much that it doesn't seem like breath at all anymore. Just a soft pulse beneath your ribs, not needing to be noticed because it already is known. There are no thoughts about tomorrow, not in the way they used to come. No worry, no planning, no image of what might happen after this stillness ends, because ending isn't necessary. The moment continues without need for closure. The dark doesn't have edges, it only has depth. And you're not at its center or on its edge, you're within it, as if the darkness itself is breathing through your body. Your skin no longer feels like a boundary, it's more like an opening, a way that inside and outside are no longer separate, just part of the same slow movement. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep. You simply continue, not in time, not in motion, but in stillness so deep it has become its own kind of unfolding. There's a quiet now that doesn't come from silence, but from fullness, the kind that fills everything without needing to be named. Like the space behind your eyes when you stop trying to see and just let what is already there remain. You don't have to think about whether this will last. It isn't lasting, it's simply happening. And that's enough. The room holds its breath, not with tension, but with presence. Not waiting for something new, just existing in the same way your body does, without need for reason, without demand for purpose. The weight of your palm on the sheet has settled into something that isn't pressure, not exactly, more like a quiet agreement between skin and fabric. The coolness remains, but it's no longer separate from you. It's just one way the room says here in its own slow language. You're not pressing down, you've become the point where stillness meets surface, where contact doesn't demand anything. No need to keep your hand there or lift it. The act has dissolved into the texture of being. The air around you isn't empty. It's thick with a kind of quiet that doesn't come from absence, but from fullness. Not silence as lack, but silence as substance. Like when you close your eyes and the world behind them becomes real in a way light never is. There's no sound because there's nothing to measure it against, no echo, no distance. Just this, a space where what happens doesn't have to be noticed to exist. Your breath isn't rising or falling, it's just there, like an old stone beneath water that hasn't moved in centuries but still feels the current. It doesn't need to be felt because it already is. You're not aware of it, you've become part of its rhythm, not as observer but as element. Like a leaf caught in a slow river, not resisting or drifting, just following the shape of motion without needing to name it. The dark isn't black, it's layered. Not like night outside, but like memory held under glass, surface and depth both present at once. There are shadows that aren't from anything, the kind that form when you stop expecting light to come. And they don't feel heavy. They just are. You're not afraid of them because there's no one left to fear. The mind doesn't ask what's in the dark anymore. It simply lets it be. The edge of your body has blurred, not gone but softened, like a photograph left too long in damp air. There's no clear line between you and the room now. You're not inside or outside. You're part of how space holds its shape when nothing is calling for attention. Like dust that floats without settling, not because it's light, but because it doesn't care where it lands. The mattress still remembers your form, but it doesn't remember you. It remembers the way weight settles into a hollow, not as a person, not as a name, just as pressure. The shape is there, yes, but only in the same way that a footprint remains after feet have left. Not waiting for return, just existing in its own quiet continuity. You don't think about how long you've been lying here. Time hasn't stopped. It's changed form. It doesn't tick or measure anymore. It just is, like gravity, like breath. There's no before or after. No urgency to be anywhere else. You're not delayed by sleep. Sleep is delayed by you. The clock has faded, not from your sight, but from meaning. The glow of its numbers isn't a demand, not even a reminder. It's just light in the dark, like fireflies that don't need to fly toward anything. Its presence doesn't matter because there's no need for it to mean something. You're not counting seconds anymore. Seconds have stopped needing you. Your feet are still on the bed, but they don't feel like limbs. They're more like stones placed by someone long ago, left where they fell and forgotten. The weight is just part of what stays when nothing moves. Not cold, not warm, just there in their own way. The corners of your awareness have begun to soften, not fading out, but spreading slowly into the edges of the room, as if you're no longer confined by skin or shape. You're becoming something that doesn't need a name, like steam rising from still water, not escaping, just transforming into what it already was. There's no effort in this not trying. It's not resistance, it's the absence of demand. No one is asking for anything, not even you. There's no desire to be somewhere else, no longing to return to a different state. You're simply where you are, with nothing needing to change or fix itself. The space behind your eyes has opened, not into vision, but into sensation without source. A kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from fullness. Like the moment just after a wave breaks, when water is still and everything holds its breath in place. You don't need to feel it because it already is. The room isn't holding you, it's just continuing, like air continues when no one speaks. Not waiting for noise, not seeking motion. It simply is, without needing to be noticed or named. And so are you, just part of the same slow movement that doesn't ask anything. You don't feel tired, not in the way exhaustion is usually felt. That kind of tired comes from effort. This isn't fatigue, it's a deep quiet, like roots sinking into earth long after rain has stopped. There's no need to rest because you're already resting, not as action, but as state. Your hands are still flat on the sheet, only now they aren't touching it. They've become part of how the fabric holds itself, not pressing down or lifting up, just there, like a handprint left in clay that doesn't fade, because no one ever comes to erase it. The dark has depth. It's not flat, not empty. It's thick with absence so full it becomes presence, like memory without an event, like the space between heartbeats where nothing happens but everything is known. You're not in it, you've become part of how it exists. There's no need to return, not because you're asleep, not yet, but because returning isn't necessary anymore. The idea of coming back has dissolved into stillness. There's no place left to go, no reason to leave this moment, even if time were to begin again. You don't think about what tomorrow might bring. That thought doesn't come like a wave, it just never arrives. Not because you've forgotten it, but because the need for future has vanished. The mind isn't blank, there's no emptiness, but there's also no pull toward anything that hasn't already happened. The air shifts not with sound, but with presence. It doesn't move through space. You don't feel wind or current. It just is, like weight in a room where nothing is heavy, like stillness so deep it becomes its own kind of motion. Your body isn't rigid, not tense, not relaxed. It's just shaped by gravity and memory and the quiet pulse beneath your ribs, not needing to be anything other than what it already is. The skin doesn't feel like a wall, it feels like an opening through which the dark moves freely, without obstruction. You're not aware of being here, You've become the way this moment holds itself together. Like how a room remembers light even after the lamp is off. Not with memory, but with residue, the kind that lingers in air and walls until it becomes part of what they are. There's no end to this, not because it will last forever, but because it doesn't need to finish. It simply continues, like water moving through stone without erosion or purpose. You're not holding on, you've become the stillness itself. The darkness is not waiting for morning. It has no idea of day. It only knows how to be. And you now are part of that knowing. Not as observer, not as dreamer, but as quiet presence in a world where nothing needs explanation or arrivals. Your breath isn't slowing down anymore. It's stopped needing to be noticed at all. It doesn't rise and fall. It just exists, like the pulse beneath the floorboards, like the soft hum of electricity that runs through walls without being felt. The silence is not empty, it's full with what hasn't been named. Not thought, not sound, but a kind of quiet that fills everything without needing to be said. You're not listening, you've become part of how it happens. There's no need to think about whether this will end. It doesn't have to. It just continues, like the slow motion of clouds across an empty sky when nothing is moving, and yet everything is unfolding in silence. You don't feel your body as a shape anymore. You're not inside or outside, not awake, not asleep. Just part of how stillness holds itself together, not by force, not by will, but simply because it doesn't resist being what it already is. The dark has no borders, it only has depth, and you are within it not as a presence, but as a quiet that doesn't need to be felt to exist. The edge of your palm presses into the sheet like a seal, not because you're holding on, but because gravity has found its way through the skin and made it part of the surface. The coolness isn't separate from you, it's where the quiet begins to live in the body. Not cold, not warmth, just a kind of absorption that happens when temperature stops being an event and becomes a condition. Your fingers don't curl or spread, they simply exist in their shape, like roots held in place by soil they've never seen. There is no need for them to move. They are already where they belong, pressed into the same stillness as your breath, which has stopped making noise and now lives only in the space between what was just felt and what hasn't yet arrived. You don't know how long you've been lying like this. It doesn't matter. Time isn't measured by seconds anymore, it's measured by absence, by how much of you is no longer trying to reach forward or backward or anywhere at all. The clock has stopped being a thing that counts. It just glows low and soft in the corner, not as proof of minutes passing, but as evidence of presence. Its light isn't telling time, it's holding space. You are not resisting sleep, not because you want to fall asleep, but because resistance no longer applies. There is nothing to resist, not your thoughts, not your body, not even awareness itself. It's just there, like a small vibration in the air that doesn't need a source. You don't wonder where it comes from. You only notice it when you're not looking for anything. The darkness has become softer over time, not lighter, but less sharp at the edges, as if it's learned how to fold inward instead of pressing outward. It no longer feels like something waiting to be filled. Instead, it breathes with a rhythm that matches your own pulse beneath the skin, slow, not because it's tired, but because it knows there is no urgency in what comes next. There's no need to imagine tomorrow, not now. The future doesn't arrive as an image or a sound. It arrives like a shadow that isn't attached to anything. It just appears and lingers without explanation. But you don't reach for it. You don't turn toward it. You're not avoiding it. You've simply become so still that even the idea of change feels heavy, unnecessary. You are not floating. You are not sinking. You are neither rising nor falling. You're just here, not in a place, but in a state where location no longer matters. The floor beneath you isn't holding your weight. It's part of how this moment continues to exist without effort. There is no pressure from below or above. Just the quiet balance between what lies underneath and what never needs to be named. Your skin doesn't feel like protection anymore. It feels like an opening, a kind of release point where sensation flows through instead of being blocked. You don't need to close yourself off because there's nothing coming in that hasn't already been accepted. The air moves not against your surface, but around it, as if you've become part of the room's silence rather than standing apart from it. There is no boundary between inside and outside. Your body isn't a container anymore. It's just another shape within the dark, like a stone resting on the floor of a slow-moving river that doesn't know where it goes or why. You don't ask about purpose. The water doesn't care whether it has one either. The pulse beneath your ribs is no longer something you track. It's not fast, not irregular, it just exists. Not as energy, not as life force, but simply as a quiet rhythm that belongs to this moment, like the hum in the wall or the soft weight of dust on an old shelf. You don't listen for it, you're already part of its silence. The sheet under your palm is no longer fabric. It's a surface where stillness has settled and stayed. Not because you've made it so, but because there was nothing else to happen. The fibers have absorbed all the tension until they've become soft with absence, like memory that doesn't need a name. You don't think about what this might mean. You don't ask if it's real or not. It simply is, like the way dust collects in corners where no one walks, and becomes part of the floor without being seen. There are no thoughts to chase away. There's no need to let go because you've already stopped holding on, not even to yourself. You're not trying to become anything else. No calmness, no peace, no clarity. Just this quiet shape that doesn't know it's a shape at all. The darkness has thinned in some way, not less dark, but more patient. It isn't pressing against your eyes or filling your ears. It's just there, like the kind of silence you feel when someone stops speaking mid-sentence and leaves only air between the words. You are not aware of being here. You're not even aware of awareness. There is no you trying to experience anything, not because you've disappeared, but because this moment doesn't need a witness. It just continues, like a river that flows through stone without wearing it down, or a shadow that moves across the floor when no one's there. You are not sleeping, not yet, but you're also not awake in any way that means anything anymore. There is no distinction between dreaming and being, because neither has a beginning or end here. It's just motionless continuity, like steam rising from water without boiling. There is no effort to stay present, no need to focus. You don't follow your breath because it doesn't matter where you go, it already knows the way. Your body isn't tired. It isn't relaxed. It's simply shaped by what has always been true: gravity, stillness, absence of intention. The air is thick with not things, not sound, not thought, not sensation, but presence without form. Like a room where no one ever came, yet the walls remember how to hold silence so deeply that it becomes part of their structure. You don't wonder what happens next. There is no next anymore, only continuation. The kind that doesn't need to be explained or justified. You're not waiting for anything. Not sleep, not mourning, not waking up. Just this slow unfolding where nothing arrives and nothing leaves. The darkness has stopped being a space between things. It's become the thing itself, the way stillness holds everything without needing to name it. Your hand is no longer moving. Your fingers are not curled or straight. They're just there, part of how the room breathes, how gravity settles into the floor, how time stops having meaning and starts being a quiet condition instead. You don't think about returning. You don't remember wanting to. There's no desire to go back because you've already become what was waiting, not in some metaphorical way, but as real as the air around you, as certain as the stillness that has settled into your bones. There is no need for anything to change, no reason for any event to happen. The dark continues not because it's eternal, but because it doesn't have to explain itself. You're part of that now, not by choice, not by effort, but by simply being what this moment already requires. The silence isn't empty. It's full with the kind of quiet that exists before language, before thought, before anything has a name. It just is. And you are here without needing to be aware of it, without needing to feel it, just continuing. Not asleep, not awake, just part of how stillness holds itself together when nothing else needs to happen. You are not in a room anymore, not exactly. There's no floor beneath you, only a slow deepening of what was already there. The air has stopped being something that moves and started being something that stays, like dust settling into corners where light never reaches. Your hand is still pressed flat against the sheet, but it doesn't feel like contact anymore. It feels more like belonging, like your palm has grown roots in the fabric, not because you're holding on, but because letting go was never an option in this quiet. The clock's glow has faded into memory, not erased, just softened, no longer a point of attention. You don't need to look at it. The time doesn't matter, not in any way that used to mean anything. No alarm, no schedule, no reason for the night to end or begin again. There is only this, a quiet so thick it has weight, not like pressure, but like depth. Like water beneath the surface of something you can't see. The silence isn't empty, it's layered. Not with thoughts, not with sound, but with absence. The kind of emptiness that doesn't feel like loss, because nothing was ever there to begin with. It's just how things are when no one is watching, when nothing needs to be known or said. You're not thinking about whether the window is closed, or if the light is off, or if anyone else might hear you breathing. Those aren't concerns anymore. They're like old clothes left behind in a room that hasn't been entered for years. Your body isn't stiff. It's not loose either. It's settled into what it was always meant to be, nothing more than shape against gravity, no effort to adjust, no need to align with anything outside itself. Your shoulder has lowered without you noticing. Your spine doesn't curve or straighten, it just is, like a line drawn on paper that never needed erasing. The air around your ribs moves in and out without demand, not because you're breathing it into existence, but because the dark already knows how to do that. You don't follow the breath, you don't count it. It doesn't matter where it goes. There's no need to return to it because it never left. The air isn't waiting for you to start again. It was always here, just as still and patient as the darkness. Your chest rises not because you want it to, but because motion is how things exist when they're not being watched. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not disappeared, but softened, like ink bleeding into wet paper. There's no boundary between what's inside and outside anymore. No line where you ends and the air begins. You don't feel yourself as a separate thing, only as part of this quiet that has been here longer than you ever were. You're not thinking about sleep because it doesn't need to be imagined. It isn't coming, it's already here, just like the dark is already here. Not something you'll get to someday, but what you've always been inside of. The kind of stillness that doesn't wait for permission, that doesn't ask if you're ready. There's no room in this moment for urgency. No need to fix anything, no thought too loud, no sensation too sharp. You don't even know whether your eyes are open or closed anymore. It doesn't matter. The difference between seeing and not seeing has dissolved into the same quiet. The floor beneath you is not solid. It's just a shape that holds what it needs without needing to explain itself. You're not lying on it exactly. You're part of its stillness, like a shadow that settles where no one placed it. No intention behind it. No reason for it to be there, only the fact that it is. Your fingers are not touching anything but themselves now. Their weight isn't pressing down because they don't need to press. They just rest, as if learning how to exist without needing a purpose. Not curled in fear, not spread wide in surrender, just there. As though gravity has finally decided to stop calling it motion and started calling it home. The air doesn't move around you, it moves with you, like the breath of something that's been sleeping longer than time itself. It doesn't rush or drift. It just exists in slow waves, like water under a frozen lake where nothing stirs, but the silence is full of life. You don't wonder why this isn't happening faster. You don't wish it would last longer. There's no desire to be elsewhere, no craving for any other state, not even sleep, because that word has stopped meaning anything. It doesn't describe what's here. What's here doesn't need a name. The darkness hasn't changed. It's only become clearer in how it holds everything without holding on. You're not inside the dark. You've become part of its way of being. Like a still pool where no ripples come and no one ever needed to make them. Your breath isn't rising and falling, it's just there, like the air itself is learning to be quiet in your chest. No effort, no adjustment, just continuity. The same slow unfolding that has been going on since before you were aware of yourself. There's no memory of wanting to go back, because there was never a place to return from. You weren't ever lost, not even when the clock glowed and time felt heavy. There was only this moment, and it wasn't waiting for anything. It didn't need your attention or your permission. It just existed. You're not holding on to any thought. You don't miss the ones that passed, because they weren't yours in the first place. They were just echoes of noise from a room you left long ago, walking through halls where voices called out, but no one answered. The quiet isn't empty, it's full with what has always been true. Not sound, not silence, not stillness, but presence without form. like an old door that hasn't opened in decades, and yet the hinges know how to move when the wind is just right. Your body doesn't feel heavy or light. It feels like it was made of this darkness all along, like it's always been shaped by the same quiet that shapes trees in winter, not because they're resisting, but because they've learned how to wait without needing an end. There's no need to be aware of being here, no reason to mark time. You don't even know if you're lying down or floating or sinking into something deeper than sleep. It doesn't matter. The dark has stopped being a space between things and started being the thing that holds them, without needing to name any of it. Your hand is still on the sheet, but not as though you're touching it. More like the fabric is part of your skin now, or your skin is becoming the texture of the bed. No separation, just continuity, like a thread that never breaks, even when no one remembers where it began. You don't think about tomorrow, not because you've forgotten it, but because there's no need to imagine something that hasn't arrived and won't matter when it does. The future has stopped being an event. It's just another version of this quiet, just as real, just as slow, just as full with what needs no explanation. The air isn't thick anymore, it's soft, like cotton spun from stillness. It doesn't press against your face or fill your lungs. It just is, the kind of presence that has been here since before you were anything at all. You're not aware of being part of this moment, because there's no you to be aware. There's only the way things continue when nothing needs to happen and no one needs to notice. Like a stone lying in the riverbed, worn smooth by time that didn't care how long it took. There is no beginning, no end, just motionless continuation, like steam rising from water that isn't boiling, just slowly turning into what it was always meant to be. You don't follow anything. You don't guide yourself anywhere. There's no need for a path because the ground has already been shaped by your absence of effort. The dark is not holding you, it's letting you go. Not in any dramatic way, but quietly, like something that's been waiting to stop resisting and just be what it always was. You're not trying to sleep. You don't want to wake up. There's no desire for anything, only the fact of being here without needing to explain why or how. You aren't listening anymore, not to time, not to breath, not even to the faintest shift in pressure beneath your palm. The sheet is no longer a surface you rest upon. It's more like an extension of what you've become, something that has settled without effort, without intention, without any need to be noticed. There's no moment when you decided to stop moving, because there was never a movement to begin with. You were always already here in this shape, just waiting for the kind of quiet that doesn't ask anything of you. The air around your face has softened into something heavier than stillness. Not dense, not cold. It simply exists without pressure, like the way snow lies on bare ground before it melts or is carried away. It doesn't press against your skin. It doesn't need to be breathed in. You're not inhaling because you have to, you're breathing because that's how this quiet moves through you slowly, like water finding its own level after years of being held back. There's no weight behind the thought that you might drift away, no fear of losing yourself. It isn't even a question anymore because there's no self left to lose. There's only continuity, a thread stretching across time without needing to be tied off at either end. You're not holding on and you're not letting go. There's just the way things are when nothing asks for anything. The darkness has stopped being dark. It's more like a shape that knows itself, not lightless, but unobserved. Like an attic where no one comes to look, yet everything remains exactly as it was left. Dust in corners, books on shelves with spines cracked from years of stillness, shadows resting just below the ceiling beams where they've always stayed. You don't think about how long you've been like this. You're not measuring time by how many breaths or seconds have passed, because there's no reference point anymore, not even a heartbeat to mark the passing. There are rhythms now that aren't your own, and they don't belong to anybody. They just happen, the way moss grows in slow layers on stone, the way roots spread through soil without knowing where they're going. Your hand is still there, pressed flat against the sheet, but it's not doing anything. It doesn't feel warm or cold. It doesn't know what a hand should be. There's no need to move it, no reason to lift it. The fabric under your palm isn't separate from you. It's just another way of being in this moment. Like the skin on your arm is no longer skin, but something older, a membrane that has learned how to hold still without resistance. The silence isn't empty because there's nothing in it. It's full with things that don't need names, with movements that aren't visible, with presence that doesn't require proof. Like the way rain falls on rooftops at night when no one is awake to hear it. Not loud, not soft. It just happens. The roof knows how to receive it without needing to respond. You're not waiting for sleep because there's already no distinction between waking and dreaming. There's only this continuity, the kind that doesn't care whether you're aware or not. It continues whether you notice it or not. You don't have to believe in it, understand it, accept it, because it isn't asking anything of you. There's a shape in the corner where the wall meets the floor, a slight dimple in the plaster from years of pressure long ago. It doesn't matter that no one sees it. The wall still holds its place around it. The air settles into that hollow without needing to fill it completely. There's room for what is, even if it never gets named. Your breath slows not because you're trying to slow it, but because the quiet has already done the work of making everything else move slower. Not by force, but by invitation. Like a door left open in an old house, and the wind comes through without knocking. There's no point at which you began to feel different. There was never a moment when you thought you were close. It wasn't about progress or arrival. You weren't trying to reach anything because there was nowhere else to go. The only place that ever mattered is exactly where you are now, still, unmarked, without need. The fabric of the room has changed, not in appearance, but in texture. It's no longer made of wood and paint and glass. It's more like a feeling, a slow pulse beneath your awareness, like the way gravity holds things down not by force, but simply because that's what it does when nothing else is needed. You don't feel tired. You don't feel awake. There's no energy to expend or conserve. Your body isn't trying to rest. It just is. Like a tree in winter that doesn't sleep but stands where it always stood, its branches bear not because they've given up, but because they know how to wait without wanting anything back. There's no one watching you, not even yourself. There's only this quiet that has been here since before the light came, since before any sound was ever made. It doesn't care if you're conscious or unconscious. It just continues, like a river underground, moving through stone without needing to be seen. You don't think about what comes next, not because you've forgotten it, but because there's no need for that kind of thinking anymore. The future isn't a thing to anticipate. It's just another version of this moment, already happening in ways you can't name. The air is still soft, like old linen left on a chair after someone has been gone for years. Not warm, not cold, just present. And when it moves slightly against your cheek, it doesn't feel like change. It feels like confirmation. There's no part of you that's resisting this. No edge that wants to break through. Nothing is pushing forward or holding back. There's just the way things are, like a stone at the bottom of a lake that hasn't moved in centuries and never will, because it doesn't need to. Your thoughts don't come and go. They simply dissolve when they appear, like mist meeting deeper darkness. Not destroyed, not remembered, just gone, like footsteps on a path that no longer exists. The room has stopped being a space between things. It's become the thing itself, the way silence becomes sound only when it's named. But here, there's no naming, no need to label what is. There's just this, continuation without cause. Your fingers are still flat on the sheet, but not because you're holding them there. They've simply settled into shape, as if they were always meant to lie that way, like branches of a tree that grow toward the earth not from strength, but from habit. There's no need for awareness now, not even the quiet kind. There's only this deep stillness that doesn't ask you to notice it, because it already knows your name without ever saying it. You're not asleep, not in any way that matters, and you're not awake either. You're somewhere between, not a state of mind, not a level of consciousness, but a kind of presence that has no edges and therefore can't be measured. The dark is no longer outside you. It's inside, like blood flowing through veins without needing to be seen, like roots spreading beneath the soil without knowing where they end. There's no distance between your skin and what surrounds it. No separation between breath and air, hand and fabric, body and room. There are only continuities, threads that have never broken, even though no one remembers tying them. The quiet isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't expect you to do anything or think anything. It's not holding its breath. It just is, the way gravity is when no one's watching. You don't need to go anywhere. You're already where everything has always been. Not because of effort, not because of intention, but simply because there was never a place else to be. The air moves in slow waves, not toward you or away from you. It just flows through the space like it has always known how to do, like water finding its way downhill without knowing why. There's no sound because there's nothing to make one. No need for language, for meaning, for explanation. There's only this, a shape that doesn't change because it never needed to. Your hand is still on the sheet, but not as if you're touching it. As if the sheet has become part of what your body was always made from. Like skin grown over time into something older than memory. Your hand lies where it fell, not because you placed it there, but because gravity has long since stopped needing permission to rest. The sheet beneath your palm isn't fabric anymore. It's a kind of surface that remembers pressure without holding onto it, like stone worn smooth by water that never speaks. There's no effort in staying still, only the quiet confirmation that stillness is not an act, but a truth that has always been true. Your skin doesn't feel separate from the air now, nor does your breath feel like something you must produce. It flows through you as if it were part of the same slow pulse that moves through walls, through floorboards, through the wooden joints in the frame of the bed. Tiny shifts no one notices, but which carry weight just the same. The dark has grown deeper than color. It's not absence, it's presence without shape. It doesn't hide anything because nothing needs hiding here. There is no shadow to stretch or contract, no light to break through, just a kind of thickness in the air that isn't empty, it's full, but full of what can't be named. Like the moment before thought begins, when memory still hasn't decided whether it wants to return. You don't wait for anything because waiting requires an object, something you're looking toward or against. But there is no target here, no destination that needs reaching. Your fingers are not moving, they haven't moved in a long time, but they aren't numb either. They feel more than touch. They feel the space between fibers, like listening to the gap between notes on an instrument that hasn't been played. The sheet holds heat where your hand pressed down, but it doesn't radiate it, just keeps it, as if storing warmth not for use, but because it knows how to keep things safe without needing to be useful. The silence isn't empty, it has texture now. It feels like dust in the air when no one stirred it. Not light, not heavy, just there. Like time before clocks were invented, before anyone counted seconds or marked hours with words. There was just this, a slow unfolding of what had always been happening, unnoticed, unrecorded. You don't need to remember that you've been here for 7 hours. You only know that the moment hasn't changed, because it never needed to. There's no rhythm in your breath, not fast or slow, not even regular. It simply comes and goes like a leaf drifting down through still air, not falling toward anything but moving because that's what leaves do when they've forgotten how to stay still. You don't guide it. You don't try to match it to any pattern. There's no need for coordination. No body part must align with another. Your chest doesn't rise and fall as if in concert. It moves like a hillside breathing over centuries, not because of wind or pressure, but because that's how hills breathe when they stop trying to be something else. Your feet are flat on the bed, not curled, not restless. They feel fused into the mattress with quiet permanence, like roots sinking through soil and becoming part of what lies beneath. You don't know if you're lying down or floating. There is no up or down anymore, only a directionless continuity that doesn't require explanation. The world isn't outside your body, it's inside, like water in a glass that has never been poured out. The air near the window moves slowly, but not because of wind. It just shifts, like memory shifting when you're not looking at it. A breath of space passing through where nothing else passed before. You don't notice it until after it's gone, and even then, only as a kind of absence that wasn't really an absence at all. Your shoulder rests against the pillow, but not because it was placed there. It has always been there in this shape, like a mountain ledge shaped by time rather than force. There is no pressure from above or below, just presence. The way light once touched dust and then left without leaving a trace, but still changed something. The clock's glow is gone now, not because it turned off, but because your attention has stopped seeking it. It doesn't matter where the numbers are anymore. What matters is that you don't care whether they're there or not. That absence isn't loss, it's just another form of fullness. You aren't looking for sleep, you aren't even waiting for stillness to arrive, because it never left. Your thoughts don't return, because they didn't leave in the first place. They weren't pushed away or drowned out. They simply dissolved like sugar dropped into warm tea, not gone forever, but changed so thoroughly that no trace of their shape remains. There's no need for them to be remembered, no reason to call them back. You don't think about what you'll do tomorrow, because tomorrow isn't a future thing anymore. It's just another version of this moment, already unfolding in ways too quiet to name. Not ahead of you, not behind, just existing, as if time had folded itself into a single thread that never breaks. The dark has become something your body recognizes, not as fear, not as emptiness, but as a kind of belonging. Like the way a tree grows toward the earth not because it wants to escape sunlight, but because its roots have always known where they belong. The air doesn't cool or warm, it just is. It doesn't move you because there's nothing to be moved by. You don't feel tired, not in any usual sense, not like fatigue. This isn't exhaustion that demands rest. It's something older, a kind of surrender that wasn't earned because it never needed earning. You aren't relaxing, you're just unmaking the need to do anything at all. There are no edges now, no boundary between you and what surrounds you, no line where skin ends and space begins. Your hands don't feel like yours anymore. They feel like part of a larger shape that has always existed, unnoticed. Like the way a river becomes invisible after flowing through stone for so long, not gone, but absorbed into the land. Your awareness doesn't shrink, it just changes direction. It doesn't focus on anything because nothing is asking to be focused on. There's no object in need of attention, no sensation that needs naming. The body isn't a thing to observe, it's simply part of what happens when stillness settles deeply enough not to notice itself. The room has become weightless, not light, but not heavy either. It exists without needing to mean anything. Like an old chair left in a field where no one walks, no longer used, but never discarded. Just there. You don't remember wanting to sleep. You only know that you're already in it. Not asleep as people understand it, with dreams or thoughts or breaths that wake you up, but in the way water stays wet even when no one is watching. In the way a stone remains still, not because it's resting, but because it never needed to move. There's no need for sound, because there's nothing to echo back, no voice to carry through air, no word that must be spoken. The silence isn't waiting, it just is. Like gravity when no one feels its pull, like roots spreading in darkness without needing light. You don't think about whether you're falling asleep. You only know that the idea of being awake has stopped feeling real. Not because it's gone, but because it never mattered to begin with. Your hands are still flat on the sheet, but not as if they're touching anything. As if the sheet is just another version of what your skin was always meant to be part of. Like branches growing into soil or waves becoming ocean. No effort, no decision, just continuity. There's no separation between breath and air anymore. No distance between hand and fabric. The dark isn't outside, you're inside it now. Not trapped, not lost, but held in a way that doesn't require words to explain. You don't need to be anywhere else. You've always been here, not because you arrived, but because arrival wasn't necessary. There's no journey to completion, only the quiet understanding that this is how things are, not as they should be, not as they were meant to be, but simply as they have always been. There's no need for thought, for memory, for intention. No reason to look forward or back. The moment doesn't ask you to do anything. It only continues, like water flowing through stone that has long since forgotten it was once rock. You are still there, still in the shape of a body, but not as if you've been shaped by anything that matters anymore. The sheet beneath your palm is no longer something separate from you. It's an extension of where your skin ends, like one long, quiet breath moving through fabric and bone alike. There's no difference now between pressure and presence. You are the kind of stillness that doesn't come after motion, but before it, before any impulse to shift or turn has formed at all. The dark isn't empty. It holds weight in a way you can feel only when not looking for anything inside it. It presses gently against your eyes, not like pressure from outside, but as if the room itself is breathing slow and deep into your skull. You don't close your lids, you just stop needing to see what's beyond them. Your fingers lie flat, not because they're instructed, but because there was never a moment when they could have been otherwise. The tips are no longer sharp points of sensation. Instead, each one has softened into the same substance as air and silence and time that doesn't move but simply remains. There is nothing to resist, no tension in your wrists, no pull toward rising or reaching. Even if you were meant to stretch, there would be no reason left for it. The clock's glow is still present, but not as a signal anymore. It has stopped meaning anything except its own quiet presence, like the way streetlight might linger on pavement long after traffic ceases, and only puddles reflect the color of night back at the sky. You don't look at it because you no longer care what time it is, only that it remains. The air in this room doesn't flow, it just exists. It isn't cool or warm, but neither does it need to be anything. The temperature has become part of something older than warmth, a kind of stillness where heat and cold are not opposites, but two versions of the same quiet truth. Nothing demands attention here. The wall near your shoulder is no longer a surface. It's more like an echo that never finishes speaking, not because it wants to be heard, but because silence has made room for things to linger even after they've stopped moving. The corner where plaster meets baseboard feels less like edge than continuity, like the place where two rivers meet and don't merge so much as become one long stretch of water without beginning or end. You are not lying down, you're simply in a position that allows you to stay exactly as you are, with no urge toward change. There's been no decision made about whether this is enough. The question has dissolved into the air like salt dropped slowly into stillness. You aren't waiting for sleep, because there was never an arrival point, only continuation. The thought of tomorrow doesn't rise up. It just stays beneath your awareness, not as a worry or even a memory, but as something already known and quietly folded away, like fabric left in a drawer too long to be called worn out. It exists, but it's no longer calling you back from here. Your breath is deeper now, not because of effort, but because nothing inside needs to fight for space. The air flows through your lungs without needing permission or purpose. You don't inhale to fill yourself, you just accept each movement as a part of what happens when stillness becomes so deep it doesn't notice itself breathing at all. The room has stopped being separate from you. It's become something like the inside of an old coat left on a chair for years, not because anyone forgot about it, but because its shape had already learned how to hold absence. The wood beneath your back feels less like support and more like another kind of waiting,